What was the issue what was in issue on that date?
Honorable Speaker, sir, they introduced an electronic voting.
Just a minute. What was the agenda? What was the subject matter under discussion?
Okay, the motion of the removal of the governor.
It was discussion about the removal of the governor, and eventually it got to a point of voting, isn't it?
Yes.
What kind of voting process was adopted?
Electronic voting.
Electronic voting. Had it previously been used?
No.
Okay, and did you vote yourself?
No.
Could you tell the honorable senators and the honorable speaker why you did not vote?
Honorable Speaker, sir, there was introduction of an electronic voting, of which I was not conversant with.
Okay, so the only reason why you didn't vote was because you were not conversant?
Yes.
Only that?
Yes, I was not conversant with the electronic voting, and I have never been trained.
You had not been trained?
Yes.
Okay, and was your vote, so what became of your vote? What kind of a vote was it?
Can you repeat the question?
So, in your standing orders, if somebody doesn't vote, what kind of a vote is it?
There is a roll call voting.
You wanted a roll call voting?
Yes, I wanted a roll call voting.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I had in evidence in chief.
Very few questions, Mr. Speaker, in cross-examination. Winnie, have you sworn any individual affidavit in these proceedings?
No.
That is all in cross-examination for this witness.
Thank you. I have no re-examination questions. I would request to call Kimngeno Kirui. Kimngeno Kirui, please. Could you tell the honorable senators your full names, please, and where you represent?
Jina langu ni Kimngeno Kirui, MCA ama mwakilishi wote wa Tepesonic, eneo bunge la Pureti.
Na ungependa kutumia Kiswahili kama kutoa ushahidi yako?
Ndio.
Asante. Kwa hivyo umesema wewe ni MCA. Tarehe 15 mwezi wa 8 2025 ulikuwa wapi?
Nilikuwa kwa bunge.
Ulikuwa kwa bunge ya County Assembly ya Kericho?
Yes.
Na ni nini ilikuwa inajadiliwa siku hiyo?
Kulikuwa na motion ya kumtoa gavana wa Kericho.
Kulikuwa na motion ya impeachment. Yes. Na mwishowe mkaamua mtapiga kura?
No.
Hapana. Kulikuwa na uamuzi ya kupiga kura?
Kulikuwa na yes.
Iliamuliwa ya kwamba watu wapige kura.
Ndio.
Na kura aina gani ilikuwa mliamua speaker aliamua ikue kura aina gani?
Aliamua tupige na simu.
Ilikuwa inaitwaje exactly kwa standing orders?
Left nisomea. Sina.
Ilikuwa inaitwa electronic voting?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, ilikuwa inaitwa. So swali langu la maana na sababu ya wewe kuwa hapa ni hebu eleza hii au waheshimiwa senators, wewe ulipiga kura?
Sikupiga.
Ukupiga?
Yes.
Na mbona hukupiga?
Sikupiga kwa sababu tuliambiwa tunapiga na simu na mimi sikuwa na simu. Nilikuwa nimewacha kwa gari.
Na sababu peke yake ni ya kwamba hukukuwa na simu?
Yes, kwa sababu tuliambiwa tumetumiwa link.
Mliambiwa mmetumiwa link na ikawa hauna simu kupiga?
Ndio.
Na wewe ulipata link?
Sikupata.
Hiyo baada ya wewe kukutana na simu yako ulipata link?
Sikupata.
Au kupata link kamwe. Na wewe ulikuwa na imani na hiyo system, hiyo electronic voting?
Hapana. Sikuwa na imani.
Ukuwa na imani na nini?
Kwa sababu hatukuwa
What was it that you had no faith in? Au kukuwa na imani na nini?
Juu before kabla tuchapiga tulikuwa tumesuspect ya kwamba kuna venye wamefanyia hiyo machine.
Okay, utaulizwa maswali na wenzangu. That's all in evidence in chief, Mr. Speaker. Sir.
Council for the County Assembly.
Single one. Mheshimiwa Ng'eno, ningependa utazame affidavit yako. Unaiona?
Yes.
Nataka wakili wako kuonyeshe paragraph 9. Hebu soma 9.1.
Implemented electronic voting was adopted by acceptability. This was even after over 18 members had observed the use of the electronic voting. Majority by regulated speaker avoided the.
I asked him to read by himself.
Ningeomba wakili wa County Assembly, tafadhali msomee mwenyewe wewe.
You know, there's a reason why that question was imposed like that. So I want to have the effect of that because the next question.
You know the foreign graph is not in Swahili.
That's correct.
And that is why he's using Swahili, not English.
Mr. May I then put
So
the question?
to be fair to him, labda umsomee ama ujaribu wakili wake amsomee ndio aweze pia kupata haki.
That's okay. Mheshimiwa Kipngeno Kirui. My apologies. We are looking at the governor's.
Senators, where the document you are referring to.
Yes, we are looking at the governor's documents, volume number 1, starting at page 132, but I'm now directing the witness to page 133. Mheshimiwa Kipngeno Kirui, kuna certificate, cheti cha translation, yule ambaye alitranslate affidavit kwako kwa Kiswahili ili ukaielewa ndio kaweka saini yako? Umeiona mahali popote?
Sijaona.
Lugha ambayo hii affidavit imeandikwa ni lugha ambayo wewe hauielewi. Ukweli ama sio ukweli? Lugha ambayo imetumika kwa hii affidavit ni lugha ambayo uko na ugumu nayo, sio lugha yako, sio lugha ambayo unaelewa. Si ndio ukweli? Ongea kwa sauti kwa microphone.
Kweli.
Ni ukweli, si ndio? Mwenye aliyekuandikia haku translate kwa lugha ambayo unaelewa na kuweka certificate yake. Si ukweli? Umeona certificate yake?
Ile swali ulikuwa umemuuliza sio hiyo, saa hii unampeleka.
My apologies.
Unamuomba asome kifungu fulani. Lakini umebadilisha tena unamuuliza swali tofauti.
I abandoned that question and I've asked a different question, Mr. Speaker, and he's answering. An issue arose as to whether he could read, so I abandoned it. I'm now asking a different set of questions. Aliyekusaidia kusua hii affidavit kwa lugha ambayo unaelewa hajaweka certificate kuonyesha kwamba alitranslate hii lugha. Si ni ukweli? Tafadhali jibu swali langu.
Kweli.
Nashukuru. That's the end of my cross-examination.
Just one question in re-examination, Mr. Speaker, sir. Bwana Kirui, ushahidi wako hapa kwa hii Senate ni nini?
Ushahidi wangu kwa Senate, mimi sikupiga kura.
Okay, na ya pili, ulikuwa na jambo lolote juu ya electronic voting?
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, the purpose of re-examination is to clarify matters that arose in cross-examination. None of these issues arose in cross-examination.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the question that was put to the witness is whether he understood what his affidavit was saying. And the bottom line, what I'm asking him to clarify is why he's here and what was the whole purpose of his testimony.
But I think you did ask that question. When he was giving his evidence, you asked the
It's okay, Mr. Speaker, so I can leave that issue there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next witness.
Irene Chebet Langat. Could you tell the honorable senators and the speaker your names, please?
My name is Irene Chebet Langat,
And you are an MCA,
nominated MCA.
nominated MCA, Kericho County.
Yes.
Now, you signed the joint affidavit with the other MCAs, isn't it?
I did.
How many were you?
18 in number.
You were 18 in number.
Yes.
And what was the main issue you are making in that affidavit?
We were contesting the fact that we never voted in that assembly on
You
the
are
15th.
Okay. And the voting was on 15th of August 2025, isn't it?
Yes.
What was the issue under discussion on that day?
Impeachment. It
It
was
was
a
the
motion.
impeachment, yes.
Impeachment of His Excellency
Okay.
the Governor.
Okay. And could you tell the honorable senators why didn't you vote?
I didn't want to partake an exercise that was going to be shambolic.
And why were you fearing it would be shambolic?
Because in a few minutes to voting,
Yes.
that is when we were told of the electronic voting, something that we never used before.
So there was a late introduction of electronic voting which you did not.
Yes.
And so what exactly was your problem? Is it the newness or was there another reason?
We had rumors before this particular day of impeachment, that is 15th. In fact, these people were going to rig the election.
So you were fearing that they would be
the
rigging
voting.
Yes, they would be rigging of the votes.
Yes.
That's all for this witness, Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable senators.
Council representing the County Assembly.
Very few questions. Irene, do you have your individual affidavit before the Senate?
We did a joint.
No, I'm asking about your individual, a singular affidavit on your own name.
No.
Thank you. You're saying you never knew before that there was going to be electronic voting.
Yes.
When did you first know that there was going to be electronic voting?
There were those rumors running around our corridors, that is in the assembly. We also, a few minutes to voting.
A few minutes to voting.
Yes.
Okay. Do your standing orders provide for electronic voting?
Yes.
These standing orders were passed by, among other MCAs, you.
Yes.
Thank you. That's all, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, sir, no re-examination. I request to call Honorable Bafina Serem. Bafina Serem. Could you tell the honorable senators and Mr. Speaker your full names, please?
Thank you, Council. My name is Bavina Chepkirui Serem, a nominated member of County Assembly, representing the great people of, representing the great women of Kericho County.
Okay, you represent only women, huh? Now, you signed a joint affidavit with others, isn't it?
Yes.
How many others?
17 others.
So that you came total of 18, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. What was the main issue you are making in that affidavit?
It was a complaint that the main issue.
Yes.
About. Sorry?
So in the affidavit, what was the main issue you are complaining about? What was it you are raising?
It was about the voting issue that emerged at the Kericho Assembly.
Raising issues about voting.
Yeah.
Is this the voting had been done on which date?
On 15th.
15th of August.
Yeah.
And it related to what motion?
The impeachment of the Kericho Governor, Dr. Eric Mutai.
Okay. And what kind of voting was adopted?
Electronic voting.
And did you vote?
No.
You did not vote.
Yes.
Your testimony in this assembly is that you did not vote.
Yeah.
And why didn't you vote?
First of all, we were surprised that that day, that when Speaker announced that we were going to use electronic voting, we were not prepared because we've never used the system in our county assembly for voting. So we were not comfortable with voting electronically. So we raised a question, an issue with the Speaker, and we were requesting to vote manually through roll call.
So you preferred roll call as opposed to electronic voting, and one of the reasons is because it was just newly introduced.
Yes.
And is there another reason why you did not vote, other than the newness of the system?
Yeah, the other reason
Yes.
is that we did not trust the system.
Yes.
Because we heard the previous night that the system has been introduced, and there were circulation, there were information circulating in the social media that some of the members, even most of our members, were posting from the other side who were supporting the impeachment, were posting that they already have 33 votes supporting the impeachment. So we could not trust the system.
So you didn't trust the system because even long before the voting point, the time of voting, there were already information that the impeachment motion has been supported by the other.
Yes, another issue, Council, at a personal level, I could not trust the system because some 2 minutes into the tabling of the notice of motion to impeach the governor, the Speaker, out of the blue, communicated that our seats will be declared vacant. 6 MCAs were going to, their seats were going to be declared vacant based on the reasons that we've missed sessions. Yet, at a personal level, I know that I've never missed sessions, and it's about the system.
Okay, so you, apart from not trusting the system based on the social media communications, including the members supporting the motion, saying that they support the motion, there was also an attempt to remove you as an MCA.
Yeah, just 2 minutes into the tabling of the impeachment motion. I don't know the motive of the Speaker because it was out of the blue.
And what was the reason why the Speaker wanted to remove you?
I just suspect that maybe
what did he say was the reason why he wanted to remove you?
That I've missed sessions at the county assembly.
And had you missed the sessions?
No.
You had not missed?
Actually, he said 8 consecutive sessions,
Yes.
which was a lie.
Which was not true.
Yeah.
And how did you then survive that intention?
Through a court order.
So you went to court to challenge the decision to remove you as
That's
MCS, got and managed to be back in the assembly and to participate in this impeachment motion.
Yeah.
That's all the questions I have for this witness, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you.
Council, proceed to close examination.
Thank you again. Very few questions. Bavina, do you have any individual affidavit of yours before the Senate?
No, we did a joint affidavit.
In that joint affidavit, have you attached these so-called social media posts that you are referring to?
No.
You have not. That's all in cross-examination.
Next.
That is all. No re-examination, Mheshimiwa. I request to call Dominic Mutai, Honorable Dominic Mutai. Could you tell the honorable senators and the speaker your names, please?
I'm Dominic Mutai, MCA from Kabianga Ward.
You represent Kabianga Ward in Kericho.
Yes.
Were you in the county assembly on the 15th of August 2025?
Yes, I was present.
What was the issue being discussed on that day?
The motion on impeachment of Governor Dr. Eric Mutai.
It was a motion to impeach
yes.
The governor.
Yes.
And it got to a point of voting, isn't it?
Yes.
What kind of voting system was adopted?
The speaker ruled that the electronic voting was to be used.
Okay, and after you had decided that electronic voting would be used, were you okay with that idea?
We were not okay because that was the first time it was introduced, some few minutes to voting.
Okay. And so what did you prefer?
We preferred a roll call.
You
which
prefer
is,
that roll?
yes.
And did you express your wishes for a roll call?
Yes, we stood for division,
Yes.
which it was not granted.
It was denied. And did you vote?
No, I didn't.
And does the standing order say what happens to a vote which has not been cast?
Yes, it is said abstain.
So if you have not cast your vote, it's supposed to be reflected as abstain.
Yes, yes.
When you saw the results that were posted by the county assembly on the voting, does your vote of abstain, is it featured?
It is not featured anywhere?
It's not featured. And so apart from the fact that the system was new, was there another reason why you didn't participate in the electronic voting?
Yes, we were, prior to that there was a lot of suspiciousness, and we know we are from that assembly, and we know the issue of integrity of the system, which can be manipulated.
So you feared that the system would be manipulated?
Yes, yes, yes.
And that's the reason why you didn't vote?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You'll be asked a few questions by my colleagues.
Mr. Dominic, very
Yes.
few questions for you. It is your case that this is the first time this system was being used in the assembly,
Yes.
but you already knew it had been manipulated.
We didn't know that it has been manipulated.
You didn't know that
Yes.
it had been manipulated.
Yes, but
Let me get that right, just for clarification. You didn't know
Yes.
it had been manipulated.
Yes.
I want to show you a copy of the Hansard. For you are in the assembly when the governor and his advocates made submissions to that assembly.
Yes.
You remember the governor's advocate in the assembly saying your vote had already been manipulated.
Yes, I remember saying.
Thank you so
he
much.
said so.
This was well before the vote was taken.
Yes.
Now you have seen the results of the vote. You finally are aware of the results of the vote.
Yes, I know later.
Are you later? Yes, later
Yes,
you know
later,
the results
yes,
of the
yes,
vote.
yes.
They show that you didn't vote.
Before that, can I explain?
No, you can't
Honorable
explain.
Speaker?
Those results show that you didn't vote.
I don't want to explain.
Don't
about the
explain,
result.
state to me. Those results you have seen later show you, Dominic, didn't vote.
Yes.
The allegation by the counsel for the governor in the assembly that your vote had manipulated was therefore false.
Cancel.
No.
I want
That
to put-
allegation, was it true or false?
Mr. Speaker.
Was that allegation true
allow me,
or
because
false?
I was the one who was in that assembly, and I know why.
Now you are in the Senate and you must answer my question.
If I can
Witness,
allow, I
just
can
answer the
explain.
questions as you are asked. It's just a yes or no. because
Yes, was
it
that
has
allegation
used
in fact
different
true or
questions.
false?
It is true.
It is true, that's enough, thank you. But the results show you didn't vote.
I didn't vote.
In fact, you didn't vote.
I didn't vote.
Thank you so much, that's all.
Yes, council representing the,
Yes, just one
governor?
question.
the examination.
You said there was an issue of, did you know or you didn't know that there would be a likelihood of manipulation of the votes?
Prior to that, we were our colleague said my name was already one of those who was supposed to be voted in courts.
Yes.
And then I requested the speaker to allow me, when I was submitting at that assembly, that is how I wanted to explain. I said my vote should be respected. And whoever wanted to vote to me, I said my vote should be respected. That is what I wanted
So
to explain.
out of your concern that there is a likelihood of intention to manipulate your vote, you anticipated it by making comments on the floor.
Yes, I said in
And that's
the
captured in
floor.
the answer, isn't it?
It is captured in the answer that I said so.
Okay. I would like to leave questions there. Mheshimiwa, thank you very much. I would like to call Honorable
Let
Omolo.
us have the next witness.
Honorable Omolo. Could you tell the honorable senators and the speaker your names, please?
My name is Honorable Opile Noel Omolo.
Describe yourself.
I am nominated MCA representing the minority in the Kericho County.
You are representing
Assembly.
the minority in the Kericho County. Were you in the assembly on the 15th of August 2025?
Yes.
What was being discussed on that day?
The impeachment motion, the motion to impeach the governor.
The discussion was on the impeachment of the governor. And the discussion went on up to a point of voting, isn't it?
Yes.
What kind of voting process was adopted?
Electronic.
And were you agreeable to the electronic voting?
No.
What did you prefer?
Roll call.
You preferred roll call voting?
Yes.
Okay. And did you make known your wishes that you'd prefer roll call voting?
Yes.
Okay. Did you eventually vote at all?
No, I did not.
You
I
did
abstained.
not vote?
Yes.
Okay. And does the standing orders provide for a case where somebody doesn't vote?
It does.
What does it say?
It says that if there's a if there's a division,
yes,
supported by 5 people, then the speaker can opt for the option of roll call.
Okay, you didn't answer my question, but that's still okay. So you're saying that where you are disagreeing with the voting system and you are more than 5 people, you should have been allowed to go for roll call, isn't it?
Yes.
How many were you supporting the option of roll call?
18 of us.
You are 18. Why didn't you vote, Naila?
We had a prior knowledge that the system already was not transparent.
You feared that the system was not transparent?
Yes.
And that's why you didn't vote?
Yes.
Now, when you don't vote, how is your vote supposed to be captured? Is it a yes, no, or what?
If I don't vote, it should be abstained.
It should be abstained. Yes. When the report was brought back about the number of votes, is your vote of abstained reflected?
No, it doesn't.
Okay. That's all for this witness in evidence in chief, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Council for the County Assembly.
Noela, in 30 seconds, you have not sworn any individual affidavit of yours before the Senate.
Yes, I've not.
Sorry?
I've not.
Thank you so much. That's all in cross-examination.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa. You can retire. I request
Next
to call
witness.
Honorable Vincent Kirui. Please tell the honorable senators and the speaker your full names, please.
My name is Vincent Kirui.
And could you just describe yourself, please?
Member of County Assembly representing Litein Ward.
You are MCA for Litein Ward?
Yes.
Were you in the County Assembly? You signed the joint affidavit with the others?
Yes.
How many in total were you?
You were 18.
You were 18. And what was the main issue you are saying in that affidavit?
They had said we were our main aim.
Yes. What was your main complaint? Mulikuwa muna complaint juu ya nini?
Impeachment of our Governor Mutai.
Okay. Now, so were you in the assembly on the 15th of August?
Yes.
What was the issue being discussed on that 15th of August?
The impeachment of our governor.
It was the discussion on the impeachment of the governor. And you debated it, eventually came to voting, isn't it?
Yes.
What kind of voting was adopted?
Electronic.
Electronic voting. And were you agreeable to the electronic voting?
No.
What did you prefer?
We prefer to be counted.
You prefer to be counted, huh?
Yes.
What is it called? Roll call.
Roll call.
Okay. So was it you alone who wanted roll call?
No, we were 18 of us.
18 of you wanted a roll call. And did you tell the speaker that you wanted to use roll call?
Yes.
And did he accept?
No.
Okay. Did you vote?
I never voted.
You did not vote. Does your standing orders provide for what happens to a vote that has not been cast?
It's reversed as abstain.
It is supposed to be reflected as abstain. When you saw the results brought to this Senate by the County Assembly saying that the 3 people voted in support of impeachment, does it reflect your vote of abstain as a consequence of not voting?
Yes.
Huh? Is your vote captured in that data?
No.
No, it's not captured. But that's all for this witness, Mr. Speaker, sir, in evidence in chief.
Again, in 30 seconds, Honorable Vincent, you have not sworn any individual affidavit before the Senate, have you?
Yes.
Have you sworn it?
No.
No. Did you log into the system to vote?
No.
Did you seek assistance from the technical staff and you are denied?
No.
Did you press the abstain button?
No.
Thank you so much. That's all.
Next witness.
Gilbert Ngetich, please. Honorable Gilbert Ngetich. Could you tell the honorable members your full names, please?
I'm Honorable Gilbert Kibrop Ngetich.
Describe yourself.
I'm an MCA representing Kudbibo from Kishara Ward.
Kisharwa.
Elected member.
In Kericho County.
In Kericho County.
Okay. Were you in the County Assembly on the 15th of August 2025?
Yes, I was.
And what was being dealt with on that date?
It was an impeachment motion, main motion to be precise, from Honorable Rogony on impeachment of His Excellency.
It was a motion to impeach the governor, moved by Honorable Rogony. And so it was discussed, eventually it was decided to go into voting, isn't it?
Yes.
What kind of voting was adopted?
Electronic voting directed by the Speaker.
The Speaker decided that it be by electronic voting. Were you agreeable to the electronic voting?
We didn't.
You?
I didn't.
You did not. And did you express your wish, your objection?
I did.
You expressed your objection?
Yes.
Were you alone in that objection?
No, we were 18.
And what did you prefer?
We preferred roll call voting.
You preferred roll call voting?
Yes.
Do you have a right to ask for roll call voting?
We have.
And for roll call voting to be adopted, what does it require?
It requires a division illustrated by 5 or more members.
So if 5 or more people ask for roll call, then it should be given by the Speaker?
Yes.
Did you ask for that?
We did.
How many people?
18 of us.
Was it granted?
It wasn't.
Okay. Now, so eventually they started the process of voting electronically. Did you vote yourself, Mheshimiwa?
I abstained.
You abstained. How did you abstain exactly? Did you press a button of abstain, or what do you mean?
There were nowhere to be pressed.
There was nothing to be pressed. Yes. So what do you mean by telling these senators and the Speaker you abstained?
We illustrated by standing up.
Speak for yourself.
I illustrated by standing up to illustrate that I was not satisfied with electronic voting.
And so why do you think your vote should have been abstain?
Pardon?
Why are you saying your vote is an abstain, yet you didn't press anything?
Okay, by standing alone, it was supposed to be automatically registered to be an abstainer.
So as far as you are concerned, the fact that you didn't vote should have been marked as abstain.
Yes.
Is your vote of abstain captured in the total number of votes reflected by the count?
It was not captured.
Okay, you will be asked a couple of questions by my colleagues for the assembly.
Gilbert, again in 30 seconds, very few questions. Do you have an individual affidavit that you have sworn before the Senate?
I don't.
You don't. Did you log into the system, this electronic voting system that was provided?
I didn't.
You did not log into it. Do you know it in fact provided for an electronic button for abstain?
I was not.
Do you know that fact, that had you logged in, you'd have seen that abstain?
I didn't know.
Did anyone stop you from logging in?
No one.
Did you seek assistance from the technical staff to log in and denied you the chance?
I was to be trained, not to be
Did you seek assistance from the staff who were assigned?
I didn't.
You did not. Thank you so much. That's all in cross-examination.
Counsel for the governor.
Just one question, Mheshimiwa. Did you need to ask for assistance?
No need.
What would have happened before that?
We were supposed to be trained prior to the use of the gadget.
You needed to be trained, not to be helped, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, that's all for this witness. Thank you very much, Mheshimiwa. The next witness is Francis Terrell, please. Please tell the honorable senators and the speaker your names, please.
Thank you so much. My name is Francis Kiplanga Terer, member of the County Assembly of Kericho, representing the great people of Jeboin Ward.
Okay. And were you in the County Assembly on the 15th of August?
Yes, I was there.
And what was being discussed on that day?
The tabling of the motion of impeachment of the governor of Kericho, Dr. Eric Mutai.
It was discussion of the impeachment of the governor.
Yes.
And the impeachment proceedings went on?
It went on.
And it got to the point of voting, isn't it?
Yes.
And when it got to the point of voting, what kind of voting was decided on by the Speaker?
Electronic voting system.
It was electronic voting. Were you agreeable with the electronic voting?
No, I wasn't.
And did you make known your wishes that you are opposed to it?
Yeah, we were opposed to it, especially the 18 members of us who stood up.
Were you opposed yourself?
Yes.
And were there people supporting your objection to that? To the
Yes.
use? How many were you?
18 in number.
And if you have an objection, what should happen to the electronic voting? What did you prefer? Let's start by saying, what did you prefer?
Repeat the question.
So you didn't want electronic voting?
Yeah, we didn't want the electronic voting.
What voting could you have?
We wanted the roll call voting system.
You wanted roll call. And did you let the Speaker know that?
Yes.
How many people wanted roll call?
18 members of the County Assembly.
Okay. Now, did you vote?
I didn't vote.
At all, at all?
At all.
Why didn't you vote?
Because I had no hope in the electronic voting system.
You had no faith in the electronic voting system?
Yes.
Okay. And does the standing order provide for a situation where somebody has not voted?
Yes.
What is it supposed to be counted as?
Abstain.
It's supposed to be counted as abstain.
Yes.
When the results were brought by the County Assembly, does it reflect your vote of abstain?
It didn't capture my vote as abstained.
Your abstained vote was not captured?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mheshimiwa. You'll be asked a few questions by my colleagues.
Thank you.
Yes, Council.
Francis Terer.
Yes, sir.
Have you sworn any individual affidavit before this House?
No.
You know your standing orders provide for electronic voting?
Yes.
You are in the assembly that approved that system of voting?
Yes.
The method of voting the Speaker used was known to your standing orders?
It was known.
Thank you so much. That's all in cross-examination.
No re-examination, Mr. Speaker,
Next
sir.
witness.
I request to call Honorable Anita Chebet. Please tell the honorable senators and the Speaker your full names, please.
My name is Anita Cheronomi Bay, representing elected member, representing the people of Chema Southward in Bureti constituency, Kericho County.
Thank you very much. Were you in the County Assembly on the 15th of August?
Yes, Senior Council.
What was the issue being discussed on that day?
The day was a day for us to table the motion on the impeachment of Dr. Eric Mutai.
So it was the day to discuss the issue of the impeachment of the governor.
Yes.
And then debate went on, isn't it?
Pardon?
It was discussed.
Yes, the discussion started at around 10.
It's okay. So it was discussed. Eventually it came to a point of voting, isn't it?
Yes.
And was there any decision as to what form of voting was to be done?
The decision came in at the very end.
Yes.
The decision that came up was a new way of voting.
Yes.
That as a house, as an assembly, we had not used an electronic voting before.
So it was said to be electronic voting?
Yes.
Was that, had you ever used that electronic voting system?
No.
That was the first time?
That was the first time.
Okay. Did you know that you were going to use electronic voting before you came on that day?
No, apart from the rumors that were on the social media, we had not received an official communication from the Speaker that we were going to use an electronic voting system. There were no official communication to us.
So the only thing you were, there was comments circulating in social media that electronic voting would be used?
Yes, and also some members, some staff were good enough to inform us that the IT staff were good enough to tell us that be prepared, there is a new system that we've been called tonight to work on that you might be using tomorrow.
Sorry, that they had been called?
Yes.
Called, when were they called?
A night to the day of 15th.
So they had been told, please come and prepare the...
Yes.
Who called them and who asked them to prepare for electronic voting?
The Speaker called them.
The Speaker is the one who said, come and set up an electronic voting system. Okay, so the voting started, isn't it?
Yes.
Did you have any objection to the electronic voting?
Yes, we had an objection.
What were your reasons?
Our reasons were we are not aware of the system and we don't trust the electronic system. And as a team that were against it, we stood for division to request the speaker to allow all of us to be counted under the roll call option instead of a new gadget that we were not aware of.
So let me just paraphrase what you're saying. You said you had an objection, and the objection was based on the fact that it was new and you didn't trust it.
Yes, and we had not been taken through a pilot test of the system. Some of us, we are technically savvy, we are well with the system. If only we knew what that system was, if only there was a pilot test a day too, for us to be sure that our votes will be in safe hands with the system. Yes, we would have agreed to it, but we said no, since it was a new thing.
So it is your testimony to this Senate that you really have no objection to electronic voting. You only wanted the integrity of it to be properly in place.
Yes.
Okay. And you said it was being piloted that in the impeachment motion.
Yes, it was a pilot because I was reading through, allow me to add this, because I was reading through my messages with the our IT staff a night, and I was asking, even the same day, I was texting him and asking him, we've heard of electronic system. What are you guys going to do? And the message he gave me was, once you decide on the electronic voting system, then we will let you know how to work on it.
Okay.
That was at around 1 p.m.
Okay.
Yes.
And did you have an option other than electronic voting?
Yes, we had an option of roll calling.
Roll call?
Yes.
And how would roll call work?
Roll call, the way roll call work is, of course, we will have the side.
No, sorry, that's not what I'm asking. So the speaker had said we use electronic voting.
He insisted after we requested for.
Is there an option for you to ask the speaker to change that position? Can the MCAs ask that you depart from the use of electronic voting to roll call?
Looking at our standing orders, yes, we have an option.
What does it require for the speaker to accept the roll call?
So if we go for division and 5 of the members stood and request for that option, the speaker would rule that we go for a roll calling.
So if there are 5 people insisting on a roll call, then the roll call should be done by the speaker?
Yes, as per the standing orders.
As per the standing orders. Does the speaker have a choice if there are 5 people supporting the motion?
He had no choice, but he decided to rule anyway.
No, I'm saying, ordinarily, as per the standing orders, does it provide for the speaker to choose whether or not to do roll call if there are 5 people supporting it?
No, it's saying shall, so I don't think there's an option.
Lastly, did you vote?
I didn't vote.
Does your standing orders provide for what happens when you don't vote?
Yes, I expected, because I abstained, and I expected the system to count those who abstained from not voting.
And that includes you?
And that includes my vote.
Is your vote reflected in the votes that have
Looking at that system, it's only showing those who voted.
Looking at the results that were brought to this Senate, is your abstained vote reflected?
No, it's saying 0.
Okay, you'll be asked a few questions, Madam Mheshimiwa.
Yes, Council. Through the close examination.
Thank you. Just in 1 minute. Anita, have you sworn an individual affidavit before the Senate?
No.
You have told this Senate that you expected the system to register your abstinence, your abstained vote. True?
Yes.
Which system?
The electronic voting system.
Did you log into it?
We didn't have
Did you, Anita, log into it?
But log in where?
My apologies. Anita, did you log into the system?
We didn't have a system to log in.
Did you log into the link that was given to you?
I didn't have an option of logging in.
Mr. Speaker, may I have my question answered? I have 1 minute to finish this witness.
Yes, witness, just answer the question.
Did you log into the system?
I didn't have a system to log in.
I'm asking whether, in fact, you logged into it, whatever the circumstances.
But where?
Mr. Speaker, may I have my question answered? This is now becoming disturbing.
Witness, once again, you are now bordering to becoming a hostile witness.
Take that as a warning.
The question the way you asked, just yes or no. Don't ask the council questions.
Anita, did you, in fact, log into the system?
No.
Did you press the abstain button?
didn't have a button to press.
Did you press an abstain button?
No.
Nevertheless, you expected that system to register your abstained vote.
But which system?
Nevertheless, you expected that system to register your abstained vote.
But which system?
Mr. Speaker, may I once again have my question answered, whether that was expectation?
Madam Witness, can you answer those questions looking at me? Maybe when you look at him, you are becoming a bit... look at this side and answer the questions.
Thank you. Notwithstanding that you didn't press the abstained button, you nevertheless expected the system to register your abstained vote. Is that a correct position?
Come up again.
Notwithstanding that you didn't press the abstain option in the system, you expected to register your abstain vote.
I didn't have a gadget to press the abstain button.
Did you have your phone in the chamber?
I had my phone until 1 p.m. when my phone went off power.
Did you have your phone in the chamber?
It was somewhere, but without
Did you have
power.
your phone in the chamber?
I think so.
Did you, in fact, have your phone in the chamber, Anita?
I had my phone until it went off and I took it off.
So you had your phone in the chamber?
For about 3 hours.
So, in fact, you had your phone in the chamber, as a matter of fact?
For about 3 hours.
What's the answer to that question, Mr. Speaker, on whether, in fact, she had my phone? I can't get the answer to that question. And I think the witness is now bordering on rudeness now, not just being hostile. I've been very polite to all witnesses in this assembly because it's my professional duty to be. But they have no corresponding right to be rude to me. I'm a professional discharging my professional duty. I deserve respect. She is disrespectful.
Council, you know you have no mandate to judge. It's me, that's my work. So
Yes.
mine is only to request that to answer your questions. Don't make the judgment. That is the work of the chair.
Yes,
I've been
Mr. Speaker.
pleading with that to answer your questions directly.
Yes, I was making a submission, inviting you to make that a judgment, Mr. Speaker.
You are provoking me to do that.
My apologies.
Or
Mr.
inciting me to say what you want.
No, Mr. Speaker. I was making a submission so that you then...
So, witness, Madam Anita, honorable member, just answer those questions as fast as possible because I can see the council is constrained by time.
Mr. Speaker, sir, am I allowed to just say no answer?
Yes, no, yes.
Okay.
Did you, in fact, have your phone in the chamber?
No answer.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know what to do now, but I will beseech you to intervene now more coercively. May I request my time be posted in the circumstances because I have no contribution to what she's doing.
Witness, what is the problem? Council representing the governor. Can you stand down the witness if she is not ready to respond and call another witness?
May I proceed, Mr. Speaker?
Proceed.
Madam Anita, do you in fact have your phone in the chamber?
Yes.
Do you remember you contributed to this impeachment motion?
I said yes for 3 hours.
Do you remember you contributed to this impeachment motion in the chamber?
Yes, for 3 hours.
Do you remember you read your contribution from your phone and that became an issue in the course of the debate?
Yes, for 3 hours.
In your affidavit before this Senate, have you disclosed these conversations you had with the IT staff on the eve of the vote?
No.
The inclusion of electronic voting in your standing orders happened in October last year. True or not true?
Come up again.
The amendment to the standing orders to introduce electronic voting happened in October 2024. True or not true?
True.
Have you had a motion requiring a division in that assembly since then, before this one, before this impeachment one?
We have not done anything that required us to vote since the time that the standing orders were changed.
Thank you. So this is the first time a motion requiring a division arose since the amendment to the standing orders. True or not true?
Not true.
Which other motion requiring a division has ever arisen since October last year when you made the amendments?
There was a removal of our Deputy Speaker, Dr. Eric, at some point after the standing orders were changed, and we expected the electronic voting system to be used then.
Give us the month when you removed the Deputy Speaker.
Around November, but we can check. I'm not
So you're
sure
not
the
sure
dates.
of the month?
I'm not sure of the dates, but it was after the standing orders had been changed.
Are you sure of the date and the month?
I can consult.
I've asked whether you are sure so that we put it on the record.
November.
You're sure of that month?
Yes.
And that's all in my cross-examination of this witness.
Council, are you doing the examination?
Yes, just briefly. You said you've had an opportunity to use division for purposes of a motion for the removal of the Deputy Speaker?
Yes.
And that happened after the amendment of...
It was after the amendment.
And that was in November 2024?
Yes.
Okay. Did you use electronic voting then?
No.
Okay. Now, you've been asked why you expected your vote to be captured as an abstain, yet you had not voted. Do you remember being asked that question?
Yes.
I want you to read the standing order number 77-8.
778, any member present in the assembly but who shall not have voted at the expiry of 5 minutes or after the announcing of the results, whichever is earlier, shall forfeit the right to vote and shall be deemed to have abstained from voting.
And so based on that standing order, were you entitled to have your vote counted as abstain?
Yes, Council.
Thank you very much, Mheshimiwa Anita. I'm requesting for
Next
Mheshimiwa
witness.
Gabriela. Mheshimiwa, if you could tell the honorable senators and the honorable speaker your full names and who you represent.
I'm Chepngeno Gabriela Langat, nominated member of Kericho County Assembly.
Okay. Were you in the county assembly on the 15th of August 2025?
Yes, I was.
What was being discussed then?
The motion on the impeachment of Kericho County Governor, Dr. Eric Mutai.
And could you confirm that the motion was moved, the discussion was held?
Yes, it was moved and discussion held.
And eventually it came to voting?
Yes, Senior.
What kind of voting was adopted?
The electronic voting system was adopted.
Okay. And were you agreeable to the electronic voting system?
No, Senior.
What was your objection? Please address the speaker, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, our approach, we wanted a normal roll call voting or the head count.
You wanted either a head count or roll call?
Yes, Senior Counsel.
How many were you?
We were 18 in number.
18 people preferred roll call?
Yes.
Okay. And did the speaker grant your wishes?
No, he denied us the wishes.
Okay. Now, did you, now that he had refused roll call and the only system available, as the only system to be used is electronic voting, did you vote?
No, I did not.
You did not vote at all?
Yes, I did not vote.
Could you tell the honorable senators and the speaker the reason why you didn't vote?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir, I refused to vote because I did not trust the integrity of the system. Prior to the voting, the TV screens were installed in the Kericho County Assembly in the night. A very rare activities. They were installed in the night, and also the system, I informed the speaker that we've never been trained about this system, and that was the main reason. I never trusted the credibility of the results and also the voting system itself in nature.
So your problems were, one, it had been rushed?
Yes.
2, you didn't trust it?
Yes.
And 3 is that you had not been trained?
Yes.
And it remains your position even in this honorable Senate that it shouldn't have been used in the face of all those 3 issues?
Yes, Senior Counsel.
Okay. I've requested you to address your answers to the speaker, please. Now,
sorry.
Prior to the, so you said there was the rush, the integrity. Before that, did you have any concerns about this oncoming impeachment motion?
Yes, I had concerns.
What were the concerns?
Mr. Speaker, sir, my first concern, 2 minutes to the tabling of the notice of motion of impeachment, the Speaker declared our names, six names, that are 4 women and 1 elected member of the Kericho County Assembly, and also 1 male nominated. He declared our names that our seats were going to be declared vacant. On that 2 minutes before the notice of the motion, Mr. Speaker, by my own reasoning, I saw that this was by design or maybe a sinister move by the Speaker to either intimidate us or maybe deny the number. Because if he would have declared our names that our offices are vacant, the number would have reduced to 41. And therefore, the 2/3 threshold would have been low, and maybe they would have gotten that. Mr. Speaker, another reason is that all through before the impeachment motion, after that communication was made, 1 chief whip of the Kericho County Assembly, 1 Honorable Aaron Rotich, called me and told me that, did you hear the communication from the Speaker? And I told him that yes. He told me, what's your point? What are you saying? I told him that I've never missed the 8 consecutive sittings that it is being alleged. And he told me that, what, do you have approved? I told the honorable member, yes. I've always attended the sittings of the Kericho County Assembly. It is my duty and responsibility. And Mr. Speaker, the member told me, we can get the call logs from the Safaricom. I'm ready to provide the evidence, Mr. Speaker. He told me that we can delete your biometric logins. And I was surprised, Mr. Speaker. That is the system that we are using. If that member alleged that my logins entry can be deleted, that system is not safe, Mr. Speaker. I'm here today as the Kericho County Assembly member.
The question that you asked was not that wrong. I think
I was explaining my, sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Sorry.
So in the long explanation you've given, you say
one thing, Senior, I would like to say that my suspicion began there, because if you delete my biometric, that means the system is not credible. Thank you.
So you were told directly by you said Chief Whip?
Yeah, the Chief Whip, Aaron Rotich.
So the conversation with Chief Whip was, you have missed 8 sessions, so you'll be removed.
Yes.
However, then you said you have not missed them.
I have not missed at any point.
And then he said what?
He said that we'll delete and there'll be 8 consecutive sittings, and next week the Speaker is going to communicate to you that your office is vacant. So I'm here courtesy of a court order.
Okay, the Speaker said you don't answer too long.
Thank you.
So as a result of the fact that Chief Whip told you that we can adjust the data of the County Assembly the way we want, you became suspicious.
Yeah, I began suspecting something.
Manipulation. And so what did you do?
On that very day, yes, we stood up for a division.
No, I mean, so that you don't lose your speed, what did you do?
Oh, I went to the court,
yes,
and report the matter, and we were granted a court order.
To do what?
To stay in the Kericho County Assembly and not to appear before the Powers and Privileges Committee.
To stop you from being removed as an MCA. Yes. I would like you to read, if you could read for the Speaker the case number. What is the case number?
The case number is HCHRPET/E009 of 2025.
Honorable Senators and Mr. Speaker, sir, this is in volume 4A of the County Assembly's documents, 4A of the County Assembly's documents, page 45. And it is case number Kericho Law Courts E009 of 2025. And you say in that case, you are one of the 6 MCAs who went to court?
Yes.
And you got orders to remain as MCAs?
Yes.
And as we speak now, you're still in office?
Yes, I'm still in the office, courtesy of a court order.
Lastly, your fault, when you did not vote, what kind of a fault was it? Is it supposed to be reflected in the tally?
Yes.
How is it supposed to be reflected?
If any member does not cast his or her vote, the vote is deemed to have abstained, but it's not captured in the assembly votes.
So your position is that your standing orders provides that if you don't cast your vote, it's to be treated as abstain.
Yes.
And the votes brought to this Honorable Senate by the County Assembly, does it reflect your abstain vote?
It doesn't reflect.
Was there a crisis as to why it should use electronic voting rather than roll call?
There was no crisis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Sir, the witness can be cross-examined. You hold on for cross-examination.
Council of the County Assembly.
Sorry, Gabriel, I have a few questions for you because my time is restricted. You refer to a conversation you had with one of the whips regarding the notice for you to show cause why you should not be referred to the Powers and Privileges Committee. Is that the conversation you refer to? Is that
Pardon?
You refer to a conversation you had with a particular whip on the question of your failure to attend 8 consecutive sittings of the Assembly. Is that the one you're referring to?
Yes.
You considered that conversation to be crucial to this impeachment motion? Is that conversation important?
Yes.
You swore an affidavit in this impeachment motion.
Yes, I did.
Do you refer to that conversation in your affidavit?
No.
So that conversation was so important not to be included in your affidavit.
I included the...
I'm asking whether that conversation with Rotich was in your affidavit.
It contributes to the incredibility
I'm asking
of
whether
the system.
that conversation is in your affidavit, whether
It's
any
not.
paragraph in your
It's not.
affidavit. Thank you. These members of the County Assembly are subject to the disciplinary measures under the Powers and Privileges Act. True or not true?
True.
The Speaker's communication to you was to show cause to the Powers and Privileges Committee. True or not true?
True.
Did the Speaker tell you he was himself going to arbitrarily remove you from the Assembly?
When you miss 8 consecutive, that is done. But I never missed. It was a lie.
But the question whether you had missed or not was the subject to be determined by the Powers and Privileges Committee. True or not true?
The Powers and Privileges Committee is biased in the Kericho County Assembly.
Let me get the answer to my question kindly, Gabriela. I'm a fairly patient person, but with limits. Okay. Please confirm that the question whether or not you had missed was going to be a subject of consideration by the Powers and Privileges Committee.
It was political, Senior Counsel.
Gabriela, please answer my question. The question whether or not you had missed the 8 sittings was a subject of consideration by the Powers and Privileges Committee.
I don't know.
Did the notice and communication from the chair specify that issue?
No.
You're saying the communication from the chair didn't specify that issue?
We were to appear.
Did the communication from the chair specify that you show cause to the Powers and Privileges Committee?
Yes, it did.
And that's what you are saying it did not?
It did.
Let me deal with a small question about the screens being installed in the Assembly on the eve of the impeachment motion. Those screens are like the ones we are seeing in this Senate. True or not true?
True.
You are aware that the trial, the evidence by the parties in the impeachment motion at the Assembly entailed playing of video evidence. Did you see that being played?
Yes, I saw it.
Was it possible to play video evidence without screens?
But should you install them in the night?
Was it possible to play video evidence without screens?
Pardon?
Was it possible to play video evidence in the Assembly without the screens?
No.
Was the Assembly administration under an obligation to facilitate the parties to present their evidence fully?
Not in such a hurry, and also in the night.
I didn't ask you the manner. Did the Assembly administration have a duty to facilitate the parties to present their evidence fully?
There are no evidences.
I don't understand your answer at all.
Maybe you can pardon your question once again.
I'm suggesting to you, and you may confirm if I'm wrong, that the assembly leadership had a duty to enable the parties to present their evidence fully. True or not true?
Yes, they had.
And part of facilitating them would entail giving them facilities to play video evidence. True or not true?
True.
And the facility is the screen. True or not true?
True.
And that's what you are complaining about, Gabriela, in good conscience.
Senior, I'm complaining about the timing of the installation of the machines. Who does that in the night?
So let me ask a direct question. What is the prescribed time for installing screens in Kericho County Assembly?
I'm not sure of the prescribed time.
And yet you are complaining about the time, Gabriela. Are you being an honest citizen?
No, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. The witness has confirmed being a dishonest witness. I rest.
Gabriela, Mheshimiwa,
yes, senior.
Are you a honest person or dishonest?
I'm a honest person.
So why were you saying you're dishonest?
The senior is putting me to a corner. Yes.
Okay. Now I want to ask you in re-examination, two serious questions. The first one is the issue of appearing before the Privileges Committee. It is true that a notice was sent to you to show cause why you should not be retired as an MCA for missing 8 consecutive sessions, isn't it?
Yes.
Who moved that motion?
The Speaker made a communication.
It is the Speaker who said, you, Gabriela, and 6 others will be removed.
Yes.
You appear for purposes of showing cause, isn't it?
Yes.
And if you appeared before that committee, who was going to chair it?
The Speaker.
He is the same person who was going to chair it. And who was going to determine your fate?
My fellow MCAs.
Okay. Now, the screens, what were they, did they play a role in the impeachment at all?
Yes.
The screens that were put up at night?
Yes.
What role did they play?
Playing of the video evidences.
Playing of the video evidences. But did it play another role other than playing the video?
Yes, it was the same screens that were used to air the votes.
It's the same screens that were used to start the votes from 6 votes?
Six votes.
Okay. That's all from me, Mr. Speaker, sir, and that is the end of this set of 14.
Okay, thank you, witness, for your confidence.
Thank you very much, Mheshimiwa.
Next witness. Yes, Boni Kalwale. Senator Boni.
Of those many witnesses he was having. But my attention is drawn, Mr. Speaker, and that is why I seek that you guide us.
Did he say that? Counsel?
Yes.
Are you through?
No, I have one more witness, although not in the set of MCS.
No, I'm saying in the set of these MCS.
Yes, proceed.
Yes. My attention, Mr. Speaker, is drawn to Volume 2 of the County Assembly's documents and Volume 1 of the Governor's documents. In both incidences, there is a witness by the name of Edna Chepkirui Tunoi, who has sworn to support the County Assembly's case. She has also sworn to support the Governor's case. I want to request, Chair, that we would like to hear this witness on how she's supporting both sides in the same case. To me, why I'm inquiring, Mr. Speaker, it looks like the counsel for the governor wants to deny us the opportunity to find out why this particular witness swore an affidavit that she didn't vote as an MCA, went on and swore an affidavit in support of the governors at the same time.
Counsel.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the last time we had the MCA earlier, we subsequently encountered an affidavit from the County Assembly saying she's their witness now. And so we just don't have her, Mr. Speaker, sir. The last person with her was the County Assembly. They probably can explain where she is.
That's okay. If the witness, if the council don't want to have the witness, we cannot force that. So, Senator Chalgay.
Mr. Speaker, this matter has generated public interest. And when you look under Article 159 of the Constitution, and also looking at the outstanding orders on procedure of impeachment against the governor, it will be very important understanding order number one. But the way yesterday we directed an independent audit on the ICT, on the voting system, we directed as a house that the ICT authority do that report, and that report will be presented. It is in the interest of the senators and the public and the great people of Kericho who are following this matter, and even in the interest of County Assembly and the governor, for this witness to appear and tell us why did she swear an affidavit to support the County Assembly case and support the governor's case, so that we can make a determination. You know, we are the judges speak. So can you invoke Article 159 of the Constitution and possibility on the fair hearing Article 50, so that we can listen what Edna Tanui knows that some of us don't know, so that we can make an independent judgment. So I request, as per your ruling yesterday, that you directed the ICT authority to do an audit on the logins of the credentials of voting. Let Edna appear as an interest of the process of the Senate, Mr. Speaker, sir, with a lot of indulgence, of course.
Let me
Or
hear
someone.
2 more senators, and then I'll make that ruling. Yes, Senator Ndiokech. Bonnie, you prosecuted your issue, and I think I'm okay with what you said. Senator Ndiokech?
The dispatch.
And I'm not opening debate. It's you
Mr.
and Senator Mtata, then we close it.
Mr. Speaker, I think that the issue that Senator Boni has raised is a patent issue. And I think that in the event that you guide, Mr. Speaker, and I'm not preempting this, you guide that the witness might not appear before us, the documents that we have here are duly before us. And our determination is not only based on the narrative that you're being told there, but also in the strength of this evidence that we have been given in writing here, Mr. Speaker. So perhaps it would be important also to rule that if the witness doesn't appear before us, Mr. Speaker, do we then expunge the evidence in both cases? Because it's appearing on the County Assembly side and it's appearing on the governor's side. Because we need to be absolute in terms of looking at all those documents. So, Mr. Speaker, in the event that she's not appearing, also please guide us on how do we treat the evidence in both documents.
Senator Akio Mtata.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I don't think we are sitting here to conduct inquiries. We are here to listen to the parties and render a verdict. Let the parties appear before us the way they choose. Otherwise, we shall be overstepping our mandate.
You know, that is the reason why I wanted to give you last, because I know you have a lot of experience in the corridors. And what you have said is exactly what we should do as senators. We cannot call witnesses as the Senate. If any of the parties is not interested with that witness, then it's their business. You have some time to make such decisions when you will be making your decision later. So you cannot force witnesses. Sometimes even witnesses are provided, and the team can descend even to drop 3 of them. Like it has happened before. This is not the first time that witness is not gone in this Senate. And you know, I've really followed 3 consecutive impeachments. So I have an authority. I'm almost an authority in this process. So let's make progress, honorable senators. I know you have not spoken for 2-3 days, but this is not the time to open debate on a simple matter that I've made determination. Now, Senators, I know you really feel like talking. So at this junction, I want to give you some time, maybe 20 minutes or so, if you have clarifications on the witnesses that we have processed. I made the ruling on your matter, Senator Boni Karwale. Both are the same thing. So kindly, senators, who is interested to, yes, Senator Agnes Kavindu? How do you provide those witnesses, Sergeant at Arms? Because the members want clarifications from them.
Thank you, Chair. My clarification, I just want to know if this system has ever been used again
Do you know the name of the witness that you want to direct the question to?
The MCRs, it can come from the MCRs, it can come from the lawyers, the MCRs.
Only the MCAs you can maybe seek clarification from.
Yes.
The witnesses who are just here.
Yes, that's the ones I want clarifications from. If this system has ever been used again after it was used for the impeachment. Siwaitwe. Tutauliza aji. Right?
Senator Chesang Alan. I don't know whether the witnesses are hearing us. Where are they? The witnesses, where are they? Can they stand there? And also it will be very, very necessary if you know the name of the witness that you want clarification from. As usher them in, maybe these are few clarifications. No. So let's have the next witness as we maybe have those others, Lindy. Let's get the next witness. Counsel for the governor.
They are here, Mr. Speaker. So I don't know whether I call the next one or we deal with these ones first.
Honorable, I want to get from you senators. I've been approached by several senators that they have no clarifications on the MCs, the witnesses. Is that the mood of the House? Okay, fine. It's okay. If there is anything that we need from them, we shall be able to ask later, not now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Okay. Next witness, please.
Well, I'm here.
Okay, proceed, clerk, and administer the oath to the witness.
In English. Yeah.
Sit kindly.
Yes. Okay. Like that? Okay. Can I go on? I, Job Okwonoguya, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before the Senate in respect to the matters before the Senate shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I will lay the basis for the witness testimony. The permission will proceed. Can you tell the Honorable Senate your full names?
My full name is Job Okwon-Oguye. I am a project consultant at Cyber Hub Systems.
For the record of the Senate, the witness affidavit is at volume 5 of the governor's bundle. He's an IT expert, volume 5 of the governor's handle. What are your professional qualifications?
My professional qualifications, I'm a computer scientist, and I also hold a quality management audit certificate on ISO 9001:2015 for quality management systems.
At what level of qualifications do you have? Master's, bachelor's, or PhD?
Bachelor's.
Okay. How many years of experience do you have in the sector?
Over 10 years.
Over 10 years. Now, in relation to the proceedings before the Senate, you saw an affidavit. Is that correct?
That's very correct.
Do you have the affidavit before you?
Yes, I have the affidavit.
You saw it when is this affidavit dated?
This affidavit was dated on 27th of August on the year 2025.
Now, in the affidavit, you have said at paragraph 7, in the affidavit you have said at paragraph 7 that you did analyze extracts from a system audit logs which are contained in volume 4A of the County Assembly documents. For the record of the Senate, do you have these extracts that you said you analyzed for purpose of preparing your report?
Yes.
What pages of the documents are these logs that you say you analyzed?
This start from the pages 38.
Uh-huh.
Yes. Pardon me. It starts from the pages 37.
From pages 30?
37.
Uh-huh.
Going on until until the pages 44.
Okay. What other document did you use to analyze the report that you say you have prepared?
We used the ICT logs which are provided in the document in terms of the users who are able to log in and the IP addresses which are available.
Okay, so quickly, how did you do this audit? Very quickly.
Very quickly, we did a cyber security audit in terms of looking at the system security level. We looked at it on high level in terms of the protocols and the security procedures which they have put, and we found out that there's a lot of breaches and there's a lot of loopholes which are available in that system.
Okay, with respect to the security audit, what specific loophole did you find out?
As per our report,
yes,
we found out various security issues, starting from which is...
Are you looking at your report, which page, so that the senators can follow you? Which page of your report are you talking about this security audit that you say you did?
Okay. If you look at your booklet, volume 5 booklets,
yes,
this is from page 29, where it's a comprehensive high-level cybersecurity audit report of the Kericho County Assembly system. So the items which we identified during the audit, mind you, this was just a routine pass-by audit. There was an absence of multi-factor authentication.
What is multi-factor authentication? What is it in relation to the security of our system?
The multi-factor authentication is a security mechanism that gives you a second layer of security. In case somebody has your password, he's not able to log in. He'll need to have another device, maybe a personal phone, for him to now log into the system.
So you're saying this is a password protection system or something like that? Or
yes,
methodology?
It is.
Yes. What other issue did you find out?
We found out also that where the servers are hosted, they are exposed in terms of, we know we can trace and we can find.
Okay, let's go methodically.
Yes.
This security audit summary is contained at which page, so that we are methodical of your report? Which page of your report?
We can move to from page 2.
No, up there, I think the document is
page 32.
Yes. Yeah.
My apologies.
Okay.
Page 32.
Page 32.
Yes. So from page 32, I think I've already highlighted the multi-factor authentication.
Yeah, and the second issue?
The second issue, as we proceed, is on page 33, which is the lack of Cloudflare or dynamic naming system or proxy to protect your system from people knowing where it's located or where it's hosted. This is just to divert any threat attackers.
Okay. Why is this important?
This is important because without this, people will be able to attack your system and maybe remove some data from it.
Okay. And what other issue? Very quickly, so that we summarize your report.
There was a critical issue, which was exposure of the passwords in the browser. When a user inputs their username and password, which definitely the username and password was already shared without the requirement of security.
Yeah.
So if a username inputs their password, the username and password, we are able as a security personnel, you're able to get the password from the backend.
Okay, in this case, you looked at the logs, right? What was the password that you, what was the username that you said is unsecure and the password?
The username and password that was unsecure for that, just give me 10 seconds for that, please.
Okay, because of time and because that is an issue which is not contested, let's go to the next issue, the security challenge that you said you experienced in this audit, so that we save on time.
Come again?
What's the next vulnerability that you said you saw in the system from a security perspective?
Okay,
the next one.
This was more of an observation. We noticed that the system was hosted on a .co.ke domain. Just out of curiosity, you know this is a county assembly system, and most of these systems need to be hosted under a geo.ke system, geo.ke domain.
Okay, what is the difference? Senators want to know. You're saying a .co.ke and .go.ke. What is the difference?
The major difference is co.ke is a private commercial domain that is used by businesses, our companies or companies which are limited or what. And the geo.ke is a reserved domain system which I believe is with the ICT authority that authorizes you to use it. No one can come and apply.
Okay, okay. What other vulnerability did you notice as an expert?
A major vulnerability also was the password management policy.
What do you mean by password management policy? Just explain it briefly.
I can say this is a requirement. I saw that the Kericho County Assembly IT team say that they have an IT policy.
Yes.
And with this, you need to have a policy that dictates that your password needs to be secret, and also no one needs to know your password, and also you need to be able to change it after a certain duration.
Okay, okay, okay.
Yes.
What you said that this domain was hosted. The domain hosting was done abroad. Where is this done abroad? Where is this contained in your report?
The domain hosting, and the server hosting was in Germany. Yes, it's hosted in Germany, and the person who owns the domain is a company called Host Pinnacle Cloud Limited.
Host Pinnacle.
Yes.
Is it a public or private company?
This is a private company.
Private company.
Yes.
So in your analysis of this system in terms of risk, how did you rate the system?
In terms of security, I would believe the system is highly threatened.
It's highly threatened.
Yes.
Okay, okay. So I need you, there's a question which senators really want to know. And you can look at page volume 4A, where these logs, that is page 13, page 13, 14, 15, and up to 17 of volume 4A. What is this? From an expert perspective, what is contained at page 13, 14, to 15, up to 17? What is this?
This is a system log of the users who interacted with the system.
Of the users who interacted with the system?
Yes.
Okay. What are the key features of these logs that you can see from there? Because we really want to know whether it gives names. The key features of these logs that you can see.
I believe the key features that I can see are numbers. which must be representing something, most likely the username.
The username,
Yes, the username of the user.
Very quickly, what else do you see there?
We can also see the motion, that was the motion number.
The motion number.
And the actual choice.
And the actual choice,
Yes.
So the results can also be seen from this system, from this document,
Yes.
The results of the vote.
Yes.
Okay. Move quickly at page 29, because this is where we want to focus on as well. Explain to us what is there at between page 29 and up to page 32. What is this from an IT perspective?
Just scrutinizing.
That is volume 4A, right?
Yes.
Yeah. What are these?
Okay. Scrutinizing the document and the pages, I could see there's, from an IT perspective and network, on the network side,
Yes,
because
yes,
IT
yes.
also is very wide.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
an IP address.
Yes.
On the far right, which also corresponds to the MCA's maybe user number or username. Yes, and as I can see, the IP addresses, some are different, some are same.
So some IP addresses are different, others are the same.
Yes.
So the question which these senators, the honorable senators, want to know from this document is why will the IP addresses be different for the same data? Why will it be different? That is important.
Please come again.
Yes, these IP addresses on this page, on these pages, some are the same, while others are different. That's from page, especially you go to page 31. If you look at page 31, then you have 41.139.237.129 appearing several times down there. It appears several times down there. So if, from your expertise, why is this the case?
This one is, if we observe this, you can see that those IPs, it seems that the MCAs voted from the same network.
Oh, they voted from the same network?
Yes,
huh?
yes.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Now, let me be picturesque here. I have this gadget, right?
Yes.
This is my phone or laptop, tablet, and I want to use it to vote. I want to use this, a link has been sent to my phone to vote. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then the link has been sent, I key in on that link, it goes into a system. Is that correct?
Very correct.
That is correct, eh?
Yes.
So and senators want to know this, because some 4 MCAs say some folks voted for them. So if you have a gadget like this, and you want to access, you have accessed the system, what evidence does this gadget live in that system, which anyone can verify and say, Peter Wanyama, on this date you accessed the system using this machine?
For that, the system, as I had mentioned earlier,
Yeah.
there's some security flaw. So in order for you to...
No, ideally in a typical system, if I'm accessing as a system,
Yeah.
what will you find in the system that Peter Wanyama logged in this system? What fingerprint will you find in the system?
Usually we use MAC address, something called a MAC address, which is unique to all devices.
What you say it's a MAC address, eh?
Yes.
Again, for the benefit of all of us, what is a MAC address? What is MAC?
MAC is a media access control. That's a terminology, but it's a unique identifier in a network system that all devices in the world have different MAC addresses.
Oh, all
So
devices have different MAC
yes,
addresses.
It's unique.
Okay.
To each device.
Okay. I think
whether a laptop or a phone or anything that communicates with the internet.
Anything that communicates with the internet has a unique address.
Yes, needs to have a
So if I am doing an audit of that system, one, what kind of audit do I need to do of a system to find the MAC address of the devices that access that system? What kind of an audit should I do as an expert to check that the following MCS actually used these devices to vote?
For that, as I've mentioned, you need to have the MAC address. That is one. And also, if something that can support that would be maybe if they had implemented the 2 MFA, the multi-factor authentication.
Yes.
Also would hold float somewhere. But now that one doesn't hold float to ascertain that this is the device. So without the MAC address, we can't.
Okay, maybe let me rephrase my question. For me to get the logs for containing the MAC addresses for all these 33 gadgets that accessed the Kericho voting system, right? What kind of audit will I do of that system for me to arrive at this conclusion? A document containing the MAC addresses for all these laptops or computers or phones.
At local level, maybe because we can see the IPs, most of them voted from one place.
Yes.
So we would need also the access logs from the Kericho County IT administrator.
The access logs, and then?
So that we can ascertain that these computers communicated at this time.
Okay.
With these MAC addresses.
Okay, again, an important question. In the document, did you access this system yourself?
Yes, we accessed with the user account, with the shared user and username and password.
Oh, you accessed this system with the shared username and password?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. When you access this system, did you see this MAC, the evidence of the MAC addresses of the devices that access this system?
No, we did not see anything, and we did not see much.
Now, I want to show you, and in the documents before the county assembly, those documents that you said you reviewed when doing the audit, the logs which are there. Do you see any MAC addresses of the phones and the computers that accessed this system to vote? From the documentation that you have there, do you see the MAC addresses?
This is the time. No, we did not see any log. We did not see any log of the MAC address.
Yeah, I also want to show you a security report which has been done by an expert from the Senate. It is before the House. Do you have a copy of the security audit?
Yes.
Yeah. Have you had a look at it before you came to this plenary?
Yes.
Okay. In this document that has been submitted by a security expert from the Senate, do you see any MAC address, the logs containing the MAC addresses for all these phones and computers which were used to access this system? And in this case, several times, up to 34 times on the minimum.
Why are you interrupting the witness when giving? Yes, what is it?
You've had counsel refer to the document which the chair circulated to members. And our understanding at that time was that a witness, the owner of this expert opinion, will introduce the document, then give us an opportunity to interrogate it. And this, after he has done that, our understanding, Mr. Speaker, was that then it will put us in a position to be able to now post questions to this other expert, either to collaborate or disagree. Mr. Speaker, I believe that you consider taking that as the procedure to approach this particular evidence, because, Mr. Speaker, if we don't...
Senator Mboni Karwale, thank you very much for your point of honor. I've earned you. I don't take a lot of time to understand some things. So I have earned you, and I want to lead a question I'm not to refer to that report until it is officially in this House. The experts will be able to come and interrogate this report. Yes, Senator Osus.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. I think you really need to give a thought to what Senator Khalwale is requesting, because fortunately in this House, we have IT experts. I am an IT expert of high standing in this country. We have Senator Kisang, we have Senator Kajwang, we have Senator Olekina and others. Mr. Speaker, we have a lot of issues to raise about the report by the expert. And if we go the way we are going, we'll end up in a situation where the lawyers are going to refer to that document in the report, and yet we have questions around that report. So I think from an expert point of view, it is important to start with the expert appointed by this House. Then the others can now follow, Mr. Speaker. That way we'll be making progress.
You
and we are going
remember,
to save on
Senator
time.
Osos, yesterday, the directive was given that the counsel for the governor was allowed to have this witness yesterday. And then it was again communicated by the chair that we have an independent expert. And also this morning, there was a direction that was given by the speaker, that after all this has been done, then the experts will come. The ICT authority experts will come and share with us. So what we are questioning is that the witness or the counsel should not refer to this report by the experts. Yes. Senator Sifuna, 30 seconds.
You know, Speaker, the problem that I foresee is that counsel for the governor has brought his expert. What opportunity will that expert get to comment on this report, if not when he is on the stand? Because when your expert comes, they would prefer that their expert has comment on a document that is already here. Unfortunately, I was not in the House when this, just a minute, Senator Cherargei. Speaker, I was not here in the morning when this document found itself on the floor, but I'm wondering how it found itself on the floor. Because it's a document that is before us. You have seen it, I have seen it. And the witnesses are...
Fine, Senator Sifuna. Senator Sifuna, just a minute. You know, when the chair gives a communication like I have, which was done this morning, maybe fortunately or unfortunately, some of us were not around. And that is why now we are reversing to a decision that was made and elective given by the chair or from the chair. Here I am. So have your seat.
Okay, so just one clarification. At what point will the expert for the governor get opportunity to comment on the report that has been submitted by the experts appointed by this House?
There will be no problem having him around. There will be no problem.
You know, Chair, today is Friday. Today is Friday. And I know how low energies get on Friday. I'm a whip. But anyway, so, we'll follow your guidance.
Yes, please. No more interruptions. Proceed, Council.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I will not ask a question on the Senate's ICT report. I will ask Instead, we'll cross-examine that witness when he comes before the
But
floor.
during when the ICT authority experts will be around, there is no problem having him around also to reason to the presentation.
I'm well guided, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. I'm concluding, Mr. Witness. Now, earlier you said that these MAC addresses of a telephone, laptop, or desktop computer is the only evidence that is needed to ascertain that a certain person voted. How does a MAC address look like? The MAC address of any gadget, how does it look like? How does it look like, a MAC address? And when you answer that question, then go to page 29 to 30, 31, and 32 of volume 4A. As you answer that question, you can also answer this other question, the additional question. Are these MAC addresses of the laptops of the MCAs that voted?
Your first question, the MAC address looks like a serial number. It's composed of hexadecimal numbers which contain letters and numbers. Yes, different from the IP address which you are saying, which is just contained with numbers. So from that, we cannot ascertain or we cannot see the MAC address of the devices from here.
And the second question? The second question, the documents that appear at page 20, volume 4A, are just for the purpose of the record, from page 29 to 32, are these MAC addresses of the gadgets?
These are not MAC addresses of the gadgets. These are IP addresses.
Maybe a corollary question. What is the difference then between the MAC address and these IP addresses that are contained in page 29, 31, 32, 33 of this volume? What is the difference? Because they are both from the system. What is the difference? Tell us.
An IP address can be shared with multiple devices. A MAC address is unique to a certain device. That's the major difference.
So look at the conclusion of your report then. That's page 39. What conclusion did you say about this platform that you reviewed, the system that you reviewed? What conclusion are you saying?
If I'm to read what's on the report, the identified vulnerabilities expose the voting system web application to severe risks, including credential compromise, denial of service attacks, and unauthorized access.
Thank you. Maybe one last question which I wanted to clarify. It was said yesterday in the Senate that some IT officers assisted some MCAs to vote on the desk there using a computer or several computers. If they used one computer, right, to access the system, will there be a MAC address? If the access is twice, will the MAC address be the same?
Yes.
It will be the same?
Yes.
Okay. I think, Mr. Speaker, sir, that is all in examination in chief for the witness. Thank you.
Thank you, Counsel. Cross-examination.
Madam Speaker, may I kindly see my remaining time because I need to manage it? The screen is not facing me.
Can you reverse for him to see the remaining time?
Thank you.
18 minutes.
Let me do the best I can with that time limit, then we'll take further direction. Okwon Job Oguya, that's your name, correct?
Yes.
Do you know a person called Weldon Kipyegon Langat? You know, either you do or you don't.
I believe I know.
Knowledge of somebody is not belief.
Yes.
Either you know somebody or do you know somebody called Weldon Kipyegon Langat?
Yes.
How well do you know him?
Not so well. We just met. We met yesterday.
Mr. Oguya, we'll need to start on an honest note. How well do you know Weldon Kipyegon Langat?
Not very well.
Just put your mouth on the microphone and address the speaker directly. How well do you know Weldon Kipyegon Langat?
Not very well.
For how long have you known him?
Just this week.
You knew him just this week?
Yes.
When he was contracting you to sign this report?
Okay. For purposes of...
No, you knew him when he was contracting you to sign this report. True or not true?
I physically...
Witness, can you please answer the question?
I physically knew him this week. But
I'm saying you knew him when he was contracting you to sign this report. That is a very critical question because we are dealing with a professional. You knew him when he was contracting you to sign this report. True or not true?
True.
Truth is, Weldon Kipyegon report, Langat prepared this report and got you to sign it. True or not true?
Not true.
I'm saying the truth is, Weldon Kipyegon Langat prepared this report and procured you to put your signature on it. Please reflect on that question and answer.
No.
What interaction did you have with Weldon Kipyegon Langat this week?
There was no solid interaction with him.
Give us the liquid or gaseous one.
I believe it was just on the system check.
What about the system check? Because that's the critical question keeping these senators here today. What about it?
That was, you know, as a team of IT experts, it's just to like hit the wall and find out somebody's observance of the system.
You observed this system with him?
No, we observed.
So what interaction did you have with the Weldon Kipyegon Langat? That is my simple and straightforward question.
As I've said, the interaction was just on maybe name basis.
It can't be maybe. You knew Weldon Langat this week. You had a specific interaction with him. What interaction did you have with him?
And as I've said, it was more of just observation of the system, but no more details, in-depth details.
Tell us what exactly that entailed, more of observation. What particular, what did you do with him regarding the system?
For us on our side, we just shared what we had observed, but we did not get information from him.
I've told you earlier, Weldon Kipyegon Langat, the one who contracted to sign this report, you have denied.
The report was made by us.
I've said he's the one who contracted to sign this report, you have denied. What interaction did you have with Weldon Kipyegon Langat? And remember always, I only ask questions whose answers I know. So proceed. What interaction did you have with Weldon Kipyegon Langat?
And that's why I've said we didn't have, that is the only thing that we interacted.
I don't even know what it is. So now state it. What is it? You know, I want to understand what it is.
That is observation of the system. Just observation of...
Okay, tell us what observation of the system entails, the particulars of observation of the system.
That is, if it's secure.
You interacted with Weldon Kipyegon Langat regarding if the system is secure.
Yeah.
What were his observations?
On his side, I don't believe...
What were his observations on that issue?
I can't recall I can't recall his answer.
Sorry, Mr. Job Oguya, you are an adult. Yes?
Yes.
Let's admit what we can, deny what we can, but within parameters of truth. You interacted with Albert Weldon Kipyegon Langat this week. The first aspect of interaction was observation if this system is secure. Is that what you've told the senators? Is that what you've told the senators?
Yes, that's after our report.
What were his observations regarding the security of the system?
I can't recall what.
You discussed with Weldon Kipyegon Langat regarding this system that keeps these senators here, and you can't remember anything about his observations. Yes?
Yes, because we did.
No, not because. You interacted with Weldon Kipyegon Langat this week regarding this system that is at the center of this motion, and you can't remember anything he said about it. Is that your statement?
Yes.
The only business that brought you and Weldon Kipyegon Langat this week was this system. Did you have any other business?
No.
This is the only agenda that brought you together with Weldon, this system. Correct?
Correct.
And you have forgotten everything that Weldon Kipyegon Langat told you regarding this singular agenda, isn't it?
Maybe you can get together because of a certain...
I'm not seeking hypothesis. Yes. I'm seeking facts. You interacted with Weldon Kipyegon Langat for a single agenda, being this system, this week, and you have forgotten everything he told you about that agenda. True or not true?
That is true.
The truth being you have forgotten everything.
Not that I've forgotten anything.
The truth being?
The truth being that we just observed and we did not go.
That's a different question.
Yes.
I am saying, I've asked you, what were the observations of Weldon Kipyegon Langat regarding the security of this system? You have said...
What's your point of order, Senator Dancer?
I think we have observed that the question has been repeated several times. Mr. Speaker, that is called badgering a witness. A witness can say, I know, or I don't know, or I don't remember, and you move to the next question. Mr. Speaker, we are not going to spend the afternoon here listening to the same question repeated several times. We must make progress. We must make progress. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mugatana, let's allow the witness to answer the question and we proceed. So Senator Mugatana, you overruled that let the witness proceed to answer the question. Ask the question, witness. Don't interrupt, honorable senators. Let's proceed on. We save time. Proceed, witness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Counsel, please advance your conversation or interrogation with the witness.
My apologies, Madam Speaker, if I appear to have badgered the witness. It's not in my nature to do that, but let me point out. Job Oguya, I have sought to know what aspects of this system you discussed with Weldon Kipyegon Langat. You have told me you discussed the security of this system. Is that the correct position?
Yes.
I have sought to know what the views, the observations of Weldon Kipyegon Langat were regarding the security of this system this week.
Maybe ask again. I've not got your question.
Council, please advance your questions. There are certain answers given by this witness.
Thank you.
Advance your question.
Thank you.
I know
let me
he's
now move
witness.
to the clincher. You know that Weldon Kipyegon Langat is the ICT advisor at the governor's office in Kericho County. Do you know that?
No, I don't know.
When you met Weldon Kipyegon Langat, he told you where does he work? What does he do for a living?
We did not exchange those pleasantries.
So you are interacting with him regarding this system as who? What was his capacity as you interacted with him?
This system, we are interacting with various people within the team.
No, just answer my question. Regarding Weldon Kipyegon Langat, you interacted with him in his capacity as who?
Frankly, we don't know his capacity.
You met a stranger whose capacity you don't know and began discussing with him this system. Is that the correct position?
Yes, but he wasn't a stranger.
Thank you. Let me make progress.
Yes.
Let's now go to the substance of your report. Your report is at volume 5 of the governor's document from page 29 to page 37. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
But then let me pause back a little, Madam Speaker. Not go there. Let me put some question first. Who contracted you as a professional to do this report? Who was your client in preparing this report?
This was we were brought in by the lawyers.
Who was your client? You know, a client is somebody who is known. Lawyer is a generic word. Who was your client? Who is paying your fees? Who is your client?
It's the governor's team, which includes the lawyers and the consultants.
Did you talk to a particular person to do this work, a particular human being by name? Did a particular person contract you? Or was the letter signed by a particular person?
Please repeat.
Council, you know that question is answered. He's given you the team that contracted him. Please move on to next question. Advance.
Madam Speaker, my apologies. The question of the lawyers has been answered, and now I know which lawyer by name. It's a different question.
Proceed.
Thank you. Give us the name of the lawyer who contracted you.
This was, I believe we were, you know, it's, it was, I believe it was Peter.
Give us the full name of the lawyer, kindly. I don't know a lawyer by generic name Peter. What's the full name of the lawyer?
Peter Wanyama.
Peter Wanyama is the one who contracted you.
Who contacted us, yes.
Let me go to that report now in the interest of time. In your presentation before the Senate, you have made comments on the IP addresses from pages 29 to page 33 of volume 4A. Do you remember making those observations?
Yes.
Mr. Carter, a witness may need his bundle. My apologies. Volume 4A. Yes. You have made observations on the IP addresses at pages 29 to 33. You remember that?
Yes, yes.
Let's go to your report. Which part of your report addresses those IP addresses? Give us a page number in your volume 5.
Councils, can you assist your witness to open the pages so that we save on time?
Volume 4A, I asked now the part of his report. His report runs from, in volume 4A, no, volume 5, my apologies, from page 29 all the way to page 39. I want him to point us to the part of that report that addresses the issue of these IP addresses. Madam Speaker, I just wish to make an observation that the witness is taking so much time to answer my question. My time is running out.
It's not captured.
These things you have been telling us here about these IP addresses are nowhere in your report.
Then they're not captured directly on the report.
Now, I want to know whether they are indirectly captured. Where? Which part of the report indirectly captures them?
Witness, can you answer the question?
It's not there.
Sorry?
It's not captured.
Oh, it is not even indirectly captured. Let me move. You have also talked about mark.
Counsel, you have a balance of 2 minutes to finish your cross-examination. Proceed.
Thank you, Anna. Let me deal with the time as remaining. I'll deal with that issue when the time runs out, because you've seen how the witness behaves with me. You have also talked about the issue of MAC addresses in the course of your evidence in chief. You remember that?
Yes.
Which part of your report addresses the issue of MAC addresses? Give us a page number.
There's no report on that on this report.
In summary, so that I close over that issue, you have testified on matters outside your report this afternoon. True or not true?
That is some of the matters. That is true.
Sorry, I didn't get the answer.
For some of the matters, that is true.
Thank you. Let me make progress. Allow me, and you know I'm really strained for time now, but allow me to do the best I can with that. Let us go to the recommendations at page 39. To the recommendations at page 39 of the report. What is your first bullet recommendation on security best practices?
Use HTTPS, TLS everywhere.
Use HTTPS, TLS everywhere. That's your recommendation.
Yes.
One of the resource material you used to make this report was the affidavit of Alfred, the ICT expert from the Assembly. True or not true?
Please repeat.
You told this Senate that one of the material you were given was the affidavit of Alfred, the ICT expert from the Assembly. You remember that?
Yes.
I want to show you, in the interest of time, my own copy of that affidavit. Madam Speaker, for the record, I'm showing the witness, the Assembly's volume 2 at page 84, in particular, paragraph 28. Please confirm that the address is HTTPS, then the other particulars follow.
Yes, I can confirm.
So you are recommending to them to do that which they are already doing at that bullet point?
Counsel, your time is up. I'll
Yes.
allow the witness to answer that question.
Let me
Then
just
we'll
answer
proceed
that.
on.
This is a general recommendation. When I said security best practices, look at security best practices.
My question is different, that recommendation is already in place. That recommendation is already in place.
That recommendation is already in place, but that is security. That's a general security best practices, which you need to take in place.
Madam Speaker, may I now formally request for some additional time? I'll request for 20 more minutes because of the time that I've taken with this witness. We've not had a habit of wasting any time. We've been victims of just time itself and the witnesses.
Counsel, 20 minutes. We are constrained on time, so I'll give you 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me see what I can do with 5 minutes. I want you to look at your recommendation at page 33 of volume 5. I'm looking at recommendation bullet point 3. Application firewall rules blocking SQLI XSS. Using that?
Yes.
What firewall is applicable to this system you reviewed?
For this, you usually have a...
No, not usually. The one you reviewed. You are examining the county assembly's system. What firewall is it using?
We did not find any firewall.
Are you saying the system was completely without firewalls?
We are not privy to that information.
I need to get the direct answer. Are you saying you did not find any firewalls because you never accessed it, or you accessed it and found it had no firewalls?
Please repeat, please.
Are you saying the system had completely no firewalls because you never accessed it, or you accessed it and found it had no firewalls?
We accessed it and found that it don't have a comprehensive firewall.
No, the word comprehensive firewalls and no firewalls in my lay language will be different. Is it the same thing?
No.
So I'm asking, what firewall did you find in the system?
I believe the basic firewall system, which very...
You know, you've given us here names of firewalls, SQLI, XXX. You know that? Which one did you find? What has a name?
Sorry, maybe you misunderstood. These are firewall rules. This is not the type of firewall.
Yes, which firewall rules are applicable to this system? It has a name. Which firewall rules, in fact, apply to this system that is used at Kericho County Assembly? It has a name.
There are many firewall rules which should be implemented.
You are investigating a particular system, Mr. Witness. Which firewall rules did you find in this one?
For this one, were basic rules that you couldn't access the backend. There's something called the backend.
There is a type of firewall called basic firewall rules, as its official name.
Yes.
Its name is basic firewall rules.
It's a basic firewall, not basic firewall rules. It's a basic.
Do you know of a firewall called fail to ban firewall rules?
I'm not aware of that firewall.
So let me ask, Mr. Job, are you in fact an ICT expert? As a matter of fact?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you breach this system yourself?
In terms, we did not breach because we do not have we are not given the authority to do the same, but we managed to find vulnerabilities in the system.
Did you penetrate this system yourself?
We did not penetrate fully.
When did you access this system, Mr. Oguya? When did you access the system itself?
We officially accessed it when we officially did the audit on 27th.
So that when we get an independent expert report, it will show the logs of your access to the system.
That's why I've said we did not access, we don't penetrate.
I thought you just told me you accessed this system on 27th. So you audited a system you didn't access.
Oh, okay. Allow me to rephrase that. We accessed the system with the credentials provided on that 27th, with the user credentials which we found on that 27th.
Which credentials do you use? Give us the particulars.
The particular credential was, maybe I can just get it. Let me just 1 minute.
Council, time is up. He's only going to give you the credentials they used.
Maybe I can read it out. 20. Should I read it out?
Just read it out.
Proceed.
2017 0083351, and the password was 248785352.
When you accessed, what were you able to do in the system?
Nothing much. We just observed, and we tried maybe to change the password or to set a password which did not have those options.
Sorry?
We tried to see if it can change a password. Change your password or set your password.
And that inability shows a security system. Your inability to change a password shows a security system in place.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I'll leave the rest of the issue of credibility to your own observations. My time is spent. I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Re-exam.
Just a few questions, Madam Speaker. Mr. Oya, you say you asked a question and about Weldon Kipyegon Lagat. Do you know Weldon Kipyegon Lagat?
Yes.
And when did you meet him?
We met this week.
You met this week, eh?
Yes.
Where?
Here.
You met here?
Yes.
Okay. You met him in the presence of who? Who else did you meet?
The governor's team.
The governor's team,
which
okay.
Also.
When meeting him and the governor's team, did you find out where everyone from the governor's team worked? Their credentials, titles?
No.
Okay. Did Weldon Koril assist you to prepare this report?
No.
Who assisted you to prepare the report?
My colleague.
Maybe for the sake of the record, what's the name of the colleague?
Bruce Onyango.
Bruce Onyango.
Yes.
Okay. There is a fundamental question you asked about the logs, which are there in volume 4A, the logs. You are asked whether you have mentioned these logs which appear at page 30. What page is that?
Page 29.
Of volume?
Of volume.
So you ask a specific question whether you have you have mentioned these logs in your report. Look at paragraph 7 of your affidavit. Can you read paragraph 7 of your affidavit to the Senate, please?
I was requested to analyze the extracts of the system audit logs which are contained in volume 4A of the County Assembly documents.
Are those the logs that you said you analyzed, the logs in volume 4A?
Yes.
Okay. Look at page 35 of your report. Can you read paragraph 261, the first bullet?
Data privacy and protection frameworks require strict separation of voter identity from ballot choice. From the logs provided, we can know who voted.
Okay. Have you mentioned the word logs? Are these the logs that you say you referred to?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in preparing your entire report, again, you've been asked this question, in preparing your entire report, what was the primary document that you used to make all these conclusions that are contained in your report? What was the primary document?
The primary document was the system architecture.
The system architecture?
Yes.
Okay. By the way, for the avoidance of doubt, when you logged in using those credentials that you said, did you see the logs in the system as an expert?
No.
Why?
Because the user did not have those rights, you see.
Okay, the user right cannot access the logs.
Yes.
So you relied on the logs which were already supplied to you?
Yes.
Okay. There is this issue of the MAC addresses. Again, you asked a question whether you have mentioned in your report the MAC addresses. To your own knowledge, do you know what MAC addresses are? If you ask me as a lawyer, what is a constitution, I'll simply pick it out and show it to you. And then there'll be no doubt about it. So to your own knowledge as an IT expert, do you know what MAC addresses are?
Yes.
So from the documentation that you analyzed, the logs that are in front of you, do you see any item that looks like a MAC address of a computer or a phone or a laptop?
No.
Was that the basis of your conclusion about MAC references to MAC addresses?
Yes.
Who contracted you? You asked a question that someone contracted you.
Yes, as I mentioned, it was the governance team led by
How many lawyers were in the governance team that you were working with? Did I just count how many lawyers?
I believe the ones I know around 7, 8.
Around 7,
8, yeah.
Okay. Have they paid your fees? Madam Speaker, that is the last question.
Are you sure you want to discuss the fees in the course of those questions? I think we can now proceed on with the senators who want to interrogate this witness, and want to start with Senator Samson Chiralike. Please ask a direct question. Don't take more than 1 minute so that we can finalize with this witness.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. I've seen in your affidavit, did you check the system itself, or you did only analysis of the logs? And number 2, Madam Speaker, in your assessment, were you able to visit Kericho County Assembly? And finally, I have seen in your report, you have not indicated whether the system was compromised or not. Can you clarify on your recommendations and conclusion? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Pesato Mujenda, we'll take a few questions and then you respond to them together.
Mr. Witness, you have referred to the system created, and I want you to clarify a thing. Number one, was the system tamper-proof? Number two, could a third party, is it possible to know whether a third party voted for a member from the analysis of the system?
Senator Danson Mungatana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May the witness tell us, from what I have listened to, Madam Speaker, the witness only pointed out to the absence of multi-factor authentication, lack of Cloudflare, exposure of passwords, use of the COKE instead of a GOKE, the general risks. But he has not told us whether there was a specific breach, a specific, if I tell you to do a risk assessment of my office or my house, you should be able to tell me that on this particular day, this person, or it was seen from the system that this person did this. So I want the witness to tell us, did he observe whether actually somebody voted for another person? That's what we are looking for, because the report is so general. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Wakoli, and then you respond to those questions, and we'll move to the next segment. Senator Wakoli has dropped, so Senator Okenyuri Esi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would wish to know from the IT expert on whether he has capacity so that we can have georeferencing, so that we see if each individual who was voting virtually matches with the places where they were in, so that we do not have a case of a voter who voted virtually but in Bomet. Secondly, how do you prove that the 4 votes that were emanating from the same IP address are not from different devices or same devices? And finally, are you able to check on the authenticity of the static IP address? Thank you.
Can you proceed, witness, to respond to those queries?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll respond to the questions raised. I start with the last. This is the check of authenticity of the public IP address. What usually happens, the authenticity of a public IP address is owned by the ISP provider. So the authenticity of the public IP address is correct. You can get the authenticity of the public IP address from the logs, because you cannot have your own public IP address. It has to be registered via the internet provider. Then the other question you had raised is if the same IP address which voted for 4, the same IP address which was used for 4 votes, that is able, because if you are in the same network, we say you connect to the Parliament wireless, all of you will have the same IP address. So that is correct. 4 votes can have the same IP address. The risks that were raised, that somebody can vote for another. Definitely, this one was captured in the report, because as I shared, the passwords, the username and passwords were shared in IT terms, we call it clear text. They weren't encrypted when they were shared to the users, and everyone knew that to access this system, either you need your IDPP number and the username and the ID number to access it. So everyone had the protocol that is needed to access. So anyone could access somebody else's account. Because I know, if for me I know my ID number is this, definitely my fellow MCA ID number, definitely I'm privy to this. I can get his information from maybe a database which is provided somewhere. So we saw that as a major risk, which we highlighted it on the report. For that, because of the lack of the MAC address which we have been talking about, we cannot know which individual device or who accessed it. I think that would answer also the question on the whether a third party voted for the system, which is very much possible because this system is not hosted at the Kericho County ICT departments, it's hosted outside as per the report. It's hosted in Germany. So anyone with a link and anyone with the credentials of an MCA would be able to access it. That one also answers the question on if the system was if the system was standard-proof in terms of it was compromised because of the sharing of the same usernames and passwords, or a certain criteria is being used, which everyone knows. For Senator Cherga, I did not visit the county assembly because in this digital world, everything is online, the networks have been connected, and the system, we did not see the need of going there because the system is not hosted in their premises. Yes, I believe.
Senator Olekina Ledama.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have a few questions for this IT expert. First of all, let me congratulate you for really selling yourself in 30 pages of giving your credential in the key audit in your report. I was trying to find exactly what it is that you're auditing, but I couldn't find. But I'll go specifically to my questions. And my questions are as follows. 1, are you a certified white hacker or ethical hacker? A white hacker is the same as ethical hacker. That's question number 1. Number 2, the counsel for the governor asked you a question, which was also asked by the county assembly attorney, whether or what is a MAC address. So I wish you could be able to explain to us what is a MAC address clearly. And then the next question that I want to hear from you giving us a clear answer is, since the title of your report, and I'll go to page 30, is it 30 or maybe 29? It says Cyber Security Audit Kericho County Assembly Voting System, cyber security. So what I would like to know from you is which cryptographic keys did you use to be able to audit the system? Because I've gone through what you've presented here, and these are basic things that anyone can get who understands internet, who is, in terms of who owns the domain. But really, I think if you are to audit, you're either a certified ethical hacker or who can be able to use cryptographic keys to be able to give us. But I have not seen any of those. These are quite basic things. And then finally is, my question, my time is over.
Senator Okech Eddy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Expert, on page 32 of your affidavit, you have indicated here your primary objectives of this audit exercise. And I'm drawn to the biggest one here, which is to ensure the integrity and confidentiality of voter data. And because this Senate might not have as many experts as you are, what I was expecting from you is a proper audit trail. A proper audit trail of what is the event log of what actually happened. I'm looking at your entire affidavit here. I don't have any single element of event logs of really what happened. I want you to tell me in simple terms, because whatever you have here is a prescription of any system that you can do on a secondary level. You can do this work on a secondary level. I can look at a system and say this system has got, lacks these features, or this system does not have these security features. You can say that. But what we're looking for here is an element of accountability and transparency that can be able to show us that in the event log of what transpired in the voting time of 11 minutes, this is my audit trail. So my question to you is, where can we find your audit trail of this system that can show us event log of exactly what transpired? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Otsotsi, to close the number of questions, then we go for 3 on this side.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just want to clarify a matter. When the expert was confronted with a question to distinguish between a MAC address and IP address, I think there was some confusion there, because a MAC address is supposed to be that unique identifier that identifies. Let me process my question. Let me process my question. That identifies a device on a network, on a unique network.
Can you avoid answering for the witness? You just pose the question or seek the clarification so that you give them the benefit of answering that question.
Oh, very well, very well. But let me go now to the point. An IP address, in my own understanding, my 25 years of practice, is that unique identification that identifies a device on the internet. For example, Madam Speaker, when you have your phone and you want to transact on the internet, that unique number that identifies you on the internet is the IP address. I want to pose a question based on the contents of County Assembly documents, volume 4A, on page 30. There's a particular IP address 41.139.237.2.129. It has been used, Madam Speaker, 9 times. And I want to believe maybe it's because we had that one particular computer that the MCAs were using to vote. That could be the explanation. But I...
Don't speculate. Can you pose the question to the witness?
Okay. Madam Speaker, you know, in this house we have a diversity of professions. And in this particular one, I have a responsibility to guide this house, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to know whether the ICT expert did an IP lookup. We have something called an IP lookup, where you can determine the physical location of a device on the internet. It will tell you the geographical location.
Very well. I think your question is posed. I will give the witness time to respond to those questions. Proceed, witness.
Oh,
Proceed. We
thank
are
you.
coming to 3 questions on the majority side.
Okay, I'll start with the last in. So you talked about the MAC address. Yes, the MAC address is a unique number which each device, whether a phone or laptop has. And you had mentioned something called the IP address. This one, subject matter 41.139.237.129. We did a search on it, and we found it's registered under Safaricom Limited. Yes, and as you said, this IP address can be used by multiple devices. As I mentioned earlier, if all of us connect to the same Wi-Fi here at Parliament, all of us will have the same IP address going out. So all the devices within the House will have, within the Senate will have the same IP addresses. I think that one can answer that. Then
Speak into the microphone so that your voice does not fade away.
Okay, sorry. Then the issue on the logs, which are not captured, the audit trail and the transparency. Our mandate for this exercise was to test the high level security of the system. As I mentioned, we did not enter the administrator account, and we did not have access to it. So those audit trails and the audit trails which were to be provided, we did not have access to it. For the method or the methodology that we used to audit the system, we relied on the basics. As you have mentioned, the report is basic. You know, if something is basic and you understand, it means the person did a very good work. Because if you used technical terminologies, most of you would have said this thing is very hard to understand. And that's why we made it. The best teachers are the ones who simplify things. And that is the reason why you find it very basic. About being a certified white hacker, no, I don't possess that certification, but I possess the experience.
Are you done with the responses?
Yes.
He has answered. He did not respond to your question, Senator Osotsi.
My question was whether the expert did an IP lookup on those IP addresses.
Answer that question.
Because the IP lookup will give you the physical location of the device.
Witness, that's a crucial question. Can you answer that question?
Yes, I had answered it. I believe maybe you are communicating with your fellow senators. The IP mentioned, the 41.139.237.129, is registered under Safaricom Limited.
Where was the physical location? That's what the senator asked you. Where was the physical location of that device?
Maybe I can just give the physical location just now, because this is publicly available information. Yes, but it's registered under Safaricom Limited.
Will you proceed on to the next set of questions? Senator Kisang and Senator Joyce, in that order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I had wanted to find out from the witness if he was an ethical hacker, and he has said he's not, but because he has the knowledge and you are contracted to check the security of this particular system, you said you tried to penetrate, but you are unable to do. So are you telling this House that the system is very secure? Secondly, Madam Speaker, is what my colleague has said. You know, when you are given a job, even if you do a basic report in basic English, there are things that you are supposed to have delivered. Where the terms of reference, because this is what would have assisted Senate to make a decision. But the witness has not helped us, because you would have listed at least a few of those IP addresses, especially the one that was used by 9 members, to say this particular IP address was the laptop that was in the county assembly. But he has not done it, because some of us, we have basically checked here, a few of them, they are far away from Kericho. So we expected him to highlight so that at least it will aid us in making a decision.
Senator Joyce?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Mine is just to ask the expert to tell this House if the SMS sent to the MCAs could be transferred to any other person to forward on their behalf. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Boni Halwale.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Kwon, you know why you came here? It's because we want an expert like you to differentiate between the governor's side and the county assembly side who is telling us the truth. The county assembly is telling us 33 people voted on that system you have audited. And the governor is telling us, no, they could not have been 33 because 18 of them were supporting us. So can you now tell us, during your audit, how many MCAs voted? Once you answer that, how many voted?
Can you respond to those questions, witness?
Okay, maybe I'll start with the first one in this time. We did not, our mandate and legal mandate wasn't to penetrate the system. Our mandate was to check for vulnerabilities on the public-facing side, things which the public-facing meaning anyone can access. So we did not penetrate. If we would penetrate, this would be a different case altogether, because that would be intrusion, and it would be legally, would be now, would be maybe, it would be a legal issue at the moment. So we did not penetrate. We only penetrate if we are given authority. Then the issue on the SMS, if it can be transferred to somebody else. As I mentioned earlier, the username and the password are a specific criteria. It's your ID and something else. So definitely, if somebody knows your ID and IDP number, they'll be able to access the system, even not necessarily the SMS. But the SMS also can be sent to another number, forwarded. For the audit trail in terms of how many MCAs voted, as I've mentioned, the mandate, our mandate, was to check on the public-facing side, the security, and in terms of this, how many MCAs had voted, we could see from the system, from the printouts on the extracts, we could see that the MCAs who voted were 33, and the others who did not vote, the numbers were nil. But this doesn't constitute that it was in fact a certain MCA who voted. Because as I've mentioned, these username and passwords are known by everyone. Each and every MCA might have known or they know. Even the IT person, because he's the person who created, might have known. So we can't ascertain that these MCAs voted who voted as per the system without the MAC address, which is a big contention.
Thank you. Senator Wambua Enoch, followed by Senator Beatrice Akinyi Ogola.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, you know, the expert was supposed to help us deal with the problem with the system. I am not sure he is really helping us. Because the thing that Senator Ososi is saying, and this is what I want to repeat, the lookup is a very simple thing to do. It's essentially a search. And you have IP addresses listed there. The easiest thing for him to do, and Madam Speaker, if you allow, we can also do it here now, is to just log in and find out when that device was used, where it was used, the exact location. It would have been so easy for us to make that determination. The rest of the things that the expert is telling us, Madam Speaker, may be things that we will struggle to make a decision based on the information that is giving us. Why is it so difficult to link every vote to a gadget? Just link every vote to a gadget. This vote came from this gadget. This gadget was in Nairobi. This other one was in Bungoma. It's simple as that, Madam Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you. Senator Beatrice? Oh, you've taken out your name. Senator Okoit Omutata.
Madam Speaker, sitting where I'm sitting, I'm unable to answer the question. There's a case before us. And the case before us is a contention on whether the threshold for voting was met. And Assembly produced logs showing that 33 people voted. For me, what I expected from the expert was not to discuss the securities or whatever of the system that was set up. It is not the credibility of the system that is before me. Before me is the question, was the threshold met in the Assembly? How many people voted? And so I'm not seeing that question being answered. I'm not being helped to answer that question. Instead, we have entered into a very academic exercise of discussing things my friend Ladama calls crypto whatever, cryptocurrencies or something. So I really request that we be helped to answer the question, how many people voted? And I wanted an audit of the 33 logs to tell us that either they are valid or they are invalid. I've sat here from morning, that question is not being answered.
Thank you, Senator Okoit. We'll give the witness a chance to respond to those questions. And we will have, and to be very brief, and we'll have the final round of questions before we close with this witness. Proceed and take the shortest time possible. Let's proceed to answer to those queries.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll start with the mention of the persons who voted. The system itself doesn't keep record of something called a MAC address, which we have been discussing. So without this, we won't be able to know which device voted. Because, as I've said, the username and password are already shared. They were predetermined. Everyone knew. You will know somebody's ID and somebody's password. So anyone can use your ID beforehand to vote yes. That's what I'm saying. So doing an audit or an audit trail of that without the MAC address, we wouldn't know which device voted. In line, the IP address which has been mentioned, the IP address doesn't give the exact device because many devices share the same IP address, as I've been mentioning. If you are in one place and you're using the same network, the IP address will be the same. So this IP address, even if you can look at the IP which I mentioned, the 41.139.237, it is in multiple. There are 8 instances it voted. It means these people were in the same place or they were using the same network. Yeah, but you wouldn't know if it was actually him who voted with his device. That is the biggest downfall of the system. It needed to have audit trails in terms of MAC addresses and know, is it you or is it you, your device that entered? All this would have been bashed out if simple mechanisms or basic things that we had recommended or have been recommended, like two-factor authentication, which when you log in sends that
notification to your phone again for you to confirm. We wouldn't be having this case now, which is being mentioned.
Senator Alan Chesang, followed by Senator Tabitha Keroche and Senator Mariam. That's the last round of this question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think my first question was asked by my colleague, Senator Kisang, whereby the IT expert, my question was to ask the IT expert if he thinks this system was secure or not. And if so, maybe he should tell us if was he able to detect whether any unauthorized person who may have accessed the device, maybe to vote, apart from the MCS who were there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Tabitha.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to ask the witness, the ICT expert, because I know the Kenyans are following this, and they are very key to ensure that there is transparency in whatever we are doing. There is a narrative, maybe the lack of better word, a narrative that has been driven by my friend, Kanso Ongoya. Because I remember there is the speaker said that we needed independent ICT experts from ICT Kenya, and the governor to bring his own expert to ask these questions. But the narrative is as if you drafted this document and your own document. So I think we need to know whether you drafted the two documents, because people will be asking the objective. The objective is this report. How objective is this report? I think that's how people will be asking. I'm not an IT expert, but I'm just looking at that and asking if you drafted this report and yours, and then you are the governor's IT expert. I think that many questions you're being asked. Do you know Weldon? It's called Weldon. Many questions about Weldon. So I think that's what the Kenyans now are asking, I think, and me being one.
I think the question is stated, Senator Tabitha. Senator Mariam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is to Mr. Expert on the issue of the audit report you have given out. It is very narrow. It is not detailed as such. But my question is, and we have heard from MCS, so many MCS that they are undermining the systems. As an expert, and you did an audit of the system, do you recommend that system to be used in anywhere, or in even the county executives and county assembly? Thank you.
Senator Crystal Asige, I will let you ask the question as the final senator who is asking this witness.
Thank you very much, Speaker. You know, Speaker, we've spent over an hour listening to a painfully long examiner-in-chief, Cross and Aree, only to find out at the end by the witness that really he cannot prove nor disprove the question that is being put to this House. And so it feels like we shouldn't really lay our frustrations onto the witness, but perhaps we should ask the counsel and his team, why did you then bring this witness? Why did you put him through all that work if you cannot prove nor disprove your case? In any case, my question is to the witness, can you at least, if you can do nothing else to help us, can you at least tell us the IP addresses, where are the locations of these IP addresses? You've told us who it belongs to, Safaricom, which belong to 9 of those in your report, but where exactly, what is the location in the country which they are attached to, along with all the rest which are not the Safaricom one? Locations. Thank you.
So witness, you'll answer that, and then counsel who procured you will answer the final question from Senator Christoph. And then we'll call it a day on this witness.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, let me deal with the frustration first in terms of the IP addresses, if we can locate them. As I've said, we are able to locate these IP addresses, and I've mentioned the IP address and know who was given this IP address by Safaricom. That can be done. For some of the IP addresses on this list, maybe for the IT experts or the people with IT experience, there's something called the IP version 4 addresses. And the IP version 4 addresses they have been used, they have been overused, and they are no longer available. So there's something that ISP providers use, which is called a shared IP space. Because we have exhausted all IP version 4 addresses up to now. That's why you can see on page 30, there's an IP address starting with 105.161. That 105.161 can be used by multiple ISPs in terms of Safaricom, in terms of Liquid Telecom, in terms of 190, because we have exhausted all these IP4 addresses. So traceability also of these addresses is not as simple for these ones which are starting with 105, because they are in a shared IP address range. But the ones which are starting with 41, those ones we know, as we have checked, they are in Kericho County from the ping which I've just done now. Yes.
Let him finish his responses.
Then about the recommendation of the system, at the current, the way it is built currently, and the mechanisms or the protocols or the framework it has, I wouldn't recommend the system to be used by anyone until the upgrades or updates are aligned to best security prices, best security practices. I wouldn't recommend at the moment to be used, because if the system, I wouldn't be here. If it was good, I wouldn't be here. Then unauthorized person accessing the system, that is true. We can't, to be frank, the system doesn't allow you to know if it's an unauthorized person, because, as I said, the credentials were already shared and everyone knew the credentials. So me, I can access that system wherever, even I can be in Kericho and access, but we wouldn't know if somebody used my credentials to access my portal, because there's no security protocols in terms of to MFA, which would send a notification to your message so that you approve the access. Then also the unauthorized personnel to access the system is very, 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 very key, because I believe from the report which was printed, it's in black and white. There is on page, maybe I can just take you on page, just 1 minute. On page 34, there is figure 1.2, written or exposed password. This is more of the technical requirement which we did on security, apart from the basic recommendations. This one, if maybe it was printed in colored, you would have seen that the passwords are exposed. Once somebody logs in, somebody who's using your computer can come back and see your passwords. So that is also a technical and cybersecurity risk for that. For the drafted, I'm just trying to answer the question if the system was secure. I don't believe the system was secure. Even from this expose, on figure 1.2, which mentions the exposed passwords. And that is already a very major flaw on that system.
Thank you. Senator Sotsi, you have an issue of intervention. What is that?
Madam Speaker, I said earlier on that the benefit that we have in this house is that we have diverse profession in this house. I happen to be one of those profession in the ICT industry, and I cannot sit here listening to information that is misleading. I do not want to contradict him any further, but I would request this House take 1 or 2 minutes to do a simple task that is called an IP lookup, just to determine what is the physical location of this IP address 41 dot something that was used 9 times.
Let me guide
Madam
you.
Speaker, that will really help this
Can
House.
I guide you, Senator Osotsi? Ask the witness to do that because he's the only one who can respond to that question. Give a specific IP address. Let him look up and give you an answer himself. Because the House is not giving evidence, it's the witness.
Speaker, I had asked this question
Give him a specific
earlier.
one.
I had asked this question earlier, that IP address.
I'm guiding you so that you get what you are looking for because you cannot give evidence from the Senate.
Yes.
You have an intervention. Let's
I'm
finish
already
with
on
Senator
intervention,
Sotsi.
Madam Speaker.
Let's finish with
The
Senator
IP
Sotsi.
address 41.139.
Witness, can you take it up and look it up and give an answer right away to the House on where that IP address leads you?
41.139.237.129. We can do a 1 minute lookup, and I can guide this House further on that, how that can be done. So, I'm already on intervention.
Allow Senator Osotsi to finalize with his intervention.
So I would
Let's
like
have
the
some
IT.
order.
I like the
Senator
IT.
Eddie, wait.
I like the IT people to.
He's on a point of intervention. Senator Joyce, you wait. Just
I would like the
wait
IT
until he
people-
finalizes that exercise.
I would like the IT people to give us a screen, maybe to go to the internet, and then I will demonstrate that.
You can, the
I'm
witness.
on a point of order.
Senator Osotsi,
Why?
can you follow the guidance of the chair? I have guided you correctly. Give that IP address to the witness who can give evidence before this House. You cannot give the evidence yourself. We want to hear what his response is. You can always cross-check before you vote so that it guides your vote.
Very well, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I was saying that because the expert will need the assistance of the IT room. They have to display that on the screen.
No, we are able to counter-check when we recess to before the vote. Witness, can you respond to where that IP address takes you?
The IP address in question is the 41.139.237. This one is registered under Safaricom Limited, and its description is for Convergence Services, Coast Limited. And but the person, the owner is Safaricom Limited and Safaricom House. The person in question is John Muita.
The location? That's what he asked you.
From the public available information, from the public available information, there is no location for that. It mentions Kenya, Nairobi as the domain admin.
Mr. Eddie?
Madam Speaker, with a lot of respect, Madam Speaker, I think we are sitting here as a quasi-jury. We cannot now take even though we have many ICT experts here, even some of us know ICT, But I think that what we are tempted to do, I wanted to urge you, Madam Speaker, perhaps you can guide that a senator can do that in their submission, because they will have a submission time when they'll be making sense of this here. But as a matter of procedure, you ruled yesterday on that chair that we are going to have an ICT expert who would then give us another report. So even if the ICT expert who is here cannot give us enough report, that's fine. Let's wait for the other ICT expert to give us. But if a jury wants to give us a direction of ICT, let them do that during the submission. Because we are going to rule on this and rule on substantive issues.
Senator Eddy, that is why I guided Senator Osotsi that evidence could not be adduced from the chamber, can only be adduced by the witness, and beyond that, maybe the experts. Senator Ledama.
Madam Speaker, we've been sitting here for quite a number of hours. I'm not sure whether the defense or the county assembly understand what the amount of time they have. Could you kindly stop all this intervention, allow the county assembly and the county government or the governor to finish their case? And then when the time comes for us to submit, either to support or not, or to oppose, we can then be able to try to argue our matter. I really
let me guide you, Senator Ledama. The chair is in charge. Right now, the time that is being used, it is the senators who are using their time. It is not the time for either the county assembly or the governor's time. So it's the senators who have raised the issues, and the requests are coming from your end, not from their end. Now, witness, you are stood down. We are done with the question time. So you may resume your seat, or you could exit, but you are discharged from the stand.
Thank you.
Moving on to the ICT expert who was requested by Senate to bring a report. So, clerk, you can make sure the expert is called in. Sergeant at Arms, can you get the ICT? Or the question directed to Council Katwa Kigen.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, maybe I would address the issue of the next witness, because I don't know whether the county governor has then closed his case before we go to the independent expert of the Senate.
I believe they said that was their last witness, or have you changed that, Council?
May I confirm, Madam Speaker, that that is the close of our case, the governor's case. Thank you.
So, and honorable senators, just to let you know, some of the issues you are raising, yourselves are raising those issues. So the time that is being spent is based on your requests.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, may I just take one last concern through you?
Proceed.
Madam Speaker, the person who has been brought here to answer these charges is the governor. Do I understand that we are not going to hear the governor's evidence and to test it?
Senator, Council Ongoye, I would hope you concentrate on how you manage your case, because the Council for Governor has said that is the close of their case. Once they declare that, I believe they are competent in their submission to that respect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. So we can proceed on to the ICT expert. And honorable senators, to ease the question time, we should avoid repetitive questions, because if you repeat the questions, you'll get repeated answers. Repetitive questions, repetitive answers. Exactly. Is the witness within the precincts of Parliament? Or have they, where is he or she? Okay. Clerk, can you please administer the oath to the ICT authority experts? Are both the experts going to take to the stand?
Sorry? I'm Christian. You hold the Bible in the right hand, raise it up, then you put your left hand on the Constitution. You just read what is written here.
Clerk assistant? Clerk assistant, are both experts going to take to the... They take into the floor to give evidence? Or one?
Yes.
One?
Yes.
Okay. Proceed and administer the oath.
Right hand. Yeah, right hand. Place it. Put your left hand on the Constitution. Okay. I, Philip Irode, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before the Senate in respect of the matters before the Senate shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
The Senate had directed the ICT authority experts to present a report to the Senate on the matters that are before the House, especially the question of the use of technology in the voting system in Kericho County. You are conversant with that request?
Yes, ma'am.
I want you to proceed and present that report, but first of all, give your full name and the position you hold at the ICT authority and present the contents of the report. You have 10 minutes to do that.
Thank you. My name is Philip Irode. I'm a Deputy Director in charge of Information Systems Security at the ICT Authority. We received a request from the Senate through our PS, Ministry of State Department of ICT and Digital Economy, that they require the assistance of the ICT Authority to look into issues of the Kericho County, to look into the issue of the Kericho County Assembly voter system. Our CEO sent a response to the clerk, that was yesterday, appointing myself, Philip Irode, and my colleague, Joan Mukera, to come and address this particular request. We came in, had a brief, and given that we had not initially received a formal letter, we had to sort a letter to take it back to the office for purposes of the normal guidance as per government protocol through the accounting officer. We later came with the nominations of our two names and looked at the system. This was in the presence of both parties from the County Assembly, the Senate, and of course the Governor's Office. The system that we were looking at is a voting system, which is a web-based voting system. The system is hosted off-premise and out of country, and our initial URL search indicates that the system is published at IP address 178.162.234.23. And from the interactions, which is basically the initial assessment that you do from the interaction with the system owners, it's an in-house developed system where the local staff have developed the system. It is managed and administered by the head of ICT, who is the super administrator. We looked at the system based on the scope of the request that was articulated in the letter. And of course, being professionals within the industry, we were guided by processes which are basically information security frameworks that guide our work. This includes ICT authorities' information security standard, as well as other global information security practice standards. We looked at it, and of course, we had 5 specific questions that we were meant to answer, which we have answered, and the details which are basically as articulated in the report that we have provided before this House. Question 1 was, did an electronic voting process take place using the system? And of course, we have looked at the system based on the logs which you were able to access in the presence of both parties, and we found out, yes, an electronic voting took place using the referenced URL as presented in the report and with the logs that were provided. The second question, Madam Speaker, was, is the number of MCAs who voted on the impeachment of the governor verifiable? This was also based on the logs extracted from the voting module as well as the system events module. And the answer is yes. The number of MCAs who voted to the impeachment of the governor is verifiable. The third question was it possible for any MCA or any other person who had a link to vote on the motion on behalf of an MCA or another MCA? The answer that we provided is no. You cannot vote for any other person or an MCA with the link provided alone. You need to have both the username, which in this case was the IPPD, and the password, which was the ID number. Question number 4 was, how many MCAs voted in the affirmative on the motion to impeach the governor? The number of MCAs who voted on the motion was 33, as was extracted from the voting module logs. Question number 5, which is the last question under our scope of review, was, is there any evidence of multiple voting or other compromise of the voting system or any impropriety in the voting system or process? Our response to this question was from the evidence provided and the access logs collected from the voting system logs and the admin and system events log module, there is no evidence of multiple voting, neither is there evidence of other compromise of the voting system and or any impurity in the voting system and the process. Madam Speaker, that were our findings. Thank you.
As an expert witness, you have been oathed to give evidence and present that report. So you will be subjected to some cross-examination on the report, both by the county assembly and by the governance team. And then we'll proceed on to have questions and clarifications from the senators. So I will now allow the county assembly team and then the governance team. Each will have 10 minutes maximum.
Sir, I have very few questions for you. This exercise was conducted within the precincts of this parliament. True or not true?
It's true.
Were you notified of the people who were present at the time of undertaking this exercise?
Yes, we were.
You did this exercise in the presence of the people representing the governor's team, the people representing the county assembly, and the administrative staff of the Senate. Is that the correct representation?
Yes, it is.
I have three substantive concerns regarding the report, then I sit down. Is there any single log that you came across, any log-in credential that you encountered from the logs that voted more than once?
Your question, the answer to the question is no.
Is there any credential that logged in and voted after the 15th of August, 2025?
No.
Let me confirm that. No, there's an officer of court, an advocate, who told this Senate that he actually logged into this system and managed to vote after the 21st. Did you come across that log in the system?
No, we didn't come across such a log in the system because the voting had already been closed.
Did you see the logs used by the admin of the system to log and undertake any activities in the system?
Yes, the logs are clearly marked when an admin logs in and when a specific user created into the system logs in.
Did the admin logs themselves cast any vote?
No.
That is all for this witness.
Proceed.
Madam Speaker and the honorable senators, I'll share the 10 minutes with the Senior Counsel Katwa and Wanyama. I'll only ask two questions. Mr. Philip, from the logs that you extracted, did you extract any source IP addresses?
Yeah, we have IP addresses within our logs.
Source IP addresses, the MAC addresses. Did you get any MAC addresses from the system?
Which one are you referring to? You've mentioned MAC address and IP address. Which
source one? IP addresses, which is the same as MAC addresses.
Your Honor, those are two different addresses.
So you can differentiate the two, kindly?
Yes. So MAC address is ideally, in a layman's language, like your fingerprint. It is absolutely unique.
Unique. Did you get those unique identifiers from the system?
Allow me to answer the question.
No, I'm asking you a question. Did you get those unique identifiers from the system?
The IP addresses,
Counsel,
yes.
allow him to answer.
Okay. I need specific answer, yes or no, on the issue of source IP address. Did you
Counsel, let him answer so
Okay.
that you can benefit from that answer.
Okay.
Yeah, so we have IP addresses within our log systems.
The source IP address, did you get them?
Yes.
Did you identify the IP addresses to a certain gadget?
Your Honor, based on system configuration, logs are part of system development, and ideally, most system development prescribe the IP addresses, because ideally with an IP addresses, you have the ability to geolocate where that particular device is.
Now,
a MAC address will not give
thank
you
for your
a
answer.
geolocation.
Thank you for your answer. So, from your answer, it indicates that you could not tell which location this IP address was from.
It's the opposite. From our answer, we could be able to say where the IP address is from because
Have you indicated that in your report?
Yes.
That it came from where?
We have indicated the IP addresses of the various voters who logged into the system.
Can you identify those IP addresses to a certain gadget, say that this IP address, 41 something, was for Honorable, let's say, Anita? Can you say that?
Your Honor, that is not possible with the system configuration as it is.
So, from the system that you are working on, you cannot tell who voted for who?
You can tell based on the user ID, which is a unique user ID, and the IP address of the user.
This is not a personal question. You'll remember that we worked together yesterday as you worked on this report, and this is not personal. You became my friend yesterday, and you will confirm to this Senate that we began working on this report at 4:30, you disappeared until 4:30. Is that true? So from the committee, you will confirm that you left the committee room at 2:30 and came back at 4:30. Is that true?
Your Honor, that could not be true, and as I have indicated, we were called here urgently. We came without formal release letters. When we came, we were, invited into the chamber. We were briefed on what the assignment entailed.
No, I'm talking about when we start, we sat.
Counsel, allow the witness to answer, please. You asked a question, he's responding to that question. Proceed, witness.
Thank you. Yeah, so after we were briefed by the clerk's office, as protocol dictates, we have to seek concurrence from our counting officer. I explained to the clerk's office that we need to get an authority to embark on an exercise. This is when I was ushered into the clerk's office. A letter was done while I waited, and I walked with that letter to our CEO's office, advising him that this is the sort of engagement that we have been called to conduct, and I therefore need to be officially released.
Did you require 2 hours?
Well, it wasn't 2 hours, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Mr. Witness, expert witness, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions in a few minutes. Just to follow up on a question which my colleague asked you. Who called you yesterday and you left the Senate-sanctioned audit for more than 2 hours? An activity that was time-bound. Who called you to go to that event?
My CEO, Your Honor.
Your CEO?
Yes.
Thank you. What did the CEO tell you when he called you to leave a Senate-sanctioned event?
Well, As I have explained, it is a practice that as a public officer who you have to get approval or express permission.
Did you require approval when the Speaker has already issued a directive and you are in the presence of the House, the House of Senate? You leave the Senate to go. Did you require approval to leave the Senate, to go back to your CEO?
I think I was given a letter requesting us for the services which I had to deliver to our office for approval and clearance.
Did you become hostile to the team by the governor's team, when you came back? Did you become hostile to the team by the governor when you came back?
I'm not a hostile person.
You are not a hostile person?
No.
You asked a specific question yesterday, which he has asked you, and you need to tell the Senate. This question is in the mouth and minds of all senators today. MCS accessed this system using a gadget. Is that correct?
I wouldn't know how.
From your observation, MCS accessed this system using a gadget, whether it's a phone or a laptop or a computer. Is that correct?
Ideally, based on the nature of the system, yes, it's a web-based system. Yes.
And when you access the system, then you need to leave a fingerprint in that system so that anyone else can tell that indeed you left, you are the one who voted. And that is the primary question before this Senate. So the question is, did you find in the system what is known as the MAC addresses for the computers, mobile phones, laptops, etc., which were used to access this system? Did you find?
So allow me to answer that question in a more layman's language for the benefit of the Senate. What happens when you are accessing a system? There is the public-facing IP, and there's the internal IP. I'll give you an example. If we have all access to our Wi-Fi in this building, that Wi-Fi will have one external-facing IP.
Yes.
That IP is the one that channels our traffic to the specific requests that we make onto the internet. By the nature of this system, it has been set up such that it can be able to pick the IP as the unique resource locator for the service. And that is part of the logs that we've been able to collect.
Because of my time, and I appreciate, the IP addresses that you have given to this House are already in the House. The senators have looked at these IP addresses, and some are they have been recorded 9 times. They have interrogated that issue. What they are asking now, at this level, is that MAC address. They want to know, did this MCA vote? Did this MCA A, B, C, D vote? And which gadget did he use? That is the primary question. So does your report contain MAC address, the logs for the MAC addresses? That is the question before the House.
It's a right question.
It is a yes or no answer. Is it there so that I can show the senators that our case has collapsed because the MAC addresses are now in your report, the unique identifiers for the telephone numbers of these MCS. It's now available, produced by the expert, and our case has collapsed. Show me in your report where these MAC addresses are.
I have clearly responded to that question, and the answer is
the answer is show me in your report.
Are
it's
not
a yes or no answer.
Counsel, let him answer. Counsel, allow the witness to answer. Witness, do you have the IP addresses in your report?
I have IP addresses in my report, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, the question is the MAC addresses. The IP address, Madam Speaker, I request for 2 more minutes. I'm now on a delicate issue. The MAC addresses.
Granted the 2 minutes. Respond to the question of the MAC addresses.
MAC addresses are not part of external facing details that are captured within this particular system. The system captures IP addresses. IP addresses can still be linked to a MAC address.
Okay.
Allow me to finish, kindly.
Okay.
I'll give you an example. You have your own safe in your house, which is located in a certain location. we cannot expose yourself to the outside world, but we will expose your gate number to the world. Ideally, a MAC address is unique to that house, and the house number is public information.
That begs two questions, Mr. Expert Witness, Madam Speaker, as I wind up. Two important questions. These MAC addresses, what kind of audit did you do? Did you do a basic compliance audit? Did you do a network security audit? Or did you do a device compliance audit? Because each one has different levels. And maybe as you answer that question, there's a senator who asked here, did you penetrate this system into the NIT so that you extract the required information to complete this report?
So, Your Honor, you cannot be able to do an entire audit within a day. Our letter was very clear. We target our exercise in answering the 5 questions, and we targeted our efforts towards what activities will give us the response or the answers to the clerk's questions as directed to our CEO.
Did you do a search on all these IP addresses to tell the senators that these IP addresses are not located in Nyahururu, Bomet, Nairobi, or Embu? Did you do a search address in your audit?
Your Honor, we did what the letter requested us to do, which was to conduct an assessment that will respond to the questions that had been answered.
Last question, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, last question. The senators in this House, there's a live question which they want an answer from you. The evidence was given that a computer was used at the county assembly to vote for 3 MCS. 3 MCS, a computer was used. The simple question is, did you go to Kericho County, or was this computer given to you for you to ascertain the IP address or MAC address in that computer to give to these honorable senators to clear any doubt in their mind on the verifiability, authenticity, and security of this system? That is my last question.
Yeah, so based on the audit logs that we collected, as we have responded, the system has adequate logs providing verifiability, which is ideally the number of...
The question, did you visit Kericho? Were you given the computer? It's a simple issue.
So the system is a web-based system.
Yes.
For a web-based system, you do not need to physically visit a location. It's available on the URL, unique resource locator, as we have provided.
So what is the
report.
IP address for this laptop which was given in, which the MCS said they used? Can you tell the senators with a substantial measure of assurance, no doubt at all, that I, as the expert, this is the IP address of this computer, this is the MAC address of this computer, so that we clear doubt? Thank you.
I don't think that was part of my request for this
Thank you,
letter.
Madam Speaker. I'm sorry, my time is up.
The question is now actually answered. As told you. Senator Sifuna.
You know, Speaker, I'm a bit confused by the line of questioning that has been taken by counsel for the governor, because your directive was that all these parties be present during that exercise. Now, when I look at the report, there's a part for people who were present to indicate they were present. Mr. Evanson Kirui, counsel for governor, did not sign. The question to you, witness, was he there? This gentleman called Weldon Kipiegon Lagat, was he there? And then, to the counsel for the governor, these things you are asking, did you ask him to do it there, when you are there? And what did he do? And then why would you refuse to sign that you are present? Those are the questions I want to address.
Senator Sifuna, before those questions are tackled, you could resume your seat. Let's take a direction on how the senators will now engage with that report and that witness. Then those questions will be tackled in that session, because that's not an intervention on procedure. It's actual contents and questions to the witness. So, honorable senators, we have about 15 senators who would like to ask questions, and we must limit the time within which this gets done. So we'll have to agree that every senator should either ask just one question if we have to cover all, and if we ask 2 questions, then we'll have less of senators requesting for that intervention. So we do 1 question per senator. Is that agreeable? We need a consensus. Okay. So 1 question. So you have asked yours already, so I'm not giving you another chance. He will respond. I'm sure he's already gotten the gist of the questions. Senator Chute Mohammed. You take about 5 questions, and then you respond, and we go to the next segment of questions.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. A witness from the MCA.
Your time is 1 minute, and the clerk, you'll be strict with your time.
10 seconds is gone. Sorry? My question goes to the expert. There was an MCA who gave an evidence that 9 persons, or MCAs, voted from a particular station. That station is, the number is 41-139-237-129. Did you, in your report, do we have that report that shows that 9 MCAs voted from 1 logging station? Thank you.
Senator Osotsi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have to declare that the witness is my student in my other life, and he's competent enough. But I just want to ask 1 question. Philip, you look at me in the eye. Are you the one who did this report? I just want that answer, yes or no.
He will
because
respond.
from my teaching, this report would be done, have been done better than this, Madam Speaker.
Senator Danson Munkatana, is he there? No. Senator Eddie Okech.
I know this question might have come from the council side, but I'm going to ask it for my own consumption. Did everybody vote on the day of the voting or otherwise, in your best knowledge? And if that happened, then was there people who abstained in the system, or people who voted otherwise no? Or everybody who voted yes in the system that you audited?
Senator John Nyoto, that's the last one, then we have answers.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The matter before us and why the ICT expert had to come is because the governor's side has argued that there are some MCAs who voted for others. And so it's very important, Madam Speaker, for the ICT expert to tell us this MAC address is very important, because IP address, as he has explained to us, was the ID number. And if somebody wants, for example, to know my ID number here, they will know it, so they can vote for me. If the only leeway to get into the system is my ID number, it is known, it's in the office. So this MAC address was going to be very important. And Madam Speaker, the ICT expert should tell us about the address where the gadgets that voted were.
Time up. Witness, please respond to those questions first before we take the next segment of questions.
Okay. Yeah. So I'll go by the order in which they were presented. The first question was if the opposing side had their team members present. That is in affirmative. Yes, they were present. The second question was, there's an MCA who alleges that 9 persons voted for a particular, 9 persons voted, repetitively, using IP 41 something.
You
I
had
think
more questions from Senator Sifuna. There were about 3.
Well, I captured the aspect of the team's availability. Yes, they were available, and they opted not to sign the report. And when we were extracting the logs, we even had concurrence on this report at some point until they decided not to sign it. I hope that answers your question, Mheshimiwa. Number 2 was if the specific IP that appears 9 times indicates that one person voted 9 times. Ideally, as I've indicated, Madam Speaker, this is a gateway, and I think from my basic understanding, most of these county governments have Wi-Fi, and this could be the IP address that have been assigned to the Wi-Fi gateway, and therefore, if at all you are connected to the Wi-Fi, your device is actually assigned that specific IP as a public-facing IP, and therefore, the system logs pick that specific IP as part of the logs. To respond to my senior Senator Osotsi, yes, I'm the one who authored the report based on the timeline constraints that we were given. This is the best we could do in responding to the specific questions that we had. The other question is, did everybody vote on the day or otherwise? The response to that is yes. We have the specific user IDs. We have the specific timestamps, which are within the specific date that the voting was being done. And we have logs of votes done, and of course, the other people who did not vote as part of the logs that we presented. The other question is, were other persons voting for any other person? That question has been answered in our report as question number 3, whereby it was being asked, was it possible for any MCA or any other person who had a link to vote on the motion on behalf of an MCA or another person? Ideally, if you have the link alone, you cannot vote, but you need to have the username, which is the IPPD, and of course, a password which is unique to an individual. Thank you.
Senator Wambua Enoch.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to ask a question where the expert has ended. When you asked by the lawyer whether any system admin would have voted in this system, you said a clear no. But you're saying that if you have the username and the password, you could vote for anyone from any location. So how would you have known that the admins did not vote? Because this username and the password are not computer generated. They have been assigned physically by the admin to the MCS. How would you know that they have not voted?
Senator Seki.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think that is the question I had because I wanted to know if somebody has the username and the password, and now we have heard from one of the MCAs by the name Berir that was unable to, doesn't have any internet in his phone, and someone else is working on another phone, possibly will have forwarded the password and the username. So could someone else be able to log in or even vote using another phone? And that is the question I really wanted to know.
Senator Aaron Cheriot, Majority Leader, did you request?
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I beg your indulgence that you allow me maybe slightly more than a minute. This is the only chance that the people whose county is contesting this matter have the chance to speak in this House. Madam Speaker, I have a question to this expert. My first question is, did the expert really appreciate the assignment that is before them? If they did, I want them, because this is in the interest of establishing the truth, Mr. Speaker, to account for the report that he has brought to this House, particularly Annex 3, page 17 of your report. This case, by the way, boils down to 3 votes when all is said and done. Forget about all these issues about 9 and whatever. Because
Majority Leader, you know our standing orders are very clear. Okay, 2 more minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I was explaining, and this is for even to assist the House, that eventually this case boils down to 3 votes and how they can be accounted for. Because if you read the affidavits of the County Assembly and those of the governor's team, there is a contestation only on 4 votes. The rest are already accounted for. It is only that in one of the votes, Mr. Speaker, that witness has sworn an affidavit for both camps. Therefore, we can choose to disregard. But I was pointing the expert to his report on page 17, Annex 3, to explain to this House whether he is certain and absolutely certain that the member written there as for Cheplanget Ward, for Kapkatet, and Kapkugerwet Ward, they are the 5th from bottom, 3rd, and 2nd last votes that came in. Whether he can give with certainty that from what he saw out of his audit, that indeed these messages emanated from the registered phones of these members. If that is ascertained, Mr. Speaker, I know how to do the rest of my work.
Senator Onyonka.
Thank you. I wanted to take you back to the question that Wambua had asked. And we go back to page 5, and that is question number 3. You say, the question you were asked, was it possible for any MCA or any other person who had a link to vote on the motion on behalf of an MCA or any other MCA? Then you say no, and then you qualify it by saying you need to have both the username, that is the IPPD, and the password ID number. What you may not know is that when presentations were being done yesterday, we were informed that these names and numbers were freely given to everybody in the assembly. In other words, the private ID numbers and whatever that was being provided for.
Senator Wakoli.
Honorable Speaker, my questions are as follows.
Only one question, Honorable Senator.
Did you ascertain that the link that the MCS received on their phones were the same phones that were used to vote, and you can justify the process? Thank you.
Senator Kavindu.
Chair, Speaker, thank you. My question is,
if there was clarity about the MCRs who are claiming that their identity was used for voting and they did not vote. And yesterday I also asked a question. There was a Peter who tried to log several times and it failed. And I asked whether he managed to vote at long last. And this question was not answered. So you, as a specialist of IT, did you manage to trace that Peter if he ever voted? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Thangwa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My question is very simple. We were told yesterday, and I tried to ask the same question, that 9 members voted from the same computer. Can you, Mr. Speaker, request that we have the 9 members try to vote as we see? Then we see how long it's going to take. From there, Mr. Speaker, we'll be able to know how much time that 9 members can use one computer with different IDs, different IPPDs, and they are going to vote, Mr. Speaker. So if you can direct that it's being, it can be demonstrated to us how 9 members can vote from one computer, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mogeni.
Yes, when a witness, there is a question that is troubling us, and we want to be sure from your evidence this evening, if somebody has a link and he has a user name and a password, can that person vote for another person? You got me? You have got the link, you have the username, and you have the password. Can you vote for another person using any gadget?
Okay, proceed to respond to those, and then I'll have another set for you. Proceed.
Yeah, so the first question was asking whether, as admin, you could vote for an MCA. The answer to that is no. If you have logged in as admin, you need to log into the system as a registered user who needs to cast their vote, because from the logs, each of the MCAs who voted had a unique number that enabled them to cast a vote. The second question is if any other person can vote for the MCA with the username and password. As I have clearly indicated, that is possible only if you have the MCA's IPPD and the password, which is the ID number. And the same answers the last question that has been cast by the senator who just took his seat. There was the issue of certainty based on page 17. And ideally, what we were trying to do here is to provide a correlation. The system has 2 modules. There is the system events module, the system security events module, and there is the vote activity, the voters module. So to address issues of source IP, as had been earlier questioned by the other council, we managed to actually map each of the vote cast with the IP, because this was an aspect of contestation that the logs that we have do not have IP addresses. But from the annex that we have provided here, from the voting module and the system events, you can be able to correlate this based on the unique user ID and the timestamp under which that particular activity did happen. And this is basically to ascertain that MCA so-and-so cast his vote at this particular IP address and this particular timestamp. The other question was, if I have an ID And it was actually an issue of clarity where I was being told that it is common knowledge that within the county, ID and passwords are already circulated. My response to that is not within my knowledge, because it's unique to the county, and I wouldn't have really known, because it is a culture issue within the county if that is their practice. I was also asked to ascertain the link and the voting process. As a practitioner within this field, we are guided by principles. And just to make sure that we were doing a good job to this assembly, we made sure that there is a checklist that assists the county to conform to standard global practices and standards, as I had indicated within my opening remarks, which is the Information Security Standard, as well as the ISO standards, and any other data protection, as well as Computer Misuse and Protection Act. So we are guided, and we provided that checklist to the head of ICT for the county, who responded in affirmative, and we have been able to receive some of those documentations to validate our report. So the process of whether to ascertain that the URL that was provided and the voting process, that is a documentation issue which we have been able to be guided by the documentation that was provided. The other question was, we identify the number of users, the identity of users who are able to vote for each other. As I have said, you can only vote for each other if you have that particular MCA's IPPD number and the password. But with the link alone, you cannot be able to do that. The issue of 9 people voting, I think the senator was asking whether that can be a proof of concept within the House. It is upon the speaker to decide. Then the last question was, with the link and password and username, can you vote? Yes, that is the answer. You can vote if you have both 3 parameters together. Thank you.
The question by Senator Richard Onyonka.
I responded, sir.
Okay. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I think you understood where I was. You were not aware that we had been informed in the evening, in the morning yesterday, that all the MCAs and the other members were actually given the numbers of their colleagues in terms of their IDs and their IP numbers. So if that is the case, is it true, or do you then think it is possible that somebody could have voted for somebody else?
Mr. Speaker, I think with that information where you have user's ID and user's password, it is possible for you to vote on behalf of another person.
Senator Chiranke.
Mr. Witness, I've looked at Annex number 3, page 17, and of course your response. So in this, you can confirm that the 33 MCAs voted in the affirmative of the motion. Is it true? And was the system compromised as per your understanding in your expertise? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Boy. Senator Isa. Yeah, then log out, Honorable Senator, please. Yes, Senator Fak, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. You said that given the fact that the login credentials were shared amongst all the members of the Assembly, and that somebody could have voted, for instance, I could have voted for Senator Issa Boy, and then was it possible for me to vote for Senator Boy, for instance, and also vote for myself, given that I have the credentials of both senators? Thank you.
Senator Mungatana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to refer the expert to page 5, Roman 5. There's a statement there where he says, towards the end of Roman 5, that there is no evidence of multiple voting, neither is there evidence of other compromise of the voting system and or any impropriety in the voting system and process. That statement, in view of even the questions you've had now, that and then the information we now got that there was static IP address inside the chamber, there was evidence of somebody saying that he was going to vote for somebody else. Don't you think this statement was a bit too much? Was it a bit too wide? That it was because this statement is saying this system is totally fine.
Senator Professor Tomojand.
Mr. Witness, to the point, at page 14 of that 22, you confirm that there were no abstentions, 33 votes to the affirmative. Yet, if you look at the logins running from page 17 to the end, there are many failed logins. Would you verify whether the logins were by the MCAs who were voting? Number two, was it a concern to you that all the votes were yes and there was no person voting in the negative? But lastly, is this an agreed report? Because I can see the governor's team did not sign, only the assembly team signed. All the others who signed are from Senate. Is this a report? And lastly, do you have superior qualifications to these other people?
Senator Wamatinga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Witness, is it your evidence that indeed, and I want to refer you to page 16 of your document, and specifically bullet 3, voting process integrity. Is it your evidence that despite the fact that we've been informed that credentials of logging were shared, that then the integrity and privacy of the voting was guaranteed? Then, in bullet number 5 or 6, you said user training and awareness. Evidence provided in this, testimony provided in this house states that there was no training. Is it then your testimony that that training was done? Then the last question was, did you get to see the source code and see whether there was a limitation of the number of people who could vote in a certain string? Was the system in the source code, if you inspected it, geo-fenced, or was it accessible from any part globally? Then,
Senator Christo Lasige.
Thank you very much, Speaker. To the witness, you have clarified that there were about 9 IP addresses that were identical. Can you also verify if there were any others that were identical of the 33 votes casted? And can you verify from that list of 33 votes where each IP address is attached in terms of location?
Senator Kinyua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Philip, because we are here in the morning and we have heard that there were challenges with this system, with the MCAs, and I want to quote Honorable Trump, who was here in the morning. And he did mention that they were being assisted, some of them were being assisted. In the course of assisting, was it possible that this person who was assisting would have voted for this member without his knowledge, that now that this person does not know this system? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator A.D. Okech. Then log out, Honorable Senator. Okay. Senator Mofire.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My question is to the experts, and I want to know, as an IT expert, based on your audit, do you have confidence in the credibility and the accuracy of the results generated by the voting system? So at the same time, what could be the reason why we have 9 similar IP addresses and the others are different, assuming that they were all using one gateway, one Wi-Fi? Thank you.
Senator Alan Chesang. Senator, proceed, Honorable Senator.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question to the IT expert. Now that on page 5 of your report, you had mentioned that it is not possible, Roman 3, that is a question of Roman 3, you had mentioned that it was not possible for any member of the county assembly to vote for another member. But again, now you've said that it is possible if they have their IPPD address and their ID number. So does that mean that your report, you're not sure of the report that you made? That is number one. And also, does that mean that you can also not assure us that this system is secure? That is number one. And also, maybe you cannot also confirm that you cannot detect.
Senator Paris Tobiko.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Witness, being the expert that you are, if you are the one putting up this system, setting up the system, are there other safeguards you would have put in place to secure the system and make it foolproof? If you have other suggestions, if you would have done it differently. Thank you.
Senator Shakil Abdallah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is, since it has been established that it's possible for others to vote for others, is it possible to establish the gadgets which were used? Because all the phones are registered under certain names. If I use my phone to vote for Fatma, it will show it is my phone which was used. Is there a way to know that it was my phone used to vote for somebody else? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Okenyuri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would also wish to know on how long the system was open to allow members to vote. And finally, how do we know if the 9 people who are voting was one person who was voting 9 times? Thank you.
Senator Olekina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to refer back the witness to the report. And I note that specifically on number 9, that the following persons were in attendance: Mr. Philip Irode, Mr. Joan Mukeire, the Office of the Governor, there was a council, and then there was an ICT advisor from the Mr. Weldon Langat, including the County Assembly, Alfred Korir Kimutai, Mr. Hilary Kiplangat, and then you had the Senate Secretariat, Mr. Zakayo Mogere, Innocent Baya, and Miss Marianne Karanja. The question that I want to ask you is very simple. This report, although you are the witness standing there to be able to submit and to present the report, were you the only person who came up with this report, or this report was a joint exercise by all those people who, by the resolution of this House, ended up carrying out this exercise? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Ledama, just look at the report. The owners of the report are 2, and they signed it in the presence of others. If you look at page 5 of 2022. Nevertheless, the witness will respond to your question. Nevertheless, the witness will respond to your question. Senator Hezana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise to inquire from the witness on why there is an IP address appearing to have voted thrice, contrary to the IP address that they had indicated was supposed to be the one to vote. And I take note of that because it has voted yes thrice. Thank you. And I'm talking about the IP address 154.159.237.85. Thank you.
Senator Kisang.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, my question is on the last terms of reference for Philip. You were told, is there any evidence of multiple voting or compromise? I don't know, did you make use of these particular terms of reference to check if the system can be penetrated by hackers from outside? I don't know if you did, you attempted to penetrate the system so that for our comfort, we know the system is secure.
Senator Mbugua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Witness, as an IT expert, whichever way this matter goes, would you recommend the Kericho County Assembly to continue using this system or any other assembly for that matter? Thank you.
Senator Tabitha Mutinda.
Thank you. Mr. Witness, you said that you received a letter from Senate in order for your authority to be able to undertake this process. This letter was addressed to who specifically? Because just need to understand the 2 hours that the council talked about, then who was really addressed, the letter was addressed to who. Then secondly, this report that you've tabled, did it need any consensus for it to be valid? Number 3, do you think that this system for Kericho County is a valid system that can continue to be used? It's a system from your own expertise that you would recommend that they continue using. Lastly, is that the MCAs that was...
Senator Mundigi.
Asante Bwana Spika. Ningetaka mkurugenzi atuelezee kulingana na MCA, kuna pahali wanasema walitumia dakika 5 wakaongezea dakika 2 ikakuja na singine ikakuja dakika 11. Sisi hapa Senate wakati speaker anataka tofauti anatuambia toa kandi na uingishe na uweke namba uweze kufuti. Na kama imemaliza dakika kidogo, kama haujaweza kuweka la ama ndio, unakuta inaenda inapotea. Hii gadget ya Kericho kwani iko namna gani? Kwani iko tofauti na gadget zile zingine kama haijakuwa tembandi nayo?
Senator Kibwana Hamida.
I can't see. Let me wear my glasses. Let me get my glasses.
Are you reading somewhere?
No, I wanted to.
Then speak. We need your mouth, not your eyes.
I was looking at the numbers. I was looking at the numbers in the report. Let me wear my glasses. Glasses zangu zimeenda.
Okay, I'm told everyone on my dashboard has already got an opportunity to speak. So we will allow the witness to respond. Witness, I've given you the go-ahead to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll try and answer them in the order that they came through. I have quite a number of them. The first one was clarification if at all 33 MCAs did vote. And our response to that question, Your Honor, is yes, it's an affirmative.
Power his microphone and put it closer to his mouth, please.
The first question was if at all we can be able to clarify that at all the 33 MCAs were able to vote within the system. And of course, our response to that based on the finding is yes, 33 MCAs did vote. We've provided evidence for that as per the logs provided within the system. The other question was, and this question has been repeated severally, whether if you have the link and you have the password and you have the username, you can be able to vote. And we have confirmed, yes, you can be able to vote for one another. However, the link was being sent to an individual user MCA. Therefore, once you receive your link, you are able to vote if you only have your username and your password. The other question was, if the system is okay based on the question 5. If we go to question 5, we were asked, the question as was directed to us as ICT authority to respond was, is there any evidence of multiple or compromise of the voting system and or any impropriety in the voting system or process? And I will want us to underline the word evidence. Our field is based on evidence. I have to be able to provide evidence. And the evidence that I collected is based on the logs that the system has no evidence of multiple voting. It has no evidence of compromise or any other impropriety of the voting system. And that's what we responded to, based on evidence. The other question was, from the failed logins. I think there was a senator who asked about failed logins. From the logins, you can actually tell that the system is secure because if you do not have your username and password, it does not let you get through. You need to have your appropriate username and password for you to be able to log in. And from the extracted logs that we have, we had actually even been able to see a number of attempted multiple logins yesterday, which never went through. The other question was, it was on shared credentials. And as I've said, from a practitioner's perspective, we are all taught that your username and password is a personal information that you should not be able to share. And as senators, we are aware of the Data Protection Act, which specifically guides that username and password, or perhaps an ID, is personal identifiable information, and therefore data that is personal. And therefore, if at all it was a practice within the county to share username and passwords, I think that is a wrong practice. However, from the evidence, and I'll still insist from the evidence that we collected, we were not able to ascertain that level of practice. There is a question on training, source code, and I'll respond to this by saying that within the time limit provided, we were here at 2, we were meant to provide a report at 6, and I have said we zeroed our response towards answering the 5 questions that were posed to the ICT Authority CEO, which meant that we look into the system, the exposed interface of the system, the voters module, the hosting architecture of the system, to be able to gather enough evidence to respond to those questions. The issue of geofencing, that is an architectural issue that perhaps require additional time for you to be able to ascertain whether the code has included aspects of geofencing. There's also a repeated issue about the 9 IP addresses, and as I have earlier responded to, is that these IP addresses are ideally a gateway for the county assemblies local LAN, that is local area network, or Wi-Fi, if that is what the MCAs use as an internet gateway. There was an issue about Mr. Trump, the challenges associated with voting. As a good practice, ideally, as I had said, from a practical ITGC, which is Information Technology General Controls, users are meant to be trained, and we received an affirmative Excel sheet that indicated that this had been done at the county. The other question was, we report about the system IP address. I think we have clarified that in our report, that the system is hosted on off-premise. That means not within the premise of the county. The system is hosted out of country. That is a host pinnacle. We have provided the published URL in our report that is on page 4. We were also asked to confirm whether the system is secure. I want to confirm that we did an internal scan within the system, basically, which is some sort of vulnerability pen test within the system. And I can confirm within this sitting that the system as it is secure, and that was actually demonstrated by the logs that we printed, which indicated quite considerable number of failed attempt logins. The other question was, if you were to be the one setting up the system, what would you do? As a practitioner, there are guidelines and frameworks that we define that guide us on how best to set up the system. And we are guided by, of course, governance practices, the system value, the proposition, the return to the users, as well as good practice around security, resilience, and, of course, data privacy. So I will make sure that all that aspects are inbuilt within the system, which is ideally what we were looking into when we reviewed the system. The other question was in regards to the MCA's phone devices, IP addresses. As I had said earlier, if the MCAs were using the system with their devices and using the local gateway, which is the Wi-Fi, they will all resolve to one IP, which is the outward-facing IP, which is ideally what some of the senates have addressed. And when we looked at these IPs, they are actually local ISP service providers, including our Safaricom, Airtel, and the likes. There's the question that was asked around system, if you are able to allow members to vote. I think I have indicated that you can only vote if you have the URL, and the URL, once you vote, it deactivates. So you cannot cast your vote twice. There was the question on whether this exercise was a joint exercise. I think I want to answer that this is our report. Myself and my colleague, my senior information security analyst, Joanne, we sat here yesterday from around 4 to late in the night preparing this report. And I think it is our responsibility to sign the report. Any other person had no obligation to sign it. They can sign it if they so wish. Otherwise, it was our report which we were presenting to the clerk's office. There is a question that has been asked whether IP 154.159.237.217 appears thrice. It is the same scenario. You can have, The architecture of mobile devices is when you are moving within the base stations, each base station has an IP address. So whether you are within the premises of a base station, you will definitely have one IP address if you are on a different ISP, if you are on the same ISP provider. The other question was on ideally whether we can ascertain that the system has been secured. As I have said, yes, we've done a scan using our in-house tools provided by the ICT authority, and we can verify that the system is secure, as it has been demonstrated by the logs that are part of our annexes to this house. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I've... No,
Thank you.
Think, there are some questions.
Now you've... yes, Senator Christo.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, listen, I only have just one question, which had not been answered. To the witness, I asked you just one question. I said, let me restate it. I asked, you have 33 people who have voted, according to the report. And you say that each of the votes cast are attached to a particular IP address. Some are in clusters, meaning they're identical to others. But can you tell us with certainty the geographical location of each of those IP addresses? If 33 people voted, where exactly did they vote from geographically according to the IP address attached to their vote, Speaker?
I will also allow Senator Omtata, who has difficulty with his card. You may now proceed.
Yes,
Senator Azena, you had an opportunity. Senator Omtata, proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We are having the expert, the authority, the expert of experts before us. The IC authority of the Republic should be the expert of experts. And listening to him, it's like he's walking away from this report. If he did not have adequate resources, like I'm looking at answer number 4, you answer using, you put the word no in capitals, yet you have qualified it that you did not have enough staff to give us a credible answer. Because as you know, if you looked at what the County Assembly presented, those logs, there was no audit trail in those logs. And I appreciate that you had a very short time. You have presented your issues here. So I'm trying to struggle with the evidentiary value of this report. That
Give the senator half a minute.
So, of what value is this report? And number 2, for lawfulness, we are told about .go.ke and .co.ke. As the regulator of the system, can a county government be allowed to run a system on an open server or a private host, or must this be on a government host? It came up during submissions.
Thank you, Senator Hazana. You're saying your question has not been addressed. Can you repeat it?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The question has not been answered because I asked how come there were 3 MCAs who voted using the same IP address, and he has said that it was, if one person is using their phone and moving around the vicinity into different locations, that it will use the same IP address. But this is 3 different MCAs from the code of the MCA. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, 5 minutes, conclude, witness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll continue responding to the questions because I hadn't addressed all of them. There was a question that asked to whom the letter was addressed to. The response to that is the letter was addressed to our PS, who's the PS State Department for ICT and Digital Economy, requesting the ICT Authority CEO to nominate officers. Then there was a follow-up question regarding whether the report required consensus. Our response is no, because it is based on evidence that we have collected within the environment that we were working on. There was a follow-up question whether the system is valid. Yeah, I think if the system is valid and up to date, and the answer is yes. The system based on the scope and our surroundings that we were working on, yes, the evidentiary collected within the system are valid. There's a question that has been posed by Senator Mtata asking about the response to question, I think you mentioned 3. Was it possible for any MCA or any other person who had a link to vote on the motion on behalf of an MCA or another MCA? I have indicated here that the answer is no. You cannot vote for any other person, and I have qualified it. You can only vote if you have all the 3 parameters, which is the link, which was provided for by the county assembly, and then your unique username, which is the IPPD, and of course a password, which is obviously meant to be private and privileged information. To respond to the other question that has lastly been asked, it is what value is the report? I think based on the matters at hand, your Honorable Speaker, this report is meant to guide us. We are responding to the questions that were posed to the ICT authority in responding to the allegations of whether the system is a secure voting platform or not. And based on the evidence that we have provided before this House, in my field, we base our conclusion on evidence. And that is what we have provided based on the logs, based in the presence of both parties, and we have provided this to this House. We have clarified issues to do with IP addresses. IP is a unique...
Witness.
Yes, Your Honor.
Just be very specific. Respond to the question by Crystal Asigi so that we end it there.
Yeah, so the question asked by Honorable Senator is, are we able to ascertain with certainty MAC addresses? I'll still echo my earlier sentiments that MAC addresses are unique to devices, and MAC addresses are mapped to IP addresses. You need to have an IP addresses for you to access an external facing application. And based on the configuration of the system, within the logs configuration, the logs have provided an IP address which corresponds to a unique MAC address. However, within the logs within that voting system, MAC addresses are not configured as audit details to be collected.
So you are not able to geographically place them?
You can, using your IP, and ideally this is where the confusion between an IP and a MAC address comes in. A MAC address does not give you an IP a location, but an IP address gives you an IP location. And that is why we have used the IP addresses to confirm that these IP addresses were within the geographical location of the county assembly, because these are base station IPs.
Order. Let the witness respond, Senator Hezena and Senator Crystal Asigi. Just conclude, witness.
Your Honor, as I was saying, IP addresses gives you geolocation. However, MAC addresses don't give you geolocation. And based on the architecture of some of the systems we have, we only collect the outward-facing IP address. This basically means that that system is exposed to users outside. So you don't expose your internal IPs, but you expose your outside IPs. And the IPs that we have identified here are ISPs that belong to local ISP providers, as we have indicated, Safaricom, Airtel, and any other ISP within that geolocation, Your Honor.
Okay. So assuming the senators vote the way Kericho did, and they're all seated inside the chamber here,
so
they will still have different IP addresses.
If
If
you
they're
are
all seated here, voting the Kericho way, will they still have, they will have different IP addresses?
So depending on if your system that you are using is a web-based system that has to be accessed online, and the way the network has been, there is a principle called network address translation. You assign a system an internal IP. Then you assign your gateway. The gateway, for example, is this door. You configure the system such that you say any requests that are coming outside have to pass through this door and go to port so and so. So that basically means when you are coming in, you will have this door as the log. It indicates that you've actually accessed this system. Then you'll go and sit at a certain place. So that is basically assigning an IP and a service to a system. So we will all have the same IP if it is an external facing application that has to resolve using an external facing IP address, Your Honor.
Have a seat, Mr. Witness. Now, honorable senators, having heard the expert, we will now proceed to the closing statements. We will start with the county assembly. You have 60 minutes to do so. You may utilize all of it, or you may utilize part of it, but the maximum is 60 minutes. Likewise, the Council for Governor, you have 60 minutes to also make your closing statement. You may proceed. Your time starts running from now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. For record purposes, my name is Kipkorir Elvis. I will make the closing submissions on behalf of the County Assembly, and I will take the first 25 minutes, after which learned counsel, Mr. Ongoya, will take the remainder of the time. Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable senators, exactly 15 years ago, Kenya embarked on a transformative journey in its adoption of a devolved system of governance. This was an answer to an enduring desire by many a Kenyan who earnestly yearned for public services closer to them. Indeed, honorable senators, devolution has been mooted as the genius of the 2010 Constitution, as it marked a complete departure from the previous system that had been characterized by marginalization, mismanagement of resources, runaway corruption, amongst other challenges. The term of the present governor, the governor that is on trial today, Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable senators, has marked a silent retreat to that dark past. Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable senators, county governments hold the key to effective service delivery. The expectation of the people is that county governance would enhance efficiency to their benefit and not for the self-aggrandizement of the governor. As the County Assembly has demonstrated, the governor's debut in office was marked by the invasion of a private citizen's property, the tearing down of a fence, and its designation as a dump site illegally, Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable senators. You will recall that when video number KCAV11 was played, the video was taken barely 2 days after the governor was sworn into office, and that is the first thing that he did in announcing that there was a new sheriff in town. Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable senators, the facts of the matter before you and the evidence that the County Assembly has led disclose a sorry tale of maladministration and a failure of moral courage. To paraphrase William Shakespeare, Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable senators, something is wrong in Kericho. It is our submission that the County Assembly of Kericho has made an overwhelming case of bad behavior on the part of the governor. A classic betrayal of the trust bestowed on the governor by the residents of Kericho County. And Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable senators, the question we pose is whether bad behavior should attract any consequences. And the answer to that is in the affirmative. Those who are sent to public office, Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable senators, and elect to betray the trust that the people have placed in them, like the governor on trial today, ought to be impeached. Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable senators, impeachment is a constitutional instrument rooted in the Constitution of Kenya, Article 181, and is designed to protect the sanctity of public office and the interest of the people. The process before you today is therefore an affirmation of the supremacy of the rule of law and accountability of elected leaders. Briefly, Article 181(4) sets out the grounds upon which a county governor may be impeached or removed from office. The first one is gross violation of the Constitution or any other law. Secondly, there being serious reasons to believe that the governor has committed a crime under national or international law, abuse of office, physical or mental incapacity to perform the functions of the office. These requirements are mirrored under Section 33 of the County Governments Act, Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable senators. And there is jurisprudence that confirms that the impeachments must be based on evidence presented and not on minor procedural errors or political differences in the county governments. This is a sui juris process, Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable senators, and it is not about the criminality or culpability, but the accountability, political governance, as well as political responsibility of the county governor. The standard of proof in our humble submission is that it is neither beyond reasonable doubt nor on a balance of probability. It is slightly above a balance of probability, but below that of reasonable doubt. At the core of the charges the governor on trial is facing is the theft of public funds, resources entrusted to the governor for the benefit and development of Kericho County. And the evidence presented before this House, Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable senators, paints a damning picture of misappropriation of public funds which have been placed in the hands of the governor to manage and oversee on behalf of the residents of Kericho County. Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable senators, you will recall that on 30th June 2023, a grisly road accident occurred at Londiani Junction involving a truck that lost control and rammed into small-scale traders and other road users, claiming the lives of at least 52 citizens. You may also recall that in response, the national government and the other emergency response teams mobilized resources to help the families of people who had lost their lives and those who had been injured. Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable senators, the County Assembly of Kericho has led evidence of how the funds meant for the victims of the grisly road accident were misappropriated with the blessings of the governor who is on trial today. The County Assembly's witness, Mr. Kiprotich Rogony, and the mover of the motion at the County Assembly confirmed this on the witness stand and also by the affidavit evidence that is contained in the County Assembly's bundle of documents. The evidence, Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable senators, demonstrates that on the 15th of August 2023, the governor of Kericho compensated the victims of the Londiani accident from the county emergency fund to cover up for the funds raised by the public and which had been misappropriated by a committee he had formed to steer the funds drive, and without a cogent explanation of how the funds publicly raised for the victims had been expended. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, Sir, Honorable Senators, the evidence led by the County Assembly is that on the various dates between the 4th of July 2023 and 9th of July 2023, the governor engaged in acts which grossly violated the provisions of Articles 10, 73, and 75 of the Constitution, and Sections 29 and 34 of the Leadership and Integrity Act by overseeing the misappropriation of funds raised for the victims of the accident at Londiani, in which over 9 million shillings of publicly raised funds were lost. Mr. Speaker, Sir, Honorable Senators, I invite all of us present in this chamber this evening to pause in harsh memory of those who lost their lives in Londiani, but whose dignity endures beyond their graves. For what injustice, for what deeper wound would be inflicted on the families of the victims, Mr. Speaker, Sir, Honorable Senators, than to rob them of the meager allocations from the funds that were raised by members of the public, including some of us present here today, Mr. Speaker, Sir, Honorable Senators. The dead do not protest, but how insensitive, Mr. Speaker, Sir, Honorable Senators, would one have to be to trespass where sorrow has already claimed its toll? Mr. Speaker, Sir, Honorable Senators, the governor has reneged on his undertaking to implement the report of the County Assembly ad hoc committee on the Londiani accident and the misappropriation of funds that followed the accident. There is evidence that the governor expressly supported a petition by those implicated in the County Assembly's ad hoc committee, and the cases that the County Assembly cited were Kericho ELRC petition number E006 of 2023, Dr. Wesley Bor and 5 others versus the governor, Kericho County Government and 5 others, and Kericho ELRC E014 of 2023, Victor Tum and others versus the governor, Kericho County Government and others. Mr. Speaker, Sir, Honorable Senators, the governor has allowed himself, and the County Assembly has led evidence to this effect. The governor has allowed himself to be a master of doublespeak in grave matters, and this has been in violation of Article 73 of the Constitution, which demands that at all times he demonstrates respect to the people and conducts himself in a manner that brings dignity and honor to the office that he holds. Mr. Speaker, Sir, Honorable Senators, the governor's response to this allegation is that the lost funds were occasioned by, the loss of the funds were occasioned by the people other than him. He then tells you that he has no power to take disciplinary action recommended by the County Assembly's ad hoc committee on the misappropriation of the funds meant for the victims of the Londiani accident. Surely, the governor cannot have the grapes and the wine. Mr. Speaker, Sir, Honorable Senators, the County Assembly has led evidence of how on 14th of February 2023, the governor launched an initiative in Kericho called the Kazi Mtaani Initiative. In so doing, he drew public funds without a proper legislative anchor, public participation, prior approval by the County Assembly or the Controller of Budget, or the Budget and Appropriations Committee. And Mr. Speaker, sir, the Honorable Kiprotich Rogony, who testified on behalf of the County Assembly, confirmed in his testimony that some contractors engaged by municipalities were not in the list of pre-qualified suppliers, and that the companies that were paid, yet they were not in the list of pre-qualified suppliers, included Citron General Works, Iglaris Company Limited, Edkiche Investments Limited, amongst others. Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable senators, evidence has been led to demonstrate that between January 2025 and July 2025, the governor aided, abetted, or condoned the fictitious payments for goods or services which were neither delivered nor done. Resultantly, the county government of Kericho lost approximately Kenya shillings 85,704,522.90 from the payments allegedly made for 1, proposed repairs, redecoration and re-roofing works done to council houses at Kipkelion West Sub-County, next to the Sub-County Administrator's Office. Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable senators, you were shown photos of houses at Kipkelion contained at volume 6A of the County Assembly's bundle of documents, for whose repairs, redecoration and re-roofing a sum of Kenya shillings 2,999,000 was paid to Dibral Ventures Limited. The report of the County Assembly Ad Hoc Committee on Fictitious Payments and the testimony of Honorable Albert Kipkoech confirmed as much. Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable senators, the County Assembly of Kericho has tabled before this Senate evidence of local supplies orders that were generated on 20th of February, printed on the 25th of February, 2025, and signed on the 21st of February, 2025. It was demonstrated that the LSOs were prepared way after the payments had been made, and you were shown that the interim payment certificate indicated a sum of Kenya shillings 2,699,100, yet the payment vouchers indicated that the full sum of Kenya shillings 2,999,000 was paid. Mr. Speaker, sir, no evidence to the contrary has been led by the governor. Evidence has been led, Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable senators, of an event at Chelimo, at a place called Chelimo, which though initially scheduled to be a 5-day event, ended up being a 1-day event. Yet requisitions were made for the 5 days. The County Assembly has demonstrated that contrary to the items listed in the payment voucher, no tea, no snacks, no buffet lunch, or soft drinks were served as alleged in the payment vouchers that were presented. Similarly, there was no public address system with a backup generator or tents that was supplied during the event. Evidence was led of a local supply order in favor of Denby Holdings Limited, which reveals that it was issued on the 20th of February 2025, more than 2 months after the actual event, and more than 3 months after the requisition. That evidence, Mr. Speaker, sir, has not been controverted, and the payments are confirmed by the extracts from the IFMIS, which the County Assembly has supplied to this Honorable House in its bundle of documents. Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable senators, the County Assembly has led evidence of a company called Mengro Products Limited that was paid a retention sum of Kenya shillings 395,028 shillings and 63 cents for a project called Whispers Nyakinywa Road in Kidawa Ward. It has been demonstrated that the road was done in 2018-2019 financial year, and as per the documentation provided by the County Assembly, the Inspection and Acceptance Committee was appointed in September 2024, more than 4 years later. Significantly, Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable senators, the Assembly has produced a staff redeployment memo confirming that the person named as the Secretary to the Inspection and Acceptance Committee, one Lillian Chelagat, was at the time of the report dated 9th September 2024, not working in the said department, and had and only moved to the department on 10th of January 2025, way after the alleged inspection had been signed by her. Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable senators, the County Assembly has led evidence of double payments of retention fees for the same contract. Each of the reports of the Inspection and Acceptance Committee have the same months of September 2024, and each of those reports have the same observations relating to the status of the project. That is, and I quote, bush clearing, grading and graveling activities were done to the required specifications and workmanship was substantially satisfactory, end of quote. Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable senators, this observation has been made in several reports, notwithstanding the nature of the project and the defect liability period. And the Assembly has demonstrated that payments for these projects were made on the basis of falsified documents. It has been demonstrated, Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable senators, that some of the goods and services and works were procured without following proper procurement processes. There were no tender opening committees, as required by the Public Procurement and Assets Disposal Act at Section 78, as read together with the regulations on public procurement and asset disposal. Similarly, the Assembly has led evidence that there were no professional opinions done to the accounting officers as required by Section 84 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015. Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable senators, evidence has been led to the effect that in the financial year 2024-2025, the Department of Agriculture, Livestock and Cooperative Management budgeted a sum of Kenya shillings 14,980,640 for the purchase of soya, beans, sunflower seed cake, and cotton seed cake to support cooperative societies within the county of Kericho. Anomalies in the procurement process have been demonstrated, and the ad hoc committee on fictitious payments noted that at the time the payments were made, no supplies had been done to the various cooperatives, despite full payments having been made to the suppliers. Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable senators, funds allocated for critical services, including healthcare, strategic intervention programs, and infrastructure have been siphoned for personal enrichment and clandestine interest within the county government of Kericho. You have been treated to attempts to deflate the issues on misappropriation of funds, and you have been told that the mover of the motion is hell-bent on getting the governor out of office by whatever means. You have also been told, all in an attempt to deflect from the main issues, that the impeachment proceedings are motivated by other interests. Far from it, Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable senators. It is not about who the governor perceives to be his competitor. It is about accountability, and it is about protecting the resources of the people of Kericho County. The County Assembly led evidence to demonstrate that the period between the year 2023 and the year 2025, the governor presided over unfair, skewed, and nepotic distribution of projects under a program called the FLOCA funds. The funds have been utilized in an imprudent manner and misappropriated. It has been demonstrated by the County Assembly that the governor's home ward, namely Chemosot ward, got projects worth 21,701,590, while many other wards, not only in other sub-counties, but even within Bureti sub-county, which have not received a single project under the fund. Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable senators, the affidavit and the evidence of Mr. Honorable Vincent Korir contained in Volume 3 of the County Assembly's bundle of documents at pages 109 to 113, and the video marked as KCAV5 confirms as much. In other instances, the position taken by the governor in his response contradicts the position that has been taken by his county executive committee members. And one instance stands out. There is a project that has been flagged called Soliat Tree Nursery Establishment Project, in which the Committee on Fictitious Payments noted that the water pumps, the pipes, and the fittings had not been delivered or installed in the project, while the governor maintained that the project had been done as per the bill of quantities contained in Volume 2, page 133 of his bundle of documents. Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable senators, at Volume 4A, pages 377 of the County Assembly's bundle of documents, you will note that the scope of work included installation of water pumps, fitting of pipes, and yet that was not done. It is the County Assembly's case that this points to a governor who is either out of touch or complicit in the misappropriation of funds. And Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable senators, what more could constitute bad behavior? Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable senators, on the 3rd of September 2024, the governor engaged in acts of misconduct, gross misconduct, and grossly violated the provisions of Articles 10, 73, 75, 174, and 185 of the Constitution, and abused his office by writing to the Speaker of the County Assembly, purporting to direct the Speaker on inter alia the timelines within which the Speaker should give the chief officers who are summoned by the Assembly for questioning in exercise of the County Assembly's mandate. The County Assembly, Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable senators, has tabled evidence of the governor's engagement, connivance, and complicity in the acts of subversion, discrediting, and impeding of the overall oversight role of the County Assembly. Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable senators, in response to all these grave allegations that have been leveled against the governor of Kericho on misappropriation of funds, he has elected to hinge his defense on technicalities and mere denials. The documentary evidence presented, the audit reports, and the testimonies presented by the witnesses who testified before this Honorable House paint a totally different picture. They paint a consistent picture of systemic misappropriation of funds. The gravity and volume of irregularities cannot be explained away by mere administrative lapses. And Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable senators, the people of Kericho have entrusted you to be vigilant stewards of their resources, and they are looking up to you tonight. None of the witnesses the governor lined up to testify on his behalf testified on the substantive charges that this House is investigating. And we invite you to draw an adverse inference on that account, Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable senators. Misappropriation of public funds is not just an economic wrong, it is a moral affront, and it inflicts lasting humiliation on the people who are forced to endure the consequences, some of which are dilapidated roads, hospitals, and other attendant failures in governance. It breeds a culture of impunity, Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable senators, where those in high office believe that they can act with wanton abandon and shielded by political connections or procedural technicalities. Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable senators, we beseech you not to allow impunity to take root in the county government of Kericho. We urge you to let the vote today be a testament to the enduring values of our Constitution: accountability, transparency, and justice. Justice for the people of Kericho, justice for the residents who have had to endure the consequences of the misappropriated funds, and particularly justice for those who bestowed their trust on the governor and in the hope that he would deliver on the promises that he made. Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable senators, I respectfully urge you on behalf of the County Assembly of Kericho to find that the charges against the governor have been substantiated. I thank you and will yield the floor to my senior, Mr. Ongoya.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and thank you, distinguished senators. For the record, my name is Ongoya, representing the County Assembly of Kericho. I wish to begin by making an overall observation that after all the charges that were leveled and all the evidence particularized of impropriety against the governor chose not to take the witness stand and answer to any of those charges. The question is this: when a charge is leveled and the evidence, the quantity and weight of which has been played before you by way of witness testimonies, documentary evidence, and video evidence, and the person called to account refuses to take the opportunity given to him to account, what inference will you draw from that? When you begin deliberating, I invite you to consider that aspect of this case. Having said that, there are certain matters that arose in the course of clarification by senators that I wish to address myself to as part of these closing submissions. We stand here as lawyers, Mr. Speaker, sir, distinguished senators, as people who have to offer guidance on the harmony or otherwise between the evidence on record and the law established. The conclusions to be drawn from that evidence on record and the law established are purely yours as judges, and as participants in the justice process, we have no choice but to accept your verdict unless one pursues any other option known to law. So two questions arose, Mr. Speaker. Distinguished Senator Onyonka presented to the expert witness a question in the form of that both the passwords and the usernames to this system were made accessible to all MCAs. Mr. Speaker, sir, let the Hansard record me as saying that there is no such claim made by any witness before this assembly. The witness before this, the evidence before this Senate has been and remains this. 2 links were sent to MCAs. Link number 1 communicated IPPD numbers which were to be used as the user names. A username, to my lay understanding, is like my email address, which I put on my letterheads and put on my contact numbers, which is itself not a risk. The second link was the voting link. It went with the instruction that every individual MCA will use their own ID, national identification card numbers to vote, so that the aspect of the passwords were never communicated to everybody at all. I have been a participant in the processes of this House, both as an academic and as an advocate, as I'm doing, and I know that there is a rule in this House of accuracy of facts. Whenever one makes a decision, the accurate fact is that no witness, both from the governor's side or the assembly side or the expert, stated anything to the effect that people's ID numbers were communicated to everybody. It is important that that fact is captured by the record and the decision makers so that a decision is made on the correct set of facts. Secondly, a question arose from the clarifications as to whether there was a possibility of geolocation of these IP addresses. I can do no better, because I am no IT expert and cannot pretend to be one, than to look at this Senate's own appointed expert. At page 13 of that expert's report is IP address lookup. Page 13 of that is IP address lookup. Then it says geolocation data from, then there are some details there, but I'm interested in the country, Kenya, region, Kericho. I do not know what conclusion you can draw from that because I am no ICT expert, but the only evidence available to us shows some geolocation of this IP address to Kericho. I thought that is an important question for you to take into account. Allow me to then address the question that has now emerged as the question of the voting process. And let me observe this. Number one, whereas this House is not strictly bound by rules of evidence, this House, in fact, applies rules of evidence, by which I mean it does not completely disregard rules of evidence. That is why witnesses swear their affidavits as required by rules of evidence. Witnesses take the witness stand and are sworn as required by rules of evidence. Witnesses are examined in chief as required by rules of evidence. Witnesses are cross-examined as required by rules of evidence. Witnesses are re-examined as required by rules of evidence. So the point I'm making is that whereas you are not strictly bound by rules of evidence, your rules don't disregard rules of evidence. There is a presumption in evidence law called presumption of regularity. That when you are presented with official documents, Kenya Gazettes, official government reports, you presume them to be regular until credible evidence to the contrary is proved, is presented. The County Assembly has presented you evidence of 33 MCAs voting for the impeachment of this governor. The County Assembly has given you an expert witness who has said, as far as is concerned, these 33 MCAs voted for the impeachment of this governor. The governor has presented an expert here. That expert has not controverted that factual content of the official document, the Hansard, that in fact 33 MCAs voted for this governor. This Senate, faced with those two witnesses, has called its own ICT expert. That ICT expert has returned a verdict that from the information available to him, in fact, 33 MCAs voted for the impeachment of this governor. It forces, therefore, it demands, therefore, us to conclude that no evidence has been presented that challenges the Hansard of the County Assembly and the resolution of the County Assembly that 33 MCAs voted for the governor. Let us look at the attempts to challenge that position. First, the records will show you that the governor's claims before you were premeditated claims. He entertained these claims in advance of the voting process. His advocate is captured in the Hansard of the County Assembly saying, we know that people have voted for or will vote for 4 members of the County Assembly. This was said in advance of the voting. Let us look at this carefully. An MCA comes and tells you that 18 MCAs left their phones in the car. The MCA who came here, Honorable Anita Mibei, confirms she had her phone inside the chamber. It means the allegation that these MCAs left their phones inside the car is not worth of any credit. That's what it logically means. She introduces a new nuance of her phone going off, which was not contained anywhere in the affidavits she presented before this House. All MCAs who came here confirmed that they were all in the House. All the 47 MCAs were present in the House. All the MCAs were given an opportunity to vote. The Speaker announced that all of you have an opportunity to vote, and here is the voting method. And if any one of you has difficulties, go to the gadgets presented to you by this assembly and be assisted to cast your vote. No MCA says, I attempted to cast my vote as guided and anyone frustrated me. No MCA says so. The governor makes a claim that 4 MCAs did not in fact vote. The system returns them to have voted. One of those 4 MCAs comes before you with another affidavit. She's called Edna, and says, in fact, the contents of the other affidavit is wrong. In fact, I voted, and in fact, I never signed the other affidavits. What is the net effect of this development? The net effect of this development can only be one: distinguished senators, and that is the claim that these 4 MCAs did not vote is not believable. That's the only conclusion you can draw. So, let us face this. The governors, I'll come to that in a short while when I begin analyzing those witnesses one by one. But let me address you on the lack of logic in the totality of the governor's case theory. There were 47 MCAs entitled to vote in Kericho County Assembly on the 15th of August, 2025. If you believe, as the governor believed, and as his council believed, that someone voted for you with your credentials, the logical thing is to attempt to log in with those credentials and say, I was unable to log in because somebody had already used them as passwords to log in. That's the logical thing. The other logical thing, if you believe that the system was capable of double voting, is to log in and vote yourself. Because once you log in and vote yourself, and somebody else has double voted, the system will return more votes than the registered voters. That's the logical thing. So I do not know, Mr. Speaker, sir, distinguished senators, whether we have a case of imprudence or dishonesty on the part of these witnesses. But I want you, when you consider this matter in your own debate, to tell me how somebody will fail to take advantage of these 2 possible and irrefutable evidence creating acts and come and present another one to tell you, I did not vote. And let's face it. These are the very MCAs you saw by your own clip. The governor's council at the assembly telling them, stand up and demonstrate you will vote support the governor. One of them says they had met the governor earlier and they had agreed on that position. First, that is legislative impropriety. Will you believe a representative of the people who confesses to have engaged in that conduct? I am inviting you to find the overall conduct of these people to be not worth of your credit. But let me point out something else. Mr. Peter Wanyama, advocate for the governor, says, in fact, he logged into this system twice and voted. The county assembly's expert has not seen that login of his. The governor's own expert today has confirmed he didn't see that login by Peter. The independent expert by this House has confirmed he didn't see that log in by Peter Wanyama. It means the governor's case theory is found on a shameless lie that an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, and our profession, Mr. Speaker, sir, thankfully for me, you belong to this profession, and distinguished senators, some of you belong to this profession, abhors an advocate vouching for his client. An advocate presents evidence as presented by witnesses and the law established. But if the advocate himself can take the extreme stance taken by Mr. Peter Wanyama Learned Counsel to present a factual wrong that he logged in this system and voted, a fact which his own witness says, I didn't see it in the logs, a fact which the independent witness of this House, the expert, says, I didn't see that in the logs. A fact which Mr. Peter Wanyama himself was unwilling or unable to take the witness stand and be cross-examined on. I invite you to draw a conclusion that there is enough evidence that the governor was willing to go to any extent to deceive this House, that this voting process was in fact compromised. Let's face it, distinguished senators. Every system, ICT or otherwise, can be made better. Any system can be made better. Banks work on ICT system, and many other systems now, operations work on ICT systems. Whether they medical systems, be they aviation industry systems, and all other systems. Each one of them can be made better. The fact that the system adopted by the County Assembly of Kericho can be made better is not a basis for invalidating that which it has done. The only basis for invalidating that which it has done is credible and irrefutable evidence that the system was in fact compromised, not capable of being compromised. No single witness before you has brought that evidence that this system was in fact compromised. Learned Senior Counsel, Mr. Katwa Kigen, I would reiterate, Mr. Speaker, sir, one of the most courteous counsel that I know, one of the most polite counsel I know, and a mentor to many young lawyers that I teach, came here and this, in his opening remarks, which are captured at page 25 of Wednesday this week morning, observes that this site was pulled down, and in a response to the PO, it was brought up again. The logs by these witnesses would have shown that act of pulling down the site and re-uploading the site. Not the County Assembly's witness, not the governor's witness, not the independent witness of this Senate has captured that log of interference with this site by pulling it down and re-uploading it. I am reiterating a simple and straightforward case that this evidence shows that this governor could go to any extent, including getting senior and reputable counsel to present factual inaccuracies before this Senate just to achieve the termination of these proceedings on a technical objection. As you vote on this issue, I beseech you to debate these questions, and if you reach answers contrary to these submissions, I will leave with your verdict peacefully. If you reach a verdict that conforms to this verdict, once again, I will be able to live with it peacefully. Look at how the county governor's council stood before the county assembly and the governor himself and commandeered, assumed the speaker's role, commandeered the MCAs stand up. What had they done to those MCAs to assume that kind of control over them? I am not sure that if I stood before here and commanded these senators to stand up in direction, they will take it seriously, however persuasive my case. What had they done to them? Between this system that provided some form of privacy for the individual MCA and the so-called roll call system, in that context of this governor and this advocate commandeering MCAs on record, which one would have guaranteed better integrity and independence of decision-making by this assembly? It is expected that any MCA who took advantage of that semblance of independence and voted for this motion, having been earlier intimidated and commandeered, may consider stating that they had not voted. In the next few minutes, let me reflect on the question raised by the majority leader on the 3 MCAs. For starters, distinguished senators, there were 4 who took that position as represented by the governor. Along the way, my learned colleague, Mr. Katwa Kigen, confirmed one of them abandoned that position. This position that we did not vote, which witnesses are liberally taking and abandoning, can we take it as a definitively confirmed position that witnesses didn't vote? Because they are taking and abandoning. That's number 1. Number 2, let's look at the residual 3 that are of concern to the question raised by the majority leader on behalf of the House. One of them is Martin Kiplangat Cheruyot. First, you'll notice that Martin Kiplangat Cheruyot swore the same affidavit with Edna Tonui. Same affidavit. They jointly signed it as we. Edna Tonui has now told us, I never signed that affidavit, by her own affidavit. On what basis would we believe that affidavit where one of the owners has disowned? It is said, Mr. Speaker, sir, distinguished senators, that if the alligator came from the sea, systems do this, an expert told to audit this system can recommend some things that can make this not to happen. It does not mean that what we are doing here is invalid. What we are doing here remains valid regardless of this kind of systemic challenges. So I'd said, it is said that if an alligator came from the sea and told you, Mr. Crocodile is sick, you don't say, I am going to the sea to verify for myself. In regard of the affidavit jointly sworn by Edna and Martin Kiplangat Cheruyot, the alligator that has come from the sea, symbolically speaking and with due respect, is Edna. She has told us that affidavit is fake. That signature is not mine. How much more evidence do we need to discredit that affidavit? Then comes the other joint affidavit of the 18 MCAs, on which again Edna's name is indicated. She has come from the sea and told us that affidavit is fake. I didn't sign it. Why would we believe anything from that affidavit? So that would be the approach, Majority Leader, distinguished senators, if I were confronted with that evidentiary question. But that is not enough. That is not enough. Consider the evidence of Amos Birir Trump, who is asked a simple question, Mr. Speaker. This affidavit you claim to have signed jointly, the 18 of you, what time did you sign it? Daytime or nighttime? He says he signed it after lunch. It turns out the assembly proceedings went on until past 8 p.m., and that affidavit contains proceedings of the assembly, meaning it could only have been signed in the night. Normal advocates would have closed their offices at that time. They would tell their clients to come back tomorrow. Can we believe that witness who says those things? I say this because what is before you is whether you have credible evidence to disturb the presumption of regularity of the county assembly's Hansard and resolution as communicated to you. Let's then look at this Amos Birir, the Trump. He came here as an old man, stated his age, and initially looked very credible, even to me, initially. When confronted by learned colleague, Mr. Mutuma, in cross-examination, I do not know what your assessment of him was. Let me just say, in my assessment, he struck me as an old man, yes, but not very honest. Simple facts as to whether he has an internet-enabled phone, whereas his affidavit gave us an impression that he had no internet-enabled phone, he was on WhatsApp. In fact, that number, which he said was in the phone he was carrying in this house, was itself on WhatsApp. I do not know how much more credibility you can give such a witness. He needs redemption in the area of credibility. If you sought my opinion, the verdict belongs to you as whether you would believe him. A witness called Hilary Kibet Bosuben confirmed that he had a laptop supplied to him by the county assembly. He confirmed to him that he used this integrated system. Remember, voting is just one of the components of this system, but this system discharges multiple other functions. He used this same system to make his requisitions for payment of allowances for committee sittings, to register his attendance at committee sittings. It's these same people who use this system to register their attendance in committee sittings who are saying they have never been trained on this system. Fortunately for us, none of them claim to be missing out on their sitting allowances because of this system. It's enabling them in their bread and butter matters. It is only when voting is concerned that they draw the line. I then pose the question, are these the people, distinguished senators, whom you will say that you believe them that they didn't vote? Because to disturb the verdict of this assembly, you must reach a conclusion that, in fact, these people did not vote for the motion. At that juncture, credibility becomes the most important question. As you consider this motion, distinguished senators, remember Geoffrey Bett. Geoffrey Bett appeared before you as a person living with a disability, a mobility-related disability. He poured his heart out to you. He told you, I have come before you as part of my healing process. He told you, this governor confronted me in a joint sitting of the CECs and COs. He told you in that joint sitting of CECs and COs, when I was proposing to him that rather than procuring a financial management system at 68 million shillings, we can internally develop it at about 1 million shillings and prudently use taxpayers' money. He told me, I thought you only had a physical disability of your limbs. Kumbe, you also have a mental disability. Those were the words of Geoffrey Bett here. Geoffrey Bett has told you, I have come to this Senate as part of my healing process. I want you to consider Geoffrey Bett as you vote. Will your vote to rescue this governor aid Geoffrey Bett in healing? Or will your vote to save this governor add insult to injury to Geoffrey Bett? That issue is on trial before the Senate. Given a chance to take the witness stand, defend himself, and possibly address Geoffrey Bett wherever he is, and say, Geoffrey Bett, before this same forum you sit, I am sorry for what I did to you. The governor has chosen not to take that stand. Allegations of financial impropriety, particulars of which were laid before you by various witnesses and documents, and which have been summarized by the learned counsel who came before me, are clear that Kericho County is hemorrhaging in loss of public funds. The governor had two opportunities. One, to get his concerned officers, CECs, COs, procurement officers, to swear affidavits and shed light on these matters. I invite you to reach a conclusion that the failure of the governor to call those witnesses to come before you and give account constitutes his shielding of those witnesses. A governor who shields witnesses who spend taxpayers' money, as we showed you on the Kipkelion housing saga, who shields his officers who spend money, as we showed you, in respect of the Londiani unfortunate accident victims, cannot claim it is not my act. He must take the ultimate responsibility, at least, for shielding those officers. Secondly, given a chance to come and take the witness stand and explain himself, because the evidence we have shows irrefutable evidence of hemorrhaging of public funds, he has declined to take the witness stand. I invite you to conclude that the act of the governor to refuse to take the witness stand, when the time there showed that the governor still had slightly over 30 minutes of his defense, is an act of arrogance on his part, not warranting any mercy from you. If you take all these factors into consideration, my invitation would be, you can only do one thing, the right thing: impeachment of this governor. The County Assembly of Kericho has done its part. The Hansard of this house, as a historical record, will document that. Fortunately for me, the check is still open for you to sign. The history book is still open for you to record your position in that history. The Hansard is still recording you. It will record your vote. Distinguished senators, how will history document you individually and collectively regarding the side of history you belong to? The side that dignifies Geoffrey Bett, or the side that undignifies him? The side that protects taxpayers' money, or the side that does not? I am done with my part. The ball is in your court. I rest my case.
Counsel for the governor, the floor is yours. And your 60 minutes start running from now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, honorable senators, my colleague, for the record, my name is Wajiko Diong. I will commence the closing argument, then my two colleagues will come thereafter. Honorable senators, our point of departure is the sequence of events as prescribed under Section 33 of the County Governments Act. And definitely, as we sit here, it's not in dispute that the County Assembly has the jurisdiction, the first jurisdiction, or the first instance in moving a motion for the impeachment of the governor. However, Mr. Speaker, in doing so, they must do so within the confines of the law and the edicts of the Constitution. They must adhere, in the very least, to Article 10, the principles and values of governance, and must do so within the provisions of Article 181. Therefore, before this House can admit this motion, it must then be satisfied, as we raised in our preliminary objection, that the threshold of the 2/3 majority of the Assembly was. Serious issues have been raised on what transpired in the Assembly on that day, Mr. Speaker. Several clips, videos have been played in this House on what transpired. And what can be seen is that from those videos and the picture which has been painted is that for the first time, the Kericho County Assembly introduced electronic voting system. The MCAs had never been trained about this system. It has not been controverted by our colleagues from the side of the Assembly. It's also in addition that it is on the floor of that motion that the Speaker of the Assembly informed the MCAs that now the electronic voting system had been deployed. From the ICT officer of the Assembly, Mr. Alfred Kimtai, Mr. Speaker, when that question was put to him, he admitted that the system was deployed 2 days before. The MCAs had not been given an opportunity to interact with the system, create their own passwords, so that the vote which they are going to cast is going to be linked to a particular MCA. This goes to the verifiability of that particular vote. It is not about the numbers at this point. It's about the process within which that election was undertaken. Because an election is not just an event, it's a process, Mr. Speaker. It can also be seen from those clips which have been played in this House that there was a division in the Assembly. And when there is a division, the standing order requires that a roll call vote is taken on that issue. The issue was raised by one Gabriela, who has been called as a witness before this House, and was supported by 17 others, making a total of 18. And it is at that point, the standing order number 79, Honorable Senators, that required the Speaker to direct a roll call vote to be undertaken on that issue, Mr. Speaker. However, the Speaker of the Assembly instead went on to declare that the voting was going to proceed electronically. It is not clear why at this point, for a matter of this magnitude, because as we sit here, the decision that is going to be undertaken, that was undertaken by the Assembly, is going to take away the political right of the governor, because he was declared as the duly elected governor. But on the same breath, it's going to take away the decision and the will of the people of Kericho County. So that a matter of this magnitude, it has not been explained by the Assembly why was the rush to use the system, which was being piloted for the first time, to vote on this motion, Mr. Speaker. And looking at that system and the various questions which have been raised by the Honorable Senators, it's clear that the system had serious doubts. There were serious issues of manipulation, and the 3 ICT experts, as they came here, they could not clarify or clear the doubts which were raised by the senators. There was issues which were raised about the geographical location of the particular votes. And as we stand here, every vote could not have been linked to the geographical location. And the answer is one. The configuration or the manner in which the system has been set does not secure the votes. Mr. Speaker, it is also admitted, it's not disputed, that on the material day, I have heard the counsel for the governor indicate that the username is like the email address, and the password was unique, but in this case, it was an ID number. How many times do we sign with our ID numbers when called upon? It is clear from the list of even the laptops that was applied to them that they had to write their own ID numbers. As they sign various registers, Mr. Speaker, they had to indicate the ID numbers. So what is unique about the ID numbers when we talk about a password? And it is clear from the 3 ICT experts that the two-factor authentication or the multi-factor authentication was not created for this system, so that every particular vote can be linked to the MCA. Also at the same time, from the Hansard at page 195 of the governor's Bardo, the Speaker himself of the Assembly publicly announced that the ID number is the password. So it was no longer a secret of what the password was, Mr. Speaker. And at the same time, issues arose about whether the MCAs had brought the tools of trade, particularly the gadgets which were required to conduct business. But as it has been shown, is for the first time they were going to use electronic voting. No prior notice had been given to the MCAs, and that was declared on the floor. So that when the MCAs have given evidence that they did not have their phones, they cannot then be faulted, because in the normal conducting of their business back in the Assembly, it is for the first time that they were required to use their phones. Mr. Speaker, it has also been shown also about the user name, which is not disputed, that the first link had all the usernames. And every MCA had access to the link and could then access the username or the IPPD address for the MCAs. And with that, Mr. Speaker, the case for the Assembly is that 3 voted. But the question the House should ask is the verifiability of these 33 votes. Can you link the vote of each and every which was casted or which is said to have been casted to the particular MCA? It has also been admitted that the MAC address for the devices used in casting these votes could not be submitted to this House by either of the ICT officers. And with that, even as we narrow down, on the governor's side is that 18 MCAs did not vote. And narrowing it down is that there are 4 disputed votes in this case. That's the vote of Martin Kiprangat, who testified yesterday. We have the vote of Kibet Mosuben. We have the vote of Amos Biril and Edna Chepkirui. And just to attempt to address the issue of Edna, she has 2 conflicting affidavits. And as the Assembly is faulting the governor's side for not calling this witness, they have equally not called her to come and produce this affidavit. And as such, we are left at a point whether indeed she did sign that affidavit with the Assembly. But also we have the clip of Kibet Mosuben, which was played where he received a call from Mr. Logon, who was the motion mover. And the best defense the motion mover would give was that that's not my voice and I do not drink. But he has not given controverting or evidence to controvert that evidence. He has not given his call logs to say, on this particular date, I did not call Honorable Kibet. He has not controverted that clip apart from just denying, which is so easy to say, that's not my voice as it is, even when clip has been played. And so that, Mr. Speaker, as I wind up, from the system, with all these doubts being created, the ICT officer from the Assembly could not supply the system security certificate for this system, could not supply the penetration certificate for this system. He also admitted there was no personalized password which was created for every MCA. And what was available as the password was the ID which was available to other third parties. So that the question then the Honorable Senator should ask, how secure was the system? And how verifiable is the vote which was cast? Honorable Senators, as you look at the affidavit of Mr. Alfred Kimutai, the ICT officer, at paragraph 23, 30, 31, and 32, it is his admission that the system designed is very simple, accurate, verifiable, secure, and user-friendly. However, with the doubts which have been created about the system, has it met those standards? But also in the same breath, even after this House, let me use it on a right note, ordered for the server to be opened, and the ICT experts had to testify, it has created more doubts than answers to these honorable senators about the verification of the votes and the security of that system. And it's not even in any way comforting. But if that doubt then is there, and the verifiability of the votes cannot be proven, the integrity of the system cannot be proven, it cannot then be said the 2/3 threshold was met. And it is thus our submission, Mr. Speaker, that the jurisdiction of this House has then been prematurely been invoked in this case. And the charges and the motion by the Assembly should not be admitted. Thank you. We can have my senior pick it up from there.
Mr. Speaker, sir, and the Honorable Senators, allow me to pick up from where my colleague has left and complete our submissions. On the questions of the ICT issues raised in these proceedings, and simultaneously, when addressing that question, I'll be principally making submissions on our preliminary objection. The question of threshold, and the most important thing is whether we have information before this House on whether 33 MCAs actually voted of necessity, provide a basis for this House to make a decision. Allow me to first of all say that as lawyers, we are not experts in IT. Throughout these proceedings, myself, it's been a learning experience, and up to now, I can say without contradicting myself that I know where the problem is, and I know then in terms of the decision on what went wrong, the vulnerabilities of the system, the missing gaps, the information which is required for purposes of making submissions before this Senate. And it is important to just highlight, as a way of reaction, to what the learned Ongoya said with respect to lawyers providing evidence. That is not true. This is a house of record. It's a house of evidence. What happened, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, what happened is that the County Assembly created what we call a demo website. A demo website 2 days ago. And that demo website, for us who are participating in this impeachment process, based on the information which was available by the County Assembly in Volume 4A, and that is where I'm going to focus my submissions on. Based on the information available, publicly available, and that's one of the issues which we have demonstrated here as a major vulnerability of this process on the aspect of verifiability, accuracy, and authenticity of the system, confidentiality and data protection, which has a heavy constitutional implication. So one of the, if you look at page 1 of volume 1, volume 4A, if you look at page 1 of volume 4A, there is information which I accessed and which was accessible to anyone at the County Assembly and all the MCAs at that time. The information is the IPPD numbers of the MCAs. That was the username which was supposed to be used to access this site, and that has been confirmed by the testimony of all the expert witnesses here. And the three of them, from the County Assembly, County Executive, and Office of the Governor, and the expert witness from the Senate. Then this system, how do you access it? You access it using an ID number. Again, from the ICT policy and the best practices in software development, we have been told that it is not a proper security safeguard to access such a system with an ID number. So what happened is that the County Assembly 2 days ago created a demo website. So with this information that is easily available, it was then possible for anyone to key in and access that system. So it begs then the question, because the ID numbers are contained in volume 4A, that is page 1. The IPPD numbers are in page 4. And it begs a fundamental question which it keeps on recurring in this House, even from the questions which have been asked by the senators, and the responses which were given by the ICT expert from government, from the ICT authority. This information, we request the Senate to take judicial notice of the information contained in an IPPD number. Who else can access that information within a county government setup? Payroll staff in the county government, County Assembly can definitely access the payroll number for the MCS. The persons who created this system, the IT administrator, and the evidence has been laid here, clear, express, and unequivocal, that a link was sent to the administrator of this system. So he also had access to this system. The other persons who had access to this system are anyone Any person then who had mischief, any person who had mischief will then access this system because it's data that is easily available. So that concern we are saying is an important aspect which you need to consider when making your decision on the question of threshold, which is a requirement of Section 33, Paragraph 2 of the County Government Act. Because the meat of this matter, the substance of this matter, the question that is before the Senate for determination is whether 33 MCAs actually voted. Secondly, whether the 33 MCAs met the constitutional threshold. Thirdly, whether the 3 MCAs who claim that they were not, they did not vote, but someone voted for them, whether that evidence is credible, and if that is accepted by the Senate, then it affects the threshold. It affects the threshold. It means then there is no proper motion before the House, and on that basis, based on the legal doctrine that the law matters, that county assembly as a house is also governed by the law. We can do what we want, yes, but we must follow the law. We are all servants of the law. It is the law that drives everything that we do, including proceedings that are conducted at the county assembly. So that in this case, the Senate has a duty and an obligation to verify the authenticity of the 3 votes, because they will bring down the threshold, and then it means, and based on the ruling which was issued by the Speaker yesterday, that when voting on that question, if you believe that the 3 MCAs, including Honorable Trump, did not vote, and remember, these MCAs have come to the House. They have come here and told you by their word of mouth that I, Honorable so-and-so, I did not vote on this motion. And there are 3 of them. And their testimony is consistent with what transpired in the House. The question that you'll be left with is, do you believe these MCAs who said that they did not vote so that you can make a decision on the threshold, or do you believe a computer-generated information which has so many doubts to the extent that the entire House is asking questions? The question which this House is asking, and which all the senators have observed are asking, is really fundamental. We cannot put this down there. We are not downplaying the allegations against the governor. We have responded to them. But what we are saying is that, did these 3 MCAs vote? What does the evidence tell us? Let's look at the evidence. Where is the evidence? If you look at, Mr. Speaker, the evidence is contained in Volume 4A. Evidence has been led here by experts, all of them, that when you vote using a gadget such as a computer, which is internet-enabled, when you vote using a laptop or a tablet or a desktop, there are unique codes that identifies that gadget in the system. This code is known as the MAC address. When you sign into the Wi-Fi, using that gadget, it will leave a digital fingerprint, a digital print, digital evidence on that system for purposes of anyone who then audits that system, checking and ascertaining that MCA A, B, C voted in that system. So that is a fundamental question that we must always ask ourselves when we are determining that preliminary, voting on the preliminary objection. Is there information before this House? Mr. Speaker, sir, when I asked the government ICT expert a question, deliberate question, it is because of that. Because yesterday we were with this ICT officer. We were raising concerns about various things. One, whether the ICT officer from the ICT authorities can be able to comprehensively answer all the questions with the information which they have. We asked the question which was asked by a senator here, whether they can be able to hack into the, do a soft hack. It's called a soft intrusion, whether they can be able to hack into the system to verify the identity of the MAC addresses, to get those logs. We asked that question, and then the ICT officer walked out for 2 hours, and then came back. So we were appreciably apprehensive. What did this ICT officer go out to do for 2 hours? From between 2:30 p.m. and 4:30, after the speaker had issued directions that we need to be there and ensure that this audit is done and it's a time-bound activity. Why would he do that? So we were appreciably apprehensive. When the ICT officer came back, and if you look at the report which he has submitted, he did not want to explain. His approach was that yes or no. The speaker has said, is it verifiable or not? Then he said, I will respond to the question the way I want, yes or no. That's what happened. That's what happened, yes or no. That's why if you look at the report of the ICT officer, and if you look at the report, it does not contain the information which we asked him to put on the report, which this Senate has been raising this afternoon. That evidence of the MAC addresses. We told him, and he has confirmed here, we told him, why can't you simply say in your report that for you to verify that MCA A, B, C, and D voted, you need their MAC addresses of the gadgets which they used, and these MAC addresses are in the system. And then he told us orally that this MAC addresses, yes, you need them, but I will not put them in the report. Mr. Speaker, sir, that is the context in which the governor's side said, then we cannot sign this report. Even though they participated in the report generation, they were there when the logs were being extracted, the logs which are in the report. Those logs, same logs are in the county assembly document, and these logs will tell you only one side of the story. They will tell you only one side of the coin. Only one side of the coin. And it does not answer the question which is before the Senate. Which is this side of the coin? That 33 MCAs voted. Mr. Speaker, sir, let me say here, as part of our submissions, in a very, very clear and succinct manner. Indeed, we have looked at the evidence submitted by the county assembly, the data generated from the system, by the county assembly, and as extracted by this, by the expert speaker, the expert witness, and the expert witness also of the governor. And there is information that 33 MCS actually voted for this motion. There is information that 33 MCS voted for this motion. It is there. It's there in page 4A. But the fundamental question, because the governor's team is saying, so and so did not vote for this motion. And there are 3 of them. So the question then that begs the answer, which all the experts have not answered to now, which leaves doubt in the minds of everyone, including myself as a lawyer. Where can you, with certainty, tell us that this MCA, that MCA for this particular ward used this gadget to vote? Because then that will weed out. It will weed out and completely foreclose, Mr. Speaker, sir, the statement, the oral evidence which has been made by these MCAs. Because these 3 MCAs are saying, I did not vote. I, Honorable so-and-so, I did not vote for this motion. I did not vote. Mr. Speaker, sir, that statement is extremely weighty for purposes of the proceedings in this House. Therefore, we ought to have gotten from the system logs of all the MAC addresses of the gadgets which access this system from the county assembly. To leave that doubt, to leave that question clear to the minds of everyone. Mr. Speaker, sir, additionally, yesterday there was evidence which was led that some MCAs could not vote using their gadgets, their telephone numbers. Their telephone numbers. Their mobile phones. So what happened is that the clerk, the speaker asked them to be assisted to vote using a machine, laptop or desktop, but it was a computer. that evidence will be there to be analyzed. The MAC addresses for that system. The ICT officer from the government says that that evidence ought to be in the system. We consistently asked him this question deliberately because we want that question to be fully answered. Where are these MAC addresses? So, honorable senators, as we retire to consider this, the question of threshold, just know that there is now doubt more than ever. Experts have come to the Senate, and there is doubt from all of them on the existence of these MAC addresses. Instead, Mr. Speaker, sir, and Mr. Speaker, sir, this is really interesting. Instead, they say, especially the expert from government says, that what we have as evidence are the IP addresses. The experts who, including himself, say that for it to be complete, you need to have both the MAC addresses and the IP addresses. The IP addresses is, what did he say, Mr. Speaker, sir, when he was testifying here? He said that the IP addresses are the gateways, the gateway IP addresses. They cannot tell, it tells you who accessed a particular Wi-Fi, which was being used by the MCAs in that area. It does not tell you the MAC addresses of the specific telephones that were used. So that is very, very significant. So to complete that argument and to leave no doubt whatsoever, if you look at volume 4A, and here, Mr. Speaker, allow me to just address a couple of issues on volume 4A. That is at page, the IP addresses which were produced. And the experts say that this is not conclusive. You will need additional information. At page 29, 31, 32, 33, of volume 4A. The Honorable Senator Asige, I don't know whether she's here, probably listening to where she is, asked an extremely important question, Mr. Speaker, sir, which affects the aspect of verifiability. Verifiability. Even on these IP addresses, we have left the issue of the MAC address, of the MAC addresses. Let's look at these IP addresses. I listened to the Honorable Senator Asige asking that question, and I said, maybe that is the real issue that the Senate also need to inquire about. What was the issue? How many Wi-Fi? They say that if you have a gadget and you access the system, you will use a Wi-Fi. That's what they said, Mr. Speaker, sir. Is that right? Yes. They say that then 9 MCS can have the same IP addresses because they access the same Wi-Fi. Again, that's what they said. I'm not picking this from there. Statements from the word of mouth. So the question is, if you look at these 33 IP addresses at page 29, page 32, page 29, 30, 31, 32. Mr. Speaker, sir, look at these IP addresses. Are these IP addresses the same? Mr. Speaker, sir, there are some which are the same. And this was pointed out. There's an IP address which features really prominently. It appears 9 times. This is 41, 139, 237.129. This IP address appears 9 times. 9 times. The ICT experts who appeared here say that it's also possible to do a geographical search of these IP addresses. But there is no evidence in the Senate that a geographical search of these IP addresses was done on the aspect of verifiability. But this IP address appears 9 times. So what does it mean? That somebody accessed, they accessed a particular Wi-Fi 9 times. But Mr. Speaker, sir, if you look at these logs, you will see that there are many other IP addresses. So the question is, Why are these IP addresses different if you are all within the county assembly premises, the house? You are accessing the same Wi-Fi network. And they say that if you access the same Wi-Fi network, then you need to have the same IP address. So the question is, why are these IP addresses different, Mr. Speaker, sir? Is it possible that the Kericho County Assembly has 6 Wi-Fi routers? Because when I counted, I saw. And Mr. Speaker, sir, you can count for yourself the different IP addresses that appear in this document. And that was the query which was raised by the distinguished Honorable Asige. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, we submit that we have a very big problem before this House. The problem is that there is no certainty whatsoever based on the testimony of the 3 expert witnesses on who actually voted. Their votes are there, but who actually voted? Instead, Mr. Speaker, sir, the possibility is that somebody may have accessed this publicly available data and voted for anyone else. And that is the information which, that is the evidence that is before the House. And because of time, Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me to then conclude by saying that based on the provisions of Article 10.2 of the Constitution, the system which was deployed by the County Assembly on this vote, Mr. Speaker, sir, on an important matter concerning the removal of a governor from office. That system is not transparent, it is not verifiable, and therefore the results from that system are not verifiable. And on that basis, Mr. Speaker, sir, I urge I urge the honorable senators, Mr. Speaker, sir, that you allow our preliminary objection and throw this issue back for the where it came from, because it does not meet the constitutional threshold as required by Section 33(2) of the County Government Act. I yield the floor to my colleague.
For the record, my name is Katwa Kigen, Counsel for the Governor, and the nature of my submissions will be more towards the aspects of fact. And Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable senators, we hold the position that the governor has responded to the factual allegations of the claims made by the County Assembly, and that is captured in his affidavit, volume 1, the affidavit in volume 1, page 1 to 31. And the allegations that had been raised by the County Assembly are 9, and all of them have been answered. It relates to management of a program called NAV-CDP, FLOCA, Kasim Tani, Strategic Intervention Projects, Londiani accident, dismissals, subversion of County Assembly activities, and bullying. All those issues we've answered, and we pray that the senators and Mr. Speaker, sir, they be looked at as answer to the allegations. Now, in more particular, I would like to say this. The allegations are in 2 categories. The first category is old complaints that were brought here before you in September 2024. And the second set are new claims raised by a report made on 5th of August 2025, and attendant to which an impeachment motion was initiated on 6th of August 2025. In respect to the old complaints, which is constituted of these particular 3 items, the first one is the issue of Kasim Tani. The second one is the issue of Londiani accident. The third one is the issue of private land. Our first attack on that, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that the standing orders of Kericho County prohibited and prohibits the need to consider those allegations. The standing order number 70A subsection 2 is to this effect. Despite paragraph 1, probably I should read from paragraph 1 for context, 70A says this: a motion by any member for the removal of a county governor by impeachment may be reintroduced in the county assembly on the expiry of 90 days from the date of a vote by the Senate. Subsection 2 is to this effect: despite paragraph 1, a motion for removal of a county governor by impeachment may be reintroduced in the county assembly on other grounds other than the initial grounds that were highlighted in the previous impeachment proceedings. Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable senators, I put a lot of premium and emphasis on the use of the word grounds that were highlighted in the previous impeachment. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is our contention, contrary to what Honorable Rogony said when he was testifying, that to the extent to which those grounds were captured in the motion, were moved in the county assembly, were debated in the county assembly, were voted for, and were brought here. To the extent that those things happened, they had fitted into that word of highlighting. And for that reason, Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable senators, it is our submission that indeed it should not be here. However, I would like also to make supplementary comments about those allegations in our defense. I would like to start with the issue of Kasim Tahani. And my learned friends for the county assembly said that the Kasim Tahani was rolled out without proper legislation and that some funds were lost. May I just explain that Kasim Tahani was a concept where the Kericho County Executive proposed that successful bidder contractors were obligated to engage local youths and women so that they would benefit from the contracts that were run in their neighborhoods. And so the payments for the youths and the women was to be paid from the remuneration or the payments due to those contractors. So it's not like it was funds from the county. Absolutely not. It was funds that were payable as part of the contract money. In that situation then, there was no need for any policy, there was no need for any legislation to have been in place. So that's our first answer to that allegation. The second explanation that we have is that indeed in our response both in September 2024 and in this time round, we explained and provided lists of youths and women who are paid on those projects. We are aware that similarly the county assembly through the committee that purported to investigate came with a list of youths and women. And our position is that there is nobody owed, and if there is any amount that is owed, they should go to those contractors. But significantly related to that allegation that there are some people who have been deprived of their due payment, it is our contention that the Senate is not the forum for their claim for labor rights. If they had any complaint about their rights for work done, they should have gone to labor court or should have reported to the police or even gone to civil court. And to that extent, therefore, honorable senators and Mr. Speaker, sir, we are contending that the issue of Kasim Tahani as a ground for impeachment is a red herring. The issue of Londiani accident, we already explained, and I would like to explain again, that it was the committee and the activities of that committee were in the hands of central government. They were not in the hands of the county government. And the person who was chairing those proceedings was the county commissioner. The signatories to the accounts was the county commissioner and members of those committees. And Mr. Speaker, sir, when I asked the question to the witness who came to bring that issue, he admitted that indeed the governor did not sit in that committee, was not a signatory to those accounts, and there is nowhere where he is associated with those funds. It is also significant that the witness says that much as these things happened in 2023, they have not deemed it necessary to complain either to EACC or DCI or to any other entity if they were aggrieved about these funds. And so it is our contention that this issue has been brought solely for purposes of injuring the good name of the governor. Two last issues I wish to mention about this Kasim Mtaani issue and Londiani is that they relate to the period, the financial year 2022-2023. And Mr. Speaker, sir, as we pointed out when we asked the questions to the witness who came to testify on this issue, it is true that it is not captured in the Auditor General's reports, so that if it were to be the case that indeed any money was lost or there was any impropriety, our expectation is that it would have been captured. The fact that it is not captured is an indication that indeed these allegations are completely baseless. I would like then to come to the allegations that were brought to the County Assembly on 5th of August 2025. And before I discuss the particulars of our defense in respect to that, I would like again to invite the honorable senators and Mr. Speaker, sir, to the point we made in regard to that issue. The first one we made was that the governor was not given an opportunity to react and act on those reports. And the witness admitted that the reports were made on or around 5th of August 2025, and the motion, actually let me correct myself. He said the reports were brought into the assembly on 5th of August. And those reports provided for a period on average of 28 days within which the governor was to act. However, the next day, before the expiry of the 28 days, and in fact before the expiry of even 1 day, on the 6th of August, the impeachment motion was initiated. And it is our contention that that is an indication of bad faith and political motivation in this impeachment initiative. It is our contention also that if the governor were to be looked at as having failed in his oversight role, he needed to have gotten time to act and to have failed to have acted. Now, discussing the various the various items of that those new allegations relating to NAV, CDP, FLOCA, and strategic infrastructural projects, the allegations of dismissals, we would like to explain that particularly FLOCA and NAV CDP are projects that are foreign funded. They are donor funded projects. Each of those projects have clear budget lines, they have clear work plans, they have cascaded means of ensuring that there is accountability, both even on issues of procurement and audits of works done. And to the extent, therefore, that the works are going on and that subsequent works cannot proceed until the previous one has been audited and accounts provided, to the extent, therefore, that those works are still going on is an indicator that those projects are in good shape. However, the governor takes the position that if it were to be the case that there is any impropriety, he needs time to look at it and to act on them. But otherwise, he insists that there is no impropriety and that if there were any improprieties, the donors who are supporting these projects would have raised it. The complainants who have come to you would have even written to the EACC, which they have not done. On the other projects, including the strategic intervention projects, the issues of contract, the issues of procurements, the issue of splitting contracts, the issue of public address, the issue of tents, and the other house renovations, Mr. Speaker, sir, the governor maintains that he needed time to look at it and to act. The fact that the report by the committee came on 5th and he was being impeached on 6th is such that it deprived him of an opportunity to counter-check the allegations contained in those reports and to have acted. But collateral to that, the governor in his affidavit has explained that indeed he has already handed over documents related to, or rather he has instructed his people to hand over the documents related to those projects to the EACC for further investigations. And may I say also, related to the old cases, that is Kasim Tani and Londiani, the governor has also, the issues are under investigation by EACC. And secondly, through the witnesses, we were able to show that most of the people who were involved in those activities, in those projects, have been either subjected to disciplinary proceedings, and some have been required to retire. And for those reasons, Mr. Speaker, sir, it is our contention that there is no nexus whatsoever between any improprieties related to funds, procurements, and the other allegations raised between the governor and those situations. I would like to address this issue of the private property the same way we did when we raised it at the outset. The property that is being referred to is not private property, it is public property. And governor insists that it is private property and is determined to recover it. There is the contention and purport that there is a court determination saying that that is a private property. As we pointed out, and consequent to our pointing out, the county assembly has shied away from showing you the judgment. The decision that was made by the court was that the ground should not be used as a dumping ground until a NEMA certification is obtained. There is nowhere where it is said that it is private property. And even if the county assembly, in its totality, were to try to team up with this person who is trying to grab public property and use impeachment as a threat to the governor to cede the quest to recover the land, the governor is determined to recover the public land. Now, I would like then to answer a few questions that have been raised, especially in the course of the submissions today. The first one is the issue that my learned friend, Mr. Ongoya, has extensively referred to, the issues of the joint affidavits, one by both Martin and Edna, and the other one by the 18 MCS. And Mr. Speaker, sir, I had earlier on taken the position that it is proper to have signed a joint affidavit. However, even if it were to be the case that there is any impropriety or any compromise of the impact of those affidavits by reason of joint signing, it is our position that each of those witnesses came here, took an oath, and testified. That is good enough to supplement any shortcomings in those affidavits, and that their testimony is solid to the extent to which they took oath and testified here. The allegations of negative comments made in reference to Geoffrey Bate are denied, and in the course of the testimony of Mr. Geoffrey Bate, he agreed that he has not taken any action if he was aggrieved. He has not complained to the Public Service Board, who are his employers. He has not reported to any police station. He has not reported to any labor court. He has not reported to any civil court. He has not taken out any constitutional action. And therefore, it is our position that it is not true. And if it were true, he would have taken action. And as honorable senators may have seen, he clearly was strongly willed. And if indeed it was true that these allegations were true, then he would have already made a complaint. The other argument that has been made by my learned colleagues for the county assembly is that by reason of not calling these witnesses, the governor is shielding them. As we have explained, in respect to the old cases, Kasim Tani, Londiani, and the others, the governor has taken action. In respect to these complaints that arose on 5th of August, attendant to which he was process of impeachment started on 6th of August, he needs time to look at them, and he couldn't rush into, it can't be said that he's shielding them because he needs time to have looked at it and determine if there is any issues and deal with them. And then my learned friend, Mr. Ongoya, made a very funny comment saying that there is a certain impropriety in the governor meeting the MCS. It is our position that there is absolutely no impropriety in the possibility of leaders meeting. And there is the contention, therefore, that the governor met some MCS is completely misplaced. Now, I would like to say a few more things before I go to the next step. The first one is to say, Mr. Speaker, sir, on our preliminary objection, that there is unanimity on all the three experts on the two most material issues. The first one is that they are all unanimous that they cannot confirm whether the three MCAs voted. They cannot confirm that. Now, when you juxtapose that with the affidavit of the developer of the software, Mr. Alfred Korir, at page 23, at paragraph 23, sorry, where he says it is simple, accurate, verifiable, particularly emphasis on the use of the words verifiable, secure, and accurate. To the extent, therefore, that he intended this system to be verifiable and accurate, to the extent that we cannot determine who the three MCAs, whether or not the three MCAs voted, to the extent that we cannot do that, it is true then that this paragraph is bailed out. It is not true that that system was verifiable. The second thing that they are all agreed on the other thing that the witness agreed on is that indeed the records of the county assembly contain details of the payroll and ID numbers for the various MCAs, and that if somebody was determined to get them, especially within the establishment of the county assembly, they could get them. With those, in that context, therefore, it is our contention that indeed it was possible for somebody else to vote, and that the three experts admit that if you get those credentials, you could vote. So that there are those two admissions, Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable senators. Number one, that with the credentials, anybody could have voted for those MCAs. And number two, that they are not able to trace back those three votes to the three MCAs. Now, the last thing I wish to say, as I spare a few minutes for my client, is that we would like, honorable senators and Mr. Speaker, sir, that you take on board these as you consider the propriety of that system that was used to vote. Number one, we pointed out in the course of testimony that indeed the answer has been edited. It has been edited so that it is not consistent with the audio recording of the events. Number two, it is true that a few minutes before the movement of the motion on 6th of August, by the mover of motion, who, as we cross-examined him, we maintain is in collusion with the Speaker, 6 MCAs, there was an attempt to remove 6 MCAs with a view to reducing the numbers or otherwise to intimidate them to support the impeachment of the governor. Number three is the question that indeed there was an option to do a roll call voting. Nobody, not even my learned colleagues for the county assembly, have explained why they could not just take a straight and simple process that could have resolved the issue. And for all those reasons, and then the rush to set up this thing at night and to insist on using it, even when the nays, I'd say, were louder than the ayes. For all those reasons, Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable senators, we pray as a first line of our prayers that you do find that the system was not adequate to satisfy you that any voting took place and that the 2/3 threshold was met. As a second line, we pray that you do find that indeed no evidence and no material and no grounds have been adduced adequate to place a requirement on you to impeach the governor. With that said, Mr. Speaker, sir, I have 4 more minutes. I would like to request my client to just say a few minutes within that time limit.
Mr. Speaker, sir, and the honorable senators of this great house, the upper house, I stand again before you this evening, even as we make our final submission, that first of all, I'm grateful for the time the senators have sat for these 3 days and under your leadership, and to also indicate that as my lead counsel have indicated, we have made our submissions on the circumstances that has been laid on me. Mr. Speaker, The report, as I said in my earlier remarks, came to me at the 5th, and it was sent to my offices. I received it on 6th, addressed to the clerk, addressed to the county secretary, and marked to the Public Service Board, another address to me. It's on that same very day that the impeachment motion was tabled. It was then very difficult for me to have sat at that time to analyze the reports and be able to make implementation. I wish to state here, Mr. Speaker, sir, that as we ponder over this matter, during this period of impeachment right from the Assembly to where we are today, the EACC and the DCIE wrote to the county government of Kericho requesting documents for the same issues that has been mentioned. As a governor, I instructed the officers responsible, the county secretary, to submit the documents to the respective investigating agencies for action. I wish to commit before you, Mr. Speaker. I know how weighty the matters are before us. Mr. Speaker, I wish to submit before you and the senators that given a chance again, I'll be able to implement the reports in totality and also be able to implement what the investigative agencies as the DCI and the EACC will recommend for us to act upon. We further commit, Mr. Speaker, sir, that where there is elements of culpabilities, not only for now, but even in the future, on the state officers, it is my commitment that as we take leadership of Kericho to a step higher and notch, that we will do whatever possible to protect the resources of our people. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, sir, and the honorable senators, as an individual, I know that I do not claim perfection. I have flaws just like any other human being. My 2 years journey in political leadership has been learning of lessons. And when I look around the political environment that we have been, I pray to this Senate that should I get a chance from this great house, I would also set upon myself to be able to reach out to the entire leadership of Kericho County, especially the MCS and their speaker and also the deputy governor, and be able to strike a working relationship with them, of course, together with the senator of Kericho County and the members of parliament from the county government of Kericho, and be able to strike a working relationship with them so that, Mr. Speaker, it allows us, because this is the second last financial year before really the end of this 5-year cycle, to allow us to be able to deliver for the people of Kericho County. We have had our triumphs, we have had also our challenges, just like any other leadership and any flaws. And Mr. Speaker, I rise to, as I conclude, to speak to the great churches here and the senators here that have been listening to this case, that as you have listened and the evidence adduced to you, that the processes has been tabled to you, showing how flawed it was. But however, I offer myself that out of this, we will be able to step up the leadership of Kericho County and people again to work together with a great energy and strike a reconciliatory tone so that we are able to deliver for the mandate of our people. I wish to thank the honorable senators for the opportunity you have given us and the time you have given to listen to us. I know it's been a challenging time. It's also been trying for me, psychologically torturing, and it's been one of my lowest moments to be here in this Senate again for the second time. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I pray that the senators will find a place in their hearts to look into the matters that we have raised and give us a chance again to work for the great people of Kericho County. Asante sana, and may God bless all of us. Asante sana.
Now, honorable senators, ladies and gentlemen, having concluded the closing statements by the parties, the Senate will proceed into a camera session for 15 minutes, pursuant to Rule 27 of the Rules of Procedure. That is for the hearing and determination on the proposed removal from office by impeachment of Honorable Dr. Eric Mutai, the Governor of Kericho County. The objective of the in-camera session is to ensure that the process is concluded seamlessly substantially and in line with the requirements set out under the Constitution and the County Government Act and the Senate Standing Orders. Now, Honorable Senators, during this session, the parties, all members of public and the media will be expected to withdraw from the chamber and the galleries, and any form of broadcasting from the chamber shall cease forthwith. Consequently, I now direct the parties, all members of the public and media, to withdraw from the chamber and the galleries, and that any form of broadcast from the chamber to cease forthwith. It is now 9:35. We will resume open session at exactly 9:50. Thank you.
24 of the County Assembly of Kericho was made. Mr. Speaker, this is a preliminary objection. And Mr. Speaker, as you pointed out earlier, should we find that the threshold required was made, that would be the end of business this evening. If it was, Mr. Speaker, if the threshold of 32 was not met, if it was not met, then that would be the end of business this evening. Otherwise, we will proceed to the next motion. Mr. Speaker, it is very interesting that 2 days ago, we celebrated 15 years after the promulgation of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. Mr. Speaker, fortuitously, this debate is taking place at a time when in public domain there are people who think that men and women of this House do not have their own minds, do not have the capacity to make a decision on such a huge thing. So to me, this is a God-given opportunity. Let us do a good job so that we bring to shame those people who have no respect for other people who sit in offices other than the offices they themselves sit in. Mr. Speaker, just like you maybe, I have been helpless from the beginning up to the end of the hearing of the evidence on the PO. We have been thrown from one position to the other by this witness or that other witness. Members, you have seen witnesses from both parties flip and flop. You have seen, Mr. Speaker, others outrightly lying on oath. Mr. Speaker, you have even seen others contradicting themselves, those witnesses. And what's more, you have had, for the first time in our history in this parliament, you've seen a witness by the name of Edna rescind her signed affidavit. Mr. Speaker, in some cases, and there were many, in excess of 16, we saw witnesses here who had no sworn affidavit. They were speaking to a collective so-called affidavit. Mr. Speaker, because of the president of the senior counsel, Omugeni, and many other eminent lawyers, including Justice Madayo, we know that we were at pains to find out how we would cross-examine and how we would seek further clarity from these people who swore, these witnesses who swore on a collective affidavit. Mark you, the affidavit were being sworn in respect of electronic voting. If they were being sworn collectively, in the case of voice vote, then maybe you would say, in voice vote, we vote as a group. But electronic voting is an individual responsibility. So any witness coming here wanting to give us an affidavit on how they voted or didn't vote electronically, it had to be in the single person. It could not have been collective. Mr. Speaker, we have seen something unprecedented. A lawyer to this trial telling the House and on camera that he voted in Kericho. I've never seen it. And I'm sure the legal fraternity and you, the learned friends, you must be waiting what this House will decide about a lawyer who purports to vote in a county assembly process, something which was then controverted by the expert who said that there was no evidence whatsoever that this lawyer voted in Kericho. What's more, you have seen impunity where not just a lawyer, but a senior counsel go and assume the role of a speaker in the county assembly of Kericho and calls for members of the county assembly to abide by his request. They stand. What is more, Mr. Speaker, the same council has tried to mislead this House by saying that there was interference with the voting logs. The expert who came confirmed that such interference was not there. This is a good opportunity for us to speak to all respective professions, be it the legal profession, architectural, whatever, that people must live within the oath of office that you take when you qualify from a particular discipline. Mr. Speaker, I'll keep it short by saying the following as my last request. That we are lucky. I don't know whether it was the wisdom of the Speaker or the wisdom of the leader of the majority with the Speaker and the leader of the minority with the Speaker and others, when the House made a decision, as communicated by the Speaker, that this House must call for an expert, independent IT. Can you imagine where it would have been? When the first expert came, this expert was from the county assembly. He carried most of us along. But when the lawyers descended on him, we became confused. We didn't know whether to believe him or not. Subsequently, when the team of the governor then brought its own version of an expert, it was a bigger disaster. In fact, it is the senator of Narok who captured it. He said that his affidavit was more about a collection of his credentials. And when I looked at the credentials, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished senators, it was nothing impressive. The only serious credential there was bachelor in computer science. Otherwise, the other things were diploma here, the other things, some course training there, nothing that is, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, Mr. Speaker, sir, you'll have your time, my brother. You'll have your time.
Senator Boni, proceed and conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, sir, when I looked at those two experts and read and understood what the legal expert, not legal, the IT expert from the governor's side was telling us, he did not speak to the voting in Kericho. He started telling us the standard things that you can cut and paste when you want to increase your knowledge about these things where majority of us are strangers. I want therefore to thank you for bringing Mr. Lubuga. the expert who came from the authority. It is only Lubuka who clearly demonstrated to us, those of us who are lay, that voting took place electronically, who demonstrated to us, Mr. Speaker, that 33 MCS voted in Kericho, who confirmed to us that although the system could be better, but as of the time of voting, it was credible, who confirmed to us, Mr. Speaker, that no one MCA would be able to vote for the other one. I therefore conclude, Mr. Speaker, by proposing that, honorable members, let us give the people of Kericho an opportunity to hear your views on what you thought about the allegations against the governor. They want to know, because I know you are not biased. And the only way you can give them that opportunity to hear what the Senate has to say about how Dr. Kip Koech has been working in office is by allowing this PO to fall, because 33 elected leaders in Kericho found through voting electronically that the governor had a case to answer before us. I move and request that the distinguished senator from Narok, the Honorable Olekina, seconds my motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second this motion that this House finds that the threshold required by the Constitution for impeaching a governor has been met. Mr. Speaker, I'll be brief to the point. I will try not to be sensational, but factual. There are times for being sensational, but there are times for being factual. Mr. Speaker, with me here, I hold two audit reports of a system. One audit report is allegedly an expert who have been presented by the county governor of Kericho, who 30 pages out of 37 pages, 39 pages is mere credentials of an IT expert, not really taking us to the issues of whether the threshold was met. The Constitution of Kenya in Article 182 requires that 2/3 is met. And in Kericho County, there are 47 members of the County Assembly, which means this Senate has determined that the threshold is 32. That was an issue that we debated. Others think it's 31. But in this case, the ICT Authority of Kenya determined that according to the evidence presented, 33 members of the County Assembly voted to impeach the county governor of Kericho. Mr. Speaker, all of us here are litigant, one way or the other. I have never, in my history of litigation and going to court, sworn a joint affidavit with my co-witness. In fact, when I first saw that affidavit, I said this affidavit is defective, because an affidavit is deponed by one individual person under oath that what they are about to say is something that they can be able to stand with. When I looked at the affidavit that was sworn by 18, allegedly 18, I'm told one bolted out and presented a different affidavit. It was very difficult for me to determine who is taking responsibility on what. It was so difficult, even for the two counsel, to be able to cross-examine those witnesses. Because one of them said that I signed the affidavit at 1 p.m. after lunch, yet we have been shown evidence clearly that the proceedings proceeded all the way past 9 p.m. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to deliver the point. The issue is very clear. When it comes to voting in this House, Mr. Speaker, we have three choices of voting. You either vote to the affirmative and say yes, or you vote no, or you abstain. There was a huge argument about those ones who alleged that they abstained. It is impractical, Mr. Speaker, when a voting is being carried out electronically, for you to stand in the middle of a hall and say, I abstain. Unless you press a button and you say, I have abstained, and your record and your vote is indicated there, it will be difficult for the results to be printed out with your voice having absented. So, Mr. Speaker, I do not want to proceed further. I want to urge this Senate to recognize the ICT Authority audit and their findings and their conclusions and proceed accordingly with the impeachment hearing so that we can be able to delve into other matters that requires this Senate to call these governors to account for the resources that we sent to the county governments. Mr. Speaker, I beg to second.
Honorable Senators, I will now propose the questions. Order, Senator Fomeru. Order. That aware that pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution and Section 33 of the County Governments Act, on Friday, 15th of August 2025, the County Assembly of Kericho approved a motion for the removal from office by impeachment of the Honorable Dr. Eric Kipkoech Mutahi, Governor of Kericho County. Noting that by a letter reference number KCA/SP/3 Volume 1 into brackets 39, dated Friday, 15th of August 2025, and received in the office of the Speaker of the Senate on Monday, 18th August 2025, the Speaker of the County Assembly of Kericho informed the Speaker of the Senate of the approval of the motion by the County Assembly and further forwarded to the Speaker of the Senate documents in evidence of the proceedings of the Assembly, including the list of 33 out of 47 members of the County Assembly that voted in favor of the removal from office by impeachment of Honorable Dr. Eric Kipkoech Mutahi, the Governor of Kericho County. Further, noting that in the course of the hearing, an important question arose on whether the threshold of 32 votes needed for the impeachment of a governor as contemplated in Section 33 of the County Government Act and Standing Order 74 of the County Assembly of Kericho was met. Considering the evidence adduced before the Senate by the parties on the issue, and further, considering the report of the County Assembly of Kericho Chamber electronic voting system submitted by the ICT experts on the invitation of the Senate, now therefore, the Senate resolves that the threshold required for removal of a governor from office by impeachment contemplated in Section 33 of the County Governments Act and Standing Order 74 of the County Assembly of Kericho was met. Now, Honorable Senators, the floor is open for debate. But again, going to the agreement that was negotiated between the two sides, we'll have 4 members speak from the minority side and 4 members speak from the majority side, each speaking for more than 4 minutes. Not more than 4 minutes. You need not utilize the 4. I will start with Senator Osotsi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will restrict myself to IT issues. Mr. Speaker, you made a decision that this House hires an IT expert so that we can be guided on the issue of the IT system that was deployed for voting. And that would give us a pointer as to whether the threshold was met or not.
Mr. Speaker, I have gone through the report by the expert, and allow me to point out the inconsistencies that I've seen in the report. Mr. Speaker, this report is basically a production of the extracts from volume 4A of the County Assembly bundles. If you look at the logs, it's the same. If you look at the list of users of the system, it's the same. But there are only two things that have been included. And this is contained on page 13, where the experts attempted to do an IP lookup for that IP address that had been used 9 times. And in the lookup, Mr. Speaker, the lookup is supposed to tell you the physical location of a device, in this case on the internet. The physical location of this device is Kericho, but there are inconsistencies, Mr. Speaker. The inconsistency here indicates that the city is Leten town. Mr. Speaker, we all know that the county assembly of Kericho is in Kericho town, if I'm not wrong. But this lookup brings Leten town. I have a problem with that. Mr. Speaker, I've taken the trouble to do the IP lookup for all the other IP addresses that have been provided on page 29 of the County Assembly bundles, volume 4A. If you look at the lookup results, Mr. Speaker, you'll be shocked that the lookup results indicates that these devices were in different towns in Kenya, Mr. Speaker. Kiambu, Kijabe, Eldoret, Ahero, Narok, Yala, Baringo, Nyandarua, and Kapsabet. And Mr. Speaker, I attempted to ask this House to give us an opportunity to demonstrate that on the screen. I was denied that opportunity. I would like to ask this House that we can still do an IP lookup and we determine the physical location of these devices. These devices I proposed, Mr. Speaker, were phones that were used to vote. Mr. Speaker, an issue was raised about IP address, which had been used 9 times, 41.139.238.129. And we were told that that was a Wi-Fi that was shared. But Mr. Speaker, there is an IP address, another one, that has been used 3 times, 154.1. Answer that question.
You have exhausted your time, Senator. All right. 2 minutes, you conclude. 2 minutes, you conclude.
If you look at the only thing that my student, because this Philip was my student, I trained him on ITIL, which is an international standard on IT security. The only other serious thing that I've seen is on page 16, where the expert tried to bring a checklist that is used in international ICT audit. But this checklist, Mr. Speaker, if you go through it, there are no supporting documents to this report. There are no supporting. Everywhere except 2 instances is indicated no. The rest are a yes. But there are no supporting documents to support, including the matter of training, whether training for the system was done or not. Mr. Speaker, I want this House to note that yours truly was an expert in presidential petition, Raila Odinga versus IBC, together with Senator Kajwang. and our evidence on the same matter, results transmission, annulled the election, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to take you Article 86 of the Constitution on voting methods. It says the voting method must be simple, accurate, verifiable, secure, accountable, and transparent. Mr. Speaker, this does not qualify in any way to meet the basic requirement under Article 86 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, this House's credibility has been questioned. We have an opportunity to decide whether we want to continue being condemned outside there or make the right decision. I want to urge this House that we need to send back these MCS to do the right job and bring back the right voting numbers. Whether this has met the threshold or not, I want to.
Senator Mungatana.
Mr. Speaker, I want to first of all agree with the mover of the motion on one issue. And that's the only issue I'm going to agree with Bonnie Khalwale. That this House must be respected by everybody, by every office. And Mr. Speaker, this House has donated none other than the Deputy President and Cabinet Ministers. So it must be respected by everybody, Mr. Speaker. And I come to my point. Mr. Speaker, I disagree with the mover of this motion. I totally disagree. There is doubt as to the numbers of the people who actually participated in the voting. There is doubt. There is doubt. And you cannot escape that because we have been sitting here for the last 3 days, Mr. Speaker, and every person who has spoken to this matter, Mr. Speaker, including the experts, they have created doubt and continue to create doubt. Mr. Speaker, we are sitting here as a quasi-judicial unit. In fact, it is a criminal case that we are handling, almost like a criminal case. And the question that we must ask ourselves is, what is the standard that must be met when we are proving things? What is the standard? And if we can agree what the standard is, then we should not have a problem with rejecting this motion. Mr. Speaker, we borrow heavily from the American system. In the US, Mr. Speaker, 8 governors have been impeached, and 5 of them have been sent home. 3 have survived, one of them having resigned before the process was completed. Mr. Speaker, in the US, the test is very simple. They say it is legal evidence plus political tests. But Mr. Speaker, here in Kenya, we have a standard that is divided into 2. And I want to propose, Mr. Speaker, that when the motion is coming from the county assembly, when we are talking about the issues of threshold, Mr. Speaker, the standard must be like the criminal level standard. It must be beyond reasonable doubt. It must be. On these other motions, on these other charges, then we can adopt the American standard of saying it is legal evidence and political test. But on the question from the county assembly, Mr. Speaker, it must be beyond reasonable doubt. Mr. Speaker, here they have said that the expert report, the ICT authority, is to be followed like it is from the Bible. But Mr. Speaker, he himself, I heard him say that if you have the credentials of the ID and the IDDP, any person could actually vote. He said it himself here. And Mr. Speaker, the other senators are not telling us that That report was not signed by the side of the governors. They did not sign it because they did not agree with it. The ICT man disappeared for 2 hours, and when he came, he was not speaking to anybody. Mr. Speaker,
Senator Professor Tom Ojenda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will address myself to the threshold issue based on the evidence tendered before Senate. Mr. Speaker, witness statements were shown to us from pages 113 and other individual witness statements thereafter. 18 witnesses, Mr. Speaker, testified in a manner as to recant their signature or their vote on the day that voting occurred. That raises doubt, Mr. Speaker. 2, Mr. Speaker, the report that was apparently brought to this House by the IT expert seemed not to have achieved concurrence. It therefore did not conform to the terms of reference that was set or that was set by the Senate for this report to pass the test of authenticity or concurrence of all those who sat to make this report. Mr. Speaker, thirdly, Mr. Speaker, impeachments are not under Articles 181 of the Constitution and Section 33 of the County Government Act, are set on a threshold that is cast in stone. And that threshold, Mr. Speaker, as cast in stone, speaks to a minimum of 32 MCAs for Kericho County. The moment there's doubt as to a vote, Mr. Speaker, then that doubt must be resolved in favor of the governor. Mr. Speaker, I say this not because I want to be a governor or that I hold a PhD like the governor being impeached, Mr. Speaker, but because I speak the truth. And we must uphold, Mr. Speaker, and protect the office of governor in the same manner, Mr. Speaker, as we protect any other officers. Mr. Wambua, I know you want to be governor. Keep quiet. So, Mr. Speaker, it is that doubt or that shred of doubt, Mr. Speaker, that leads me to the conclusion, Mr. Speaker, and I agree with the analysis of Osotsi, Senator Osotsi, that we cannot sacrifice the governor at the altar of an unverified system. It is unethical and we will not do that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mandago.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, first, I want to disagree with the move of the motion. First, Honorable Speaker, on the issue of credentials, you know, I heard Senator Boni Kalwale say the expert from the governor's team, other than a degree, it was dotted with some diploma here and there. I want to remind Boni Kalwale that diploma is a recognized qualification in the Kenya education system. And if he has forgotten, I also want to remind him that his house was built by a person with a diploma in building. Yes. And even as we say that the expert from the governor provided a document that was littered with qualification, the expert from ICT Authority, the only thing that we have in this report is his title, Deputy Director of ICT. We don't even know whether he's really an expert. Honorable Speaker, having said that, I'm also an ICT person. And there are very basic things in ICT security you must look at. And all of us know, even when you are opening your own email and you create a password, the system alone will tell you that password is not strong. And there are things that you are not allowed to use as a password, things like identity card number. Honorable Speaker, even as we sit here as senators, our files are in the custody of the clerk. All the staff members of the Senate handle our files. They know our ID numbers. The IPPD number is in the file. They know our IPPD numbers, Honorable Speaker. How then do you say that the credentials were so secure when we all know that ID numbers are in the files, the staff are working around with the files, they have those ID numbers, they have those credentials? Honorable Speaker, the council from the county assembly said, if an alligator leaves the water and the river and tells you the Igbo is sick, who are you to doubt? So for us as senators, if honorable members of county assembly who are alleged to have voted have worked physically here, we are seeing them alive, and they have said they never voted. Honorable Speaker, what reason do we have to doubt that they voted? Honorable Speaker, if you look at this IP, number 41, 139, 237, 129, that appears in the IP lookup to have been in Laikipia, I highly suspect is the one that was used to vote for the 3 honorable members. Honorable Speaker, why did that IP vote for 3 members? Honorable Speaker, this impeachment was premeditated. You cannot in ICT develop a system today, launch a day before, and use it before doing what we call a test run of the system, Honorable Speaker. There is a difference between a voting system that tallies electronic data and a biometric where you just have to put your fingerprint, Honorable Speaker. Biometric is just part of electronic, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the county assembly must tell us, how do you hire an officer who has been fired by the county executive and immediately you go and employ them in the county assembly for only one mission, to make sure that you impeach the governor in a manner that is...
Senator, no, you're done. No. We cannot go that route. Senator Mogeni, you have made your point. No. Senator Mogeni. Oh yes, Senator Mogeni, just take your seat. Order. 30 seconds.
Yes, in that 30 seconds, Honorable Speaker, the county assembly members are saying the governor is in gross violation of the law. I heard one member of the county assembly saying the governor should have fired the chief officers. While on the same testimony, Honorable Speaker, the MCA acknowledged that that is the work of the County Public Service Board. How then do they say that the governor has violated the laws, Honorable Speaker? Finally, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Mogeni.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir. It is a universally accepted principle, Mr. Speaker, that you would rather acquit 10 suspects, if in doubt, than to convict one unfairly. Mr. Speaker, today is my Sabbath, and I came here to understand this system that was developed in Migori, a special purpose vehicle system that was meant to impeach the governor of Kericho. Mr. Speaker, for the 3 days that we have sat here, Mr. Speaker, on my part, I have not been able to understand this system, Mr. Speaker. I'm unable to understand, Mr. Speaker, how this system was allocated to each person in terms of devices, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is drama that has played out in this house in the eyes of the public, Mr. Speaker. An MCA, Mr. Speaker, called Martin, came to this house, Mr. Speaker, and swore by the name of Almighty God, Mr. Speaker, that he did not cast his vote at the County Assembly of Kericho, Mr. Speaker. Do you believe the system, or do you believe the person who carried the Bible and swore before the Senate, Mr. Speaker? Whom do you trust? Is it the Bible or the system? It's the Bible, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, more drama, Mr. Speaker. The same MCA Martin, Mr. Speaker, played a video before this House that was watched by Kenyans, Mr. Speaker, where the mover of the motion, Mr. Speaker, was recorded in a discussion saying that he voted on behalf of that MCA. Does that create a doubt in the minds of senators? Yes or no? Mr. Speaker, if you are in doubt, acquit. If you have been placed in a situation where there is reasonable doubt as to whether that 3 MCAs voted, acquit, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the expert, Mr. Luvuga, I posed a question to him. I asked him, if an MCA had a link, a username, a password, could he vote on behalf of another MCA? He said, yes. Mr. Speaker, in this House, where I sit there, with that card there, if my neighbor, Senator Wambua, has my PIN, and he wanted to play mischief, Mr. Speaker, he can cast a vote on my behalf, Mr. Speaker. As I submit this evening, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the entire system, Mr. Speaker, reasonable doubt has been created as to whether the 33 MCAs who voted indeed cast their vote. Mr. Speaker, there is what we call the materiality principle. If you remove the 4 MCAs, the motion must fail, and we return it back to the MCAs. If, on the other hand, you are convinced that that 3 MCAs voted, we can move to the next step. My submission this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, is that reasonable doubt has been created as to whether the 33 MCAs voted. The only thing we can do as senators, Mr. Speaker, is to return the motion back to the MCAs in Kericho. They conduct the impeachment in a proper manner, Mr. Speaker, and return to us, Mr. Speaker. Remember the case of O.J. Simpson's. If the gloves cannot fit, acquit. In this case, Mr. Speaker, if we are not convinced that 3 MCAs indeed voted, the motion fails, and we return it back to the county.
Senator Kisang.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As the members have said, I'm an expert. And I want to report to the House that Senator Mandagoa and Senator Osotsi are my juniors in the profession. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, what members needs to be reminded, when the expert from ICT Authority was here, he said for you to vote, you need IBBD number, your ID number, and you need the link that has been sent to your phone so that you can vote. Honorable Speaker, I don't know why our memories are so short that within 2 or 3 hours, we have forgotten what the ICT expert from ICT Authority said, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, secondly, Honorable Speaker, my colleague, Senator Osotsi, said the logs that were produced by the expert from ICT Authority are the same as the ones in volume 4A of the County Assembly. That confirms, Honorable Speaker, that what the expert brought is exactly what was done at the County Assembly. Third, Honorable Speaker, if you listened to the expert from ICT Authority, Honorable Speaker, he explained in a layman's language to the senators that IB address is like a gate, like this particular, he pointed to the gate that we use, Honorable Speaker, that this is what the internet service providers use. And he gave us Safaricom, Telcom, and Airtel, Honorable Speaker. So this, the location where my colleagues are saying, it is where the service providers location. Why, Honorable Speaker? Honorable Speaker, there is a question that I put to the two experts that did you undertake penetration test? The expert from the governor did not answer that question. The expert from ICT Authority, Honorable Speaker, said there were several penetrations that failed, and it is in the report. And he said he attempted to do it, and it was not possible, Honorable Speaker, to do it. So I want to urge my colleagues, for the benefit and of the people of Kericho County, I'm requesting and asking you, honorable members, let us support the motion, and then we move to the real issues, so that the people of Kericho County can get justice.
Order,
Honorable Speaker, protect me from some members.
Order.
We don't know where they have come from this night, Honorable Speaker.
Order, honorable senators. Order. Order. Senator Fernandi. Order. Senator Fernandi. Order, honorable senators. Now, Senator Fernandi. Senator Chimera and Senator Fernandi, I give you your first question for the evening. And Senator Fernandi, I give you your first question for the evening. Any other disorderly conduct, I'll throw you out of the chamber. Conclude.
Honorable Speaker, as an expert who still practices, and I practiced from 2nd of November 1994, after working.
One minute, you conclude. 1 minute, you conclude. Honorable Senator.
Honorable Speaker, as an expert who has practiced for over 34 years, Honorable Speaker, between the two experts, I believe the expert from ICT Authority. And for your information, we did not seek for the profile for the expert from ICT Authority. And to reach that level of a deputy director, you must have masters in ICT. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Finally, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader, will 5 minutes be okay?
No, Mr. Speaker. You know, I tried not to speak during this entire process. Anyway, I will try, Mr. Speaker.
Try, because if you see at the clock, we're at 11, and you know exactly what that means.
Okay, I understand.
So
Speaker.
keep it under 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I must record that this has been a very difficult 3 days. I've sat here for many years transacting impeachments, but I didn't know the feeling when your own county is on trial. It's embarrassing, Mr. Speaker, traumatizing, and heartbreaking. Mr. Speaker, I must register my appreciation to colleagues in this House. First, for agreeing to listen to our issues. That you must receive in great measure from the people of Kericho. Up to this point, Mr. Speaker, I want to pass my appreciation to this House because as of Wednesday morning, when this trial began, Mr. Speaker, there were doubts in the minds of many people in Kericho that this impeachment hearing was going to go the way of the previous impeachment hearing, Mr. Speaker, where the county assembly was sent back with a bundle of documents without listening to what are the issues that the people of Kericho are facing. For that, I must register my appreciation, colleagues. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I have taken time to follow this exercise for the last 3 days. When Mr. Alfred Korir, and I'll limit my conversation on this topic, Mr. Speaker, to purely on the motion that is before us, but if should time allow, I'll say something at the end of it. I listened to the first gentleman who was brought here, Mr. Alfred Korir, the ICT gentleman from the County Assembly. And he explained himself quite clearly on the exercise that took place on that particular day of voting, Mr. Speaker, up to the end.
When the counsels for the governor rose and poked holes into his presentations, they created some level of doubt in me. And I said, perhaps maybe there is something that is in there. Mr. Speaker, as a son of Kericho, I know many people that work in the County Assembly of Kericho. Therefore, out of the abundance of caution, I made specific phone calls to the people who sat in the chamber as the members of the County Assembly were voting. And I asked them specific questions, because this case has finally boiled down to the 3 votes of the MCA for Kapkatet, the MCA for Kapkurgerwet, and the MCA for, I forget the other, Cheplanget, Mr. Speaker. And I asked them specifically, please tell me, as your senator, what I need to tell my colleagues when I eventually rise to speak to them. And that gentleman assured me and told me those 3 gentlemen voted in support of this motion, Mr. Speaker. But later on, because these are people that I know, came in here and they took the Bible, they took the oath, Mr. Speaker, and they said that they had not voted. Therefore, I said, let me listen further to be convinced. As fate will have it, Mr. Speaker, in your usual wise way, you guided this House that perhaps we needed the opinion of an independent expert, somebody who's neutral to the conflict, somebody who has no interest to protect, somebody who just wants to serve their country and guide the Parliament of the Republic of Kenya to make the right decision, Mr. Speaker. I said I'll listen to that one. Mr. Speaker, the gentleman that came here, I have never met him. I want to believe that he has very little interaction, perhaps with the people of Kericho, save for the fact that he was executing an assignment granted by this House, Mr. Speaker. He has returned to this House a verdict. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask, why are we debating this motion? I thought you already gave a ruling that because we cannot make an impartial decision for one reason or the other, maybe for want of understanding of technology, Mr. Speaker, or because of other interests, let us invite an expert to guide us. An expert has gone through the system. They have given us a result. What are we debating, Mr. Speaker? Why are we voting, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, we are being unfair to ourselves, even procedurally, as a House. Why did we call experts? It's because we knew, even amongst ourselves, Mr. Speaker, the so-called IT experts in the House will not agree. Mr. Speaker, at least I have listened to Senator Kisang, somebody that I respect so much. I have gone to his private office. I know that he practices IT. But you know, Mr. Speaker, nowadays everybody, even somebody just downloads WhatsApp onto their phone, and they all of a sudden they say they are ICT experts. Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Yes, Speaker.
Are you therefore suggesting that the Senate is wrong by bringing this motion?
Correct. I am very clear in my mind, Mr. Speaker, that upon the tabling of this report by the expert, as per your direction, we should have proceeded to look into the issues.
Order, honorable senators. Order. Senator Aaron Cheriot, you're the majority leader in this Senate.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
That motion is yours. Why did you bring it if you didn't believe in it?
That motion, listen, Mr. Speaker, you need to hear me. I am now speaking as a senator representing the people of Kericho. That motion has been brought by the office of the majority leader.
Proceed, Senator, proceed.
The most useful thing for me, Mr. Speaker, in this House, before being majority leader, is first to represent the interests of the people of Kericho. And that is what I am doing. Mr. Speaker, I want to remind you something. That as you listen to colleagues contribute, I want to urge colleagues that you can disagree with the things that have been said. But honestly...
Order, Senator for Meru and Senator for Nairobi City County. Allow the majority leader speaking at the Senate of Kericho. This is a very emotional moment for him. The only thing you can do is to support. Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know.
Order. Now, Senator for Kiambu County, I'm going to caution you for the evening. You proceed to be disorderly, you may not have the opportunity to exercise the right to vote. Proceed. Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, page 5 out of 22.
Order, Senator Thangwa, unless you don't want to participate in the remaining part of this proceeding. Proceed.
Page 5 of the 22 out of this report, Mr. Speaker, the expert answers a question that many, many of you, colleague senators, continue to cling on as you explain why you don't want us to open the real case and look into the issues of the people of Kericho. Because he states, was it possible for any MCA or any other person who had a link to vote on the motion on behalf of an MCA or another MCA? The answer, in caps and in bold, Mr. Speaker, is no. You cannot vote for any other person, an MCA, with the link provided alone. You need to have the other details. And Senator Kisang, together with that expert, Mr. Speaker, have already debunked this theory by the governor's team, Mr. Speaker, that there are MCAs who voted for others. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I know, I've been in this house long enough, and I know when people have decided, they have decided. But I want to make a humble plea to you, colleagues, that even when you have decided on a matter, at least, at the very least, respect the work of professionals. It is not fair, Mr. Speaker, some of the comments that have been made about an innocent gentleman who was just seated on his desk doing his work yesterday afternoon. It is us who invited him to come to this house. That gentleman, Mr. Speaker, had no business coming here. How can we invite a gentleman to this house, Mr.
Senator
Speaker?
Hezana, you're disorderly. Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I'm about to conclude, so I want to plead that my colleagues listen to me. I want to register the appreciation of the people of Kericho to this gentleman who gave us the green light and assured us that what the assembly did is right. Not because I have anything against the governor, Mr. Speaker. This gentleman is somebody I know very well. This gentleman, Mr. Speaker, is a governor duly elected. But I wanted to listen to the things that the MCAs have alleged. Today, as I stand here, Mr. Speaker, I will go home. I don't know how members will vote. I want to plead with you, Mr. Speaker, not the Speaker actually, with you colleague members, that allow us the opportunity, at least so that the people of Kericho can know what exactly the Senate of the Republic of Kenya thinks on all the issues that the County Assembly has brought before you. Do you want to tell me, leaders, that you are surely going home convinced that the County Assembly has not been able to prove beyond reasonable doubt that there is systemic corruption in the county government of Kericho? Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, or fortunately, we may never get to that particular point if this motion doesn't carry the favor of members. But I want to tell the people of Kericho, speaking from this house, that justice you will get by any means necessary. It can be from this house, Mr. Speaker, or, Mr. Speaker, through other agencies constitutionally charged, Mr. Speaker, to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that when public funds are pilfered and looted, Mr. Speaker, they are recovered. There are companies that have been named here. There are individual directors, Mr. Speaker, that own those companies. They are directors of those institutions, Mr. Speaker, in the public institution that is the county government of Kericho, who engage in those exercises, Mr. Speaker. We want to tell you that by bad luck, if you escape the Senate today, you will not escape the next trap that the people of Kericho have laid for you. I thank you and rest my case.
Now, Senator Boni, as you respond, look at that clock. If you can do it under 1 minute, you'll help the Senate.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the leader of the majority for allowing me to move this motion. I am very, very satisfied and happy for the reason that the House has now risen to the level it should be as a house of debate. You are not supposed to agree. You are not supposed to agree. You are supposed to disagree and then convince your colleague for him to see your point. You've done very well, colleagues. Vote the way you want. But let me, as I appeal to you, that we allow this motion to go on until we hear the full motion, let me appeal to you something. Something I learned in medical school. A professional. My professor of orthopedics, Professor Mulimba, was approached by a medical student whose father was suffering from diabetes. And Mulimba said, for you to treat this diabetes, the problem is the rotten foot. Let us amputate. The boy said, no, you are a professor, but you cannot amputate the limb of my father. Beg as professor begged. The boy refused. The diabetes consumed because the boy didn't want the opinion of the professional. Luvuga has been here a professional. Pay attention to him. He is right, whether you like it or not. I move.
Now, honorable senators, we are moving to division. We are going to vote on this first motion. Now, voting shall be by delegation, and therefore I will ask the sergeant at arms to ring the division bell for 2 minutes. Two minutes.
The moment you bang on it, you come in a chana, so. Are they okay? Yes. Can you log in again?
Odhiambo.
We will use
Order, honorable senators, the 2 minutes are over. Kindly take your seats. Honorable senators, please take your seats. Senator for Kitui. Honorable senators, kindly take your seats. Senator Bass and Deputy Speaker. Order, honorable senators, let us take our seats. Senator Okio Omtata. Senator for Kiambu County. The miracle senator, kindly take your seat. Order, 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 Senator Eddy. Now, honorable senators will move to vote. Now, before you vote, I need to put the question, which I'll proceed to do right now. But before we do that, Sergeant at Arms, kindly lock the door and draw the bar. Senator Boy Issa. Now, honorable senators, I'll now proceed to put the question. Order, Senator Fomeru. That aware that pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution and Section 33 of the County Governments Act, on Friday, 15th of August 2025, the County Assembly of Kericho approved a motion for the removal from office by impeachment of Honorable Dr. Eric Kipkoech Mutai, Governor of Kericho County. Noting by a letter reference number KCA/SP/3 Volume 1 into brackets 39, dated Friday, 15th of August 2025, and received in the office of the Speaker of the Senate on Monday, 18th of August 2025, the Speaker of the County Assembly of Kericho informed the Speaker of the Senate, Senator Mundigi, informed the Speaker of the Senate of the approval of the motion by the County Assembly and further forwarded to the Speaker of the Senate documents in evidence of the proceedings of the Assembly, including the list of 33 out of 47 members of the County Assembly that voted in favor of the removal from office by impeachment of Honorable Dr. Eric Koech Mutai, the Governor of Kericho County. Further, noting that in the course of the hearing, an important question arose on whether the threshold of 32 votes needed for impeachment of a governor, as contemplated in Section 33 of the County Governments Act and Standing Order 74 of the County Assembly of Kericho, was met, considering the evidence adduced before the Senate by the parties on the issue, and further considering the report of the County Assembly of Kericho Chamber electronic voting system submitted by ICT experts on the invitation of the Senate. Now, therefore, the Senate resolves that the threshold required for removal of a governor from office by impeachment contemplated in Section 33 of the County Governments Act and Standing Order 74 of the County Assembly of Kericho was met. Now, honorable senators, before we vote, kindly pull out the cards from your delegates unit. And Sergeant at Arms, move around the chamber, collect any unattended card that is still in the delegate unit. Sergeant at Arms, if you're done with that exercise, kindly let me know. Sergeant at Arms, are we done? Thank you. Now, honorable senators, kindly log back. Now, before you vote, let me make it very clear so that we do not make mistakes. If you vote yes, you're basically saying yes, the threshold was met. If you vote no, you're saying no, the threshold was not met, and therefore this matter ends here. Have you logged in? Honorable senators, you may now proceed to vote. Order, honorable senators, we have not suspended the standing orders. Senator Thangwa, proceed to dispatch and cast your vote. Senator Thangwa, proceed to cast your vote, please. Proceed to vote, Senator. Honorable Senator, proceed to vote. Honorable Senators, kindly take your seats. Senator Boni, please, would you wish to sit there or you want to proceed to your usual seat? Now, honorable senators, the result of the vote on the division is as follows. Ayes 16, nays 26, abstention 1. So the nays have it. Now, honorable senators, as I had earlier indicated, in the event that the Senate finds that the two-thirds threshold of 32 members of the County Assembly was not met, then the impeachment proceedings shall immediately terminate, and the Senate shall now proceed to determine the impeachment charges. The result of the division indicates that the motion has been negatived. Consequently, the impeachment hearing hereby terminates. Honorable senators, rise. There being no other business to transact, this Senate stands adjourned until Tuesday, 23rd of September, 2025 at 2:30 p.m.
Order number 1, communication from the chair.
Is the broadcast back? Now, honorable senators, Senator Mundege, you freeze. Now, honorable senators, as you may have noted, in the course of this hearing, an important question has arisen as to whether the threshold of 32 votes needed for the impeachment of a county governor was met pursuant to Section 33 of the County Governments Act and Standing Order 74 of the Kericho County Assembly Standing Orders. Honorable senators recall that arising, Senator Joyce Korir, the chair must be heard in silence. Honorable senators will recall that arising from an application by counsel for the governor to be allowed to call the expert evidence of Mr. Job Okun Oguya, whom they claim to be an information IT expert, and the ruling thereon, I further directed that the office of the clerk do engage the ICT authority and secure an expert who will provide independent advice on the Kericho County Assembly electronic voting system and submit a report that answers the following questions. Did an electronic voting process take place? Is the number of MCAs who voted on impeachment of the governor verifiable? Was it possible for an MCA or any other person who had a link to vote on the motion on behalf of an MCA or another MCA? How many MCAs voted in the affirmative on the motion to impeach the governor? And is there any evidence of multiple voting or other compromise of the voting system and or any other impropriety in the voting system or process? This report was prepared, Senator Boney. This system was prepared and submitted in the office of the Clerk of the Senate on Thursday, 28th of August, 2025 at 9:35 p.m. and circulated to all honorable senators and to the parties during this morning's sitting. Now, honorable senators, as you may recall, in my communication issued on Wednesday, the 27th of August, 2025, I ruled that the preliminary objection be subsumed in the main hearing of the impeachment proceedings, as it was premature and could only properly be addressed once the Senate had heard and weighed the evidence before making any final decision on the impeachment charges. I further ruled that at the conclusion of the impeachment proceedings, but before voting on the charges, the Senate would pronounce its finding on whether the constitutional threshold of 2/3 of members of the County Assembly had been met. Honorable senators, having considered the evidence adduced before the Senate by the parties and the report of the County Assembly of Kericho Chamber electronic voting system submitted by the IT Authority of Kenya, the Senate Majority Leader will give notice and move a motion on the ascertainment of the threshold required for the impeachment of Honorable Dr. Eric Kipkoech Mutai, the Governor of Kericho County. In the event that the Senate finds that the 2/3 threshold of 32 members of County Assembly was not met, then the impeachment proceeding shall immediately terminate, and the Senate shall not proceed to determine the impeachment charges. If, however, the Senate finds that the 2/3 threshold of 32 members of the County Assembly was met, then the Senate shall proceed to determine if the impeachment charges have been substantiated by voting thereon. I thank you. Next order.
Order number 2, hearing and determination on the proposed removal from office by impeachment of the Honorable Dr. Eric Mutai, Governor of Kericho County. Order number 3, notices of motion.
The Senate Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give notice of 2 motions. The first motion is for the ascertainment of the threshold required for the impeachment of Honorable Dr. Eric Kipkoech Mutai, the Governor of Kericho County. That aware that pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution and Section 33 of the County Government Act, on Friday, 15th August 2025, the County Assembly of Kericho approved a motion for the removal from office by impeachment of the Honorable Dr. Eric Kipkoech Mutai, Governor of Kericho County, and noting that by a letter referenced KCA/SP/3 Volume 1/39, dated Friday, 15th August 2025, and received in the office of the Speaker of the Senate on Monday, 18th August 2025, the Speaker of the County Assembly of Kericho informed the Speaker of the Senate of the removal of the approval of the motion by the County Assembly, and further forwarded the Speaker to the Speaker of the Senate documents in evidence of the proceedings of the Assembly, including a list of 33 out of 47 members of the County Assembly that voted in favor of the removal from office by impeachment of Dr. Eric Kipkoech Mutai, the Governor of Kericho County. Further noting that in the course of the hearing, an important question arose on whether the threshold of 32 votes needed for impeachment of a governor, as accompanied in Section 33 of the County Governments Act and Standing Order number 74 of the County Assembly of Kericho, was made, and considering the evidence adduced before the Senate by the parties on the issue, and further considering the report on the County Assembly of Kericho Chamber electronic voting system submitted by ICT experts on the invitation of the Senate, now therefore, the Senate resolves that the threshold required for removal of a governor from office by impeachment contemplated in Section 33 of the County Government Act and Standing Order number 74 of the County Assembly of Kericho was made. End of motion 1. Motion 2, Mr. Speaker, sir. I give notice to the hearing and determination on the proposed removal from office by impeachment of the Honorable Dr. Eric Kipkoech Mutai, the Governor of Kericho County. That whereas pursuant to Article number 181 of the Constitution and Section 33 of the County Governments Act, on Friday, 15th August 2025, the County Assembly of Kericho approved a motion for the removal from office by impeachment of the Honorable Dr. Eric Kipkoech Mutai, the Governor of Kericho County. Further, whereas by letter referenced number KCA/SP/3 Volume 1/39, dated Friday, 15th August 2025, and received in the office of the Speaker on Monday, 18th August 2025, the Speaker of the County Assembly of Kericho informed the Speaker of the Senate of the approval of a motion by the County Assembly, and further forwarded to the Speaker of the Senate documents in evidence of the proceedings of the Assembly. Further, whereas pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution, Section 33 of the County Governments Act, and Standing Order number 80 of the Senate heard the County Assembly on the grounds for the proposed removal from office by impeachment of Honorable Dr. Eric Kipkoech Mutai, the Governor of Kericho County, and further, whereas pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution, Section 33 of the County Governments Act, and Standing Order number 80 of the Senate also heard the Honorable Dr. Eric Kipkoech Mutai on the grounds for his removal from office by impeachment as the Governor of Kericho. Now therefore, pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution, Section 33 of the County Governments Act, and Standing Order number 80 of the Senate now resolves to remove from office by impeachment the Honorable Dr. Eric Kipkoech Mutai, the Governor of Kericho, on the following grounds. Charge 1, gross violation of the Constitution and other laws. Charge 2, abuse of office. And charge 3, gross misconduct. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 4, motion, ascertainment of the threshold required for the impeachment of Honorable Dr. Eric Kipkoech Mutai, the Governor of Kericho County.
Senate Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the House will bear with me. Before I start, I must introduce the motion. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to move the following motion. Being the ascertainment of the threshold required for the impeachment of the Honorable Dr. Eric Kipkoech Mutai, the Governor of Kericho County. That aware that pursuant to standing order to Article 181 of the Constitution and Section 33 of the County Governments Act, on Friday, 15th August 2025, the County Assembly of Kericho approved a motion for the removal from office by impeachment of the Honorable Dr. Eric Kipkoech Mutai, the Governor of Kericho County, and noting that by letter reference number KCA/SP/3 Volume 1/39, dated Friday, 15th August 2025, and received in the office of the Speaker of the Senate on Monday, 18th August 2025, the Speaker of the County Assembly of Kericho informed the Speaker of the Senate of the approval of the motion by the Assembly, and further forwarded to the Speaker of the Senate documents in evidence of the proceedings of the Assembly, including the list of 33 out of 47 members of the County Assembly that voted in favor of the removal from office by impeachment of Honorable Dr. Eric Kipkoech Mutai, the Governor of Kericho. Further, noting that in the course of hearing, an important question arose on whether the threshold of 32 votes needed for impeachment of a governor, as contemplated in Section 33 of the County Governments Act and Standing Order number 74 of the County Assembly of Kericho, was made, considering the evidence adduced before the Senate by the parties on the issues, and further considering the report on the County Assembly of Kericho Chamber electronic voting system submitted by the ICT experts on the invitation of the Senate. Now, therefore, the Senate resolves that the threshold required for removal of a governor from office by impeachment, contemplated in Section 33 of the County Governments Act and Standing Order number 74 of the County Assembly of Kericho, was made. Mr. Speaker, this is a preliminary objection. And Mr. Speaker, as you pointed out earlier, should we find that the threshold required was made, that would be the end of business this evening. If it was, Mr. Speaker, if the threshold of 32 was not met, if it was not met, then that would be the end of business this evening. Otherwise, we will proceed to the next motion. Mr. Speaker, it is very interesting that 2 days ago, we celebrated 15 years after the promulgation of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. Mr. Speaker, fortuitously, this debate is taking place at a time when in public domain there are people who think that men and women of this House do not have their own minds, do not have the capacity to make a decision on such a huge thing. So to me, this is a God-given opportunity. Let us do a good job so that we bring to shame those people who have no respect for other people who sit in offices other than the offices they themselves sit in. Mr. Speaker, just like you maybe, I have been helpless from the beginning up to the end of the hearing of the evidence on the PO. We have been thrown from one position to the other by this witness or that other witness. Members, you have seen witnesses from both parties flip and flop. You have seen, Mr. Speaker, others outrightly lying on oath. Mr. Speaker, you have even seen others contradicting themselves, those witnesses. And what's more, you have had, for the first time in our history in this parliament, you've seen a witness by the name of Edna rescind her signed affidavit. Mr. Speaker, in some cases, and there were many, in excess of 16, we saw witnesses here who had no sworn affidavit. They were speaking to a collective so-called affidavit. Mr. Speaker, because of the president of the Senior Counsel, Omugeni, and many other eminent lawyers, including Justice Madayo, we know that we were at pains to find out how we would cross-examine and how we would seek further clarity from these people who swore, these witnesses who swore on a collective affidavit. Mark you, the affidavit were being sworn in respect of electronic voting. If they were being sworn collectively, in the case of voice vote, then maybe you would say, in voice vote, we vote as a group. But electronic voting is an individual responsibility. So any witness coming here wanting to give us an affidavit on how they voted or didn't vote electronically, it had to be in the single person. It could not have been collective. Mr. Speaker, we have seen something unprecedented. A lawyer to this trial telling the House and on camera that he voted in Kericho. I've never seen it. And I'm sure the legal fraternity and you, the learned friends, you must be waiting what this House will decide about a lawyer who purports to vote in a county assembly process, something which was then controverted by the expert who said that there was no evidence whatsoever that this lawyer voted in Kericho. What's more, you have seen impunity where not just a lawyer, but a senior counsel go and assume the role of a speaker in the county assembly of Kericho and calls for members of the county assembly to abide by his request. They stand. What is more, Mr. Speaker, the same council has tried to mislead this House by saying that there was interference with the voting logs. The expert who came confirmed that such an interference was not there. This is a good opportunity for us to speak to all respective professions, be it the legal profession, architectural, or whatever, that people must live within the oath of office that you take when you qualify from a particular discipline. Mr. Speaker, I'll keep it short by saying the following as my last request. That we are lucky. I don't know whether it was the wisdom of the Speaker or the wisdom of the leader of the majority with the Speaker and the leader of the minority with the Speaker and others, when the House made a decision, as communicated by the Speaker, that this House must call for an expert, independent IT. Can you imagine where it would have been? When the first expert came, this expert was from the county assembly. He carried most of us along. But when the lawyers descended on him, we became confused. We didn't know whether to believe him or not. Subsequently, when the team of the governor then brought its own version of an expert, it was a bigger disaster. In fact, it is the senator of Narok who captured it. He said that his affidavit was more about a collection of his credentials. And when I looked at the credentials, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished senators, it was nothing impressive. The only serious credential there was bachelor in computer science. Otherwise, the other things were diploma here, the other things, some course training there, nothing that is, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, Mr. Speaker, sir, you'll have your time, my brother. You'll have your time.
Senator Boni, proceed and conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, sir, when I looked at those two experts and read and understood what the legal expert, not legal, the IT expert from the governor's side was telling us, he did not speak to the voting in Kericho. He started telling us the standard things that you can cut and paste when you want to increase your knowledge about these things where a majority of us are strangers. I want therefore to thank you for bringing Mr. Lubuga, the expert who came from the authority. It is only Lubuga who clearly demonstrated to us, those of us who are lay, that voting took place electronically, who demonstrated to us, Mr. Speaker, that 33 MCS voted in Kericho, who confirmed to us that although the system could be better, but as of the time of voting, it was credible, who confirmed to us, Mr. Speaker, that no one MCA would be able to vote for the other one. I therefore conclude, Mr. Speaker, by proposing that, honorable members, let us give the people of Kericho an opportunity to hear your views on what you thought about the allegations against the governor. They want to know because I know you are not biased. And the only way you can give them that opportunity to hear what the Senate has to say about how Dr. Kip Koech has been working in office is by allowing this PO to fall, because 33 elected leaders in Kericho found through voting electronically that the governor had a case to answer before us. I move and request that the distinguished senator from Narok, the Honorable Olekina, seconds my motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second this motion that this House finds that the threshold required by the Constitution for impeaching a governor has been met. Mr. Speaker, I'll be brief to the point. I will try not to be sensational, but factual. There are times for being sensational, but there are times for being factual. Mr. Speaker, with me here, I hold two audit reports of a system. One audit report is allegedly an expert who have been presented by the county governor of Kericho, who 30 pages out of 37 pages, 39 pages is mere credentials of an IT expert, not really taking us to the issues of whether the threshold was met. The Constitution of Kenya in Article 182 requires that 2/3 is met. And in Kericho County, there are 47 members of the County Assembly, which means this Senate has determined that the threshold is 32. That was an issue that we debated. Others think it's 31. But in this case, the ICT Authority of Kenya determined that according to the evidence presented, 33 members of the County Assembly voted to impeach the county governor of Kericho. Mr. Speaker, all of us here are litigant, one way or the other. I have never, in my history of litigation and going to court, sworn a joint affidavit with my co-witness. In fact, when I first saw that affidavit, I said this affidavit is defective, because an affidavit is deponed by one individual person under oath that what they are about to say is something that they can be able to stand with. When I looked at the affidavit that was sworn by 18, allegedly 18, I'm told one bolted out and presented a different affidavit. It was very difficult for me to determine who is taking responsibility on what. It was so difficult, even for the two counsel, to be able to cross-examine those witnesses. Because one of them said that I signed the affidavit at 1 p.m. after lunch, yet we have been shown evidence clearly that the proceedings proceeded all the way past 9 p.m. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to belabor the point. The issue is very clear. When it comes to voting in this House, Mr. Speaker, we have three choices of voting. You either vote to the affirmative and say yes, or you vote no, or you abstain. There was a huge argument about those ones who alleged that they abstained. It is impractical, Mr. Speaker, when a voting is being carried out electronically, for you to stand in the middle of a hall and say, I abstain. Unless you press a button and you say, I have abstained, and your record and your vote is indicated there, it will be difficult for the results to be printed out with your voice having absented. So, Mr. Speaker, I do not want to proceed further. I want to urge this Senate to recognize the ICT Authority audit and their findings and their conclusions, and proceed accordingly with the impeachment hearing so that we can be able to delve into other matters that requires this Senate to call these governors to account for the resources that we sent to the county governments. Mr. Speaker, I beg to second.
Honorable Senators, I will now propose the questions. Order, Senator Fomeru. Order. That aware that pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution and Section 33 of the County Governments Act, on Friday, 15th of August 2025, the County Assembly of Kericho approved a motion for the removal from office by impeachment of the Honorable Dr. Eric Mutahi, Governor of Kericho County. Noting that by a letter reference number KCA/SP/3 Volume 1 into brackets 39, dated Friday 15th of August 2025, and received in the office of the Speaker of the Senate on Monday, 18th August 2025, the Speaker of the County Assembly of Kericho informed the Speaker of the Senate of the approval of the motion by the County Assembly, and further forwarded to the Speaker of the Senate documents in evidence of the proceedings of the Assembly, including the list of 33 out of 47 members of the County Assembly that voted in favor of the removal from office by impeachment of Honorable Dr. Eric Mutahi, the Governor of Kericho County. Further, noting that in the course of the hearing, an important question arose on whether the threshold of 32 votes needed for the impeachment of a governor as contemplated in Section 33 of the County Government Act and Standing Order 74 of the County Assembly of Kericho was met. Considering the evidence adduced before the Senate by the parties on the issue, and further, considering the report of the County Assembly of Kericho Chamber electronic voting system submitted by the ICT experts on the invitation of the Senate, now therefore, the Senate resolves that the threshold required for removal of a governor from office by impeachment contemplated in Section 33 of the County Governments Act and Standing Order 74 of the County Assembly of Kericho was met. Now, Honorable Senators, the floor is open for debate. But again, going to the agreement that was negotiated between the two sides, we'll have 4 members speak from the minority side and 4 members speak from the majority side, each speaking for more than 4 minutes. Not more than 4 minutes. You need not utilize the 4. I will start with Senator Osotsi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will restrict myself to IT issues. Mr. Speaker, you made a decision that this House hires an IT expert so that we can be guided on the issue of the IT system that was deployed for voting. And that would give us a pointer as to whether the threshold was met or not. Mr. Speaker, I have gone through the report by the expert, and allow me to point out the inconsistencies that I've seen in the report. Mr. Speaker, this report is basically a production of the extracts from Volume 4A of the County Assembly bundles. If you look at the logs, it's the same. If you look at the list of users of the system, it's the same. But there are only 2 things that have been included. And this is contained on page 13, where the experts attempted to do an IP lookup for that IP address that had been used 9 times. And in the lookup, Mr. Speaker, the lookup is supposed to tell you the physical location of a device, in this case on the internet. The physical location of this device is Kericho, but there are inconsistencies, Mr. Speaker. The inconsistency here indicates that the city is Letain town. Mr. Speaker, we all know that the county assembly of Kericho is in Kericho town, if I'm not wrong. But this lookup brings Letain town. I have a problem with that. Mr. Speaker, I've taken the trouble to do the IP lookup for all the other IP addresses that have been provided on page 29 of the County Assembly bundles, volume 4A. If you look at the lookup results, Mr. Speaker, you'll be shocked that the lookup results indicates that these devices were in different towns in Kenya, Mr. Speaker. Kiambu, Kijabe, Eldoret, Ahero, Narok, Yala, Baringo, Nyandarua, and Kapsabet. And Mr. Speaker, I attempted to ask this House to give us an opportunity to demonstrate that on the screen. I was denied that opportunity. I would like to ask this House that we can still do an IP lookup and we determine the physical location of these devices. These devices I proposed, Mr. Speaker, were phones that were used to vote. Mr. Speaker, an issue was raised about IP address which had been used 9 times, 41.139.238.129. And we were told that that was a Wi-Fi that was shared. But Mr. Speaker, there is an IP address, another one, that has been used 3 times. 154.1. Answer that question.
You have exhausted your time, Senator. All right. 2 minutes, you conclude. 2 minutes, you conclude.
If you look at the only thing that my student, because this Philip was my student, I trained him on ITIL, which is an international standard on IT security. The only other serious thing that I've seen is on page 16, where the expert tried to bring a checklist that is used in international ICT audit. But this checklist, Mr. Speaker, if you go through it, there are no supporting documents to this report.